That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the long weekend, Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils took care of business in their season opener against NAU. The Devils won 38-19. Quarterback Sam Levitt threw for 2 touchdowns and added 2 more on the ground, and Jordan Tyson had 12 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown. And here was head coach Kenny Dillingham on the win.
Just happy we got a W, and it's always good to win ugly. You know, that's one of the best things about coaching is when you win ugly and it wakes people up a little bit, and that's great. I mean, this is good.
The Devils will now head to Starkville next weekend for a matchup with the SEC Mississippi State this Saturday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, after taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers over the weekend, lost the opener to the Rangers last night in extras 7-5. But that's not the only thing they may have lost. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. was carted off the field in the 6th inning after suffering an apparent knee injury in left field. And according to manager Torey Lovello, there is no current update, but he will get imaging done today. And the Snakes are back tonight at Chase Field at 6:40 against the Rangers. And you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better and save bigger at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Hope everybody had a great Labor Day weekend. I learned just how bad back injuries can be, Vinny.
Oh, no.
On Saturday morning, I had a big household chore to do. I had to disassemble my pool filter. I was going to clean the cartridges. I'm putting the thing back together, and then wrench! And then for the last 3 days, I've basically been useless.
Would you say you threw out your back?
I don't know what I did. I tweaked it, I think. Yeah.
That's the worst.
And it's been a while since I've had a back issue, but you forget how compromised you become with a back issue. I had to cancel a round of golf. Do you know how bad that is for me?
All right, that's how I know this is legit. Because at first I'm like, well, the first day of a 3-day weekend that's full of football and sports and stuff, you get injured, have to stay on the couch all weekend.
Oh yeah.
All right, but canceling golf.
This was actually very, very legit.
Can I get my first reaction?
Yeah.
You have 3 children, all in the sort of prime of their physical lives.
Yeah.
You keep getting injured doing household chores. This is like when you were cleaning out your garage, you got injured.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them don't live there anymore.
I know, but
I'm pretty sure they got a free pass when they did. That's what I was going to say.
Vinny knows me too well.
How about dear old dad here? Come on.
Dan Bickley does his own pool maintenance. Look at you.
Yeah, I do. But maybe not for much longer. Yeah, absolutely brutal. So my weekend literally became, like you said, it would have been a good excuse to do nothing, but I did nothing.
That was Saturday morning that
That
happened?
was Saturday morning it
Oh,
happened.
Just brutal.
Oh, dude. It
Couldn't happen yesterday?
No,
How
right.
you feeling now?
Better.
So at
but
least you
still
had the
not,
extra
He's
day.
all hopped up on the goofers.
Oh, is that what?
I'm going up on Lagoon Juice. Jarrett?
I noticed you were a little lagoony today.
So what did you all do with your 3-day weekend?
I went to the ASU football
Oh,
game.
boy.
Took the kids. Saw part of the game.
It's more than most.
Like most people.
Right.
Saw part of the game? Yeah. We're going to get into that, believe me. Jarrett, what did you do?
Oh, well, I went to
buffet.
I did. I went back to the famous Chinese buffet. Okay, I was celebrating a week late, but celebrating my birthday with my wife's side of the family. So we went to the Chinese buffet again, indulged. I went to
Do they know
Dillard's.
your name when you go in there? Are you like George from Cheers?
Like George.
George
George
I was
Wendt.
thinking
Yeah.
of George Wendt.
Norm.
Norm from Cheers.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's not a cheerful Jarrett when I walk in. It's like, oh no,
Oh,
again! No!
Hide the dumplings!
Yes.
It's like that old John Panette stand-up bit.
Yes.
You've been here 4 hours. You go now.
Yes. So yes, I went to Dillard's Outlet for their Labor Day sale. I got a $3 shirt.
Oh no! How many sizes big is this one?
No, it's a good one. This one fits. But I'll tell you, I went on Sunday instead of Saturday, and they were cleared out. So I had to literally take a shirt off of a mannequin so that I could buy. Because
Did you really?
Yes, because
fantastic.
all the shelves and aisles were like empty of the stuff that they had on super sale.
That's literally like buying a store model, like a shelf model television.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. And then yesterday, spent time with family, went swimming, barbecued, classic Labor Day stuff.
Okay. That sounds
So
good.
good weekend.
All right. Sammy?
I spent my weekend in Newport, California.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Went to Catalina Island on
Nice.
Sunday.
The girlfriend?
With the girlfriend.
Girlfriend. everything. So it was a great weekend.
All right. Fantastic.
Good for you.
Thank you.
All right. We got a lot of ground to cover. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
After a 4-game winning streak and clinching a series in LA against the Dodgers on Saturday, it's been Heartbreak City for the D-backs the last 2 days. Add another crushing loss to their already lengthy collection as the D-backs fell to the Texas Rangers 7-5 in 10 innings to open up a 3-game series at Chase Field. D-backs jumped out to a 3-0 lead after early solo home runs by Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, and Tyler Locklear. Texas would tie it with a solo shot from Cody Freeman and a 2-run blast from Wyatt Langford. D-backs surged ahead 2 in the 6th, but the bullpen couldn't hold it down. Texas got 2 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th. They win it. That series continues tonight at Chase Field with Nabil Krismat going for the Diamondbacks against lefty Jacob Latz. First pitch, 6:40. Catch it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Complicating matters in the 6th inning where things did not go well. They really didn't go well for Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Injured on a play where Blaze Alexander made a diving catch in center field. Gurriel, trying to avoid Alexander, tweaked his knee, left the game on a cart. Does not look good, according to Torey Lovullo. We'll get more into that. Before last night's game, the D-backs reinstated right-hander Ryan Thompson from the 15-day injured list. He missed almost 2 months with a scapular strain. Team also recalled outfielder Jorge Barrosa from AAA Reno. It is game week for the Arizona Cardinals. Day off today for the team, but we'll hear from the 3 coordinators, and Drew Petzing, Nick Rollis, and Jeff Rogers for their week 1 availability. Back to practice tomorrow. Cardinals getting ready for their season opener Sunday in New Orleans against the Saints. They also named their 2025 captains on Monday. Head coach Jonathan Gannon announcing Kyler Murray, James Conner, Yelda Froholt, Budda Baker, Mac Wilson Sr., Calais Campbell, and Joey Blunt as the players who will wear the C on their jerseys this year for the
What a
Redbirds.
show of respect to Calais Campbell, huh?
Yeah.
To come back and then just get a captaincy right away shows you what they think of him.
Yeah, even though it's not going to be the longest stint of his career here
No,
in Arizona.
no.
Speaking of NFL captains, Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill not voted as a captain by his teammates for the first time since he got to Miami in 2022. Of course, Hill removed himself from last year's season finale and said that after that game, quote, "I'm done." Hill never requested a trade and did apologize for his actions about a month later. Dolphins opened their season Sunday in Indianapolis against the Colts. My reaction to that when I learned of this yesterday and put that item in the splash was Tyreek Hill was captain worthy.
How about that?
For 3 seasons.
How about that?
A lot of times just the biggest names on the team.
True.
Yeah.
The Los Angeles Rams are expecting quarterback Matthew Stafford to start Sunday against the Houston Texans. Stafford spent most of training camp in the preseason dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. Might be a season-long issue. Meanwhile, the newly acquired Micah Parsons may need an injection in his back to play in the Packers season opener against the Detroit Lions. Parsons dealing with an L4, L5 facet joint sprain, which I learned about today, too.
Wow. So he wasn't faking it, huh?
No.
Wow.
He really needed to lay down on that table.
Yes, he did.
The 11th-ranked Arizona State Sun Devils kicked off their season Saturday night, 38-19 win over the NAU Lumberjacks. Sam Levitt threw 2 touchdown passes to Jordan Tyson, ran for 2 more scores. Sun Devils did get called for 12 penalties for 93 yards, most penalties ever for a Dillingham-coached ASU team. Devils will hit the road this week for a trip to SEC country as they take on the Mississippi State Bulldogs in Start Vegas on Saturday. The Arizona Wildcats kicked off their season in impressive fashion. They routed Hawaii 40-6 in Tucson on Saturday. Noah Fafita threw for 161 yards and a touchdown, ran for 1. U of A 4 rushing touchdowns on the night, and their defense forced 5 Hawaii turnovers. They will host the Weber State Wildcats on Saturday. And you know it's crazy when Wildcats face Wildcats.
Yes.
The murderer's row of a non-conference schedule continues for U of A.
Last night in college football, we saw the college coaching debut of Bill Belichick. Let's just say it didn't go very well for the Tar Heels.
Holy cow.
They got blitzed 48-14 by TCU. The Horned Frogs rolled up 542 yards of offense, forced 3 UNC turnovers, 2 of which were defensive touchdowns. Belichick and the Heels are on to Charlotte. And Coco Gauff ousted at the U.S. Open. The 3rd-seeded American ran into Naomi Osaka, the buzzsaw, in the round of 16. She loses 6-3, 6-2. Another American, Amanda Anisimova, the 8th-seed, advanced in straight sets over Brazilian Beatriz Haddad Maia, 2nd-seed Iga Swiatek. Very little trouble in her round of 16 match. On the men's side today, a couple of quarterfinals with 2nd-seed Carlos Alcaraz taking on 20th-seed Yuri Lehechka and 7th-seeded Novak Djokovic taking on 4th-seeded American Taylor Fritz. I was wondering about the seedings.
Okay.
Because Taylor Fritz is seeded 3 spots higher than Novak Djokovic. And he's an up-and-comer, a young player, kind of pressing, the American profile a little bit.
Right.
But is he really a threat to win this tournament? Djokovic could win it, don't you think?
Yes, of course. Only 3 people ever win any of the tournaments ever.
I don't know if
Djokovic
can beat Jannik Sinner or Carlos Alcaraz anymore. I don't know if I think Novak Djokovic may have slipped that much. It's not a lot. It's still enough to beat Taylor Fritz and everybody else. I don't know if he can still win a major, but
okay.
But it's Novak Djokovic. And you know how mental this sport gets at the top.
Oh, it's mental.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go. There's your splash for this Tuesday, September 2nd, as we broadcast live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Coming up, who had a worse Labor Day weekend, the most hyped quarterback in college football or the most hyped coach in college football? It was quite a race. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Fuel up like a champ at Doghouse downtown Phoenix. Whether you're catching the game or hosting the crew, we've got the flavor lineup to win the day. All beef house dogs, juicy burgers, crispy chicken, and craveable sausages. All served on King's Hawaiian rolls. Don't forget the loaded tots and ice cold craft brews. Open 24/7 at Central and Washington. We've got your flavor fix. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and bring the heat to your next game day.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Luke. What were our biggest takeaways from ASU football's opener against NAU? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Manning, he'll throw it this time. Oh, it's intercepted. Matthews Jr.
You could hear some other audio on that highlight. Somebody actually intertwined the Arch Manning interception against Ohio State on Saturday, but the reaction of Eli and Peyton from a Monday night matchup.
Oh, that's funny.
Peyton does the surrender cobra.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. That was one of the big highlights or big storylines of the weekend. The much anticipated Arch Manning debut on Big Noon kickoff, which got underway at about Big Noon 30.
Yeah.
That really drove me nuts, too. Like, I want to watch football. I don't need any more pregame stuff. And it went on forever until they started. But maybe the pregame was more entertaining than the actual game. Ohio State beats Texas 14-7 in the 2025 debut of Arch Manning. And that's the big storyline from the weekend in college football is this hyped savior of college football and Texas football looked woefully unprepared to play. As did most of the Texas offense, to be quite honest.
It reminds me of a famous story of a Super Bowl between the 49ers and the Broncos where a sports writer I knew put a big bet on the Broncos, and John Elway bounced past the first throw of the Super Bowl, and dude slammed his hand on the table because he knew it was over. One pass into the game. I had the same feeling watching Arch Manning over the weekend. That first pass, I thought, somebody's overwhelmed.
It was ugly to watch. And look, you have to give credit to Ohio State's defense. Matt Patricia and his pencil had a very good game plan.
Yeah, he did.
But it really didn't pick up. There was the one stretch later in the game where Manning had a beautiful throw on a pass to the sideline and then had the nice touchdown pass. But it was too little, too late. They scored 7 points. Here was Arch on what went wrong. Trust me, he said it.
Yeah, ultimately not good enough. Obviously, you don't want to start off the season 0-1. They're a good team, but I thought we beat ourselves a lot, and that starts with me, and I got to play better for us to win. Can't wait till the second half to kind of get things going.
Yeah, and he also talked about using this as a learning experience.
I sure hope so, yeah. I do think so. I think I beat myself today. We beat ourselves, and I think we're going to look back and say, oh, wow, we've improved a lot.
Yeah, and look, this was not Arch Manning's first college football action. He played a little bit last year, threw about 90 passes in the games where he got a lot of playing time and got mop-up duty against Colorado State.
Yeah.
Then he threw 4 touchdown passes against UTSA and then extensive playing time against Louisiana Monroe and Mississippi State, games that they all won easily. He's playing maybe the best defense in the country, even though it's rebuilt. Much bigger step up. But there's a lot of people that will watch that game and say, oh, he sucks, file it away, even though he's going to get much better.
That would be a mistake.
Yes.
I think if you have any sense of reason or intelligence as a sports fan, I think you throw that all into a blender and go, okay, let's hold off a couple weeks on the Arch Manning is nothing narrative. Because as you pointed out, he has not really played any high-leverage football until this past weekend, and now you're going up against one of the best defenses in the country on the road. So that's about as difficult of an opening assignment as you can get to a guy that's already been anointed the Heisman Trophy.
Yep.
He sucks. File it away.
Jared,
no, and he might. He might not be. I mean, you take that last name off the jersey, and you would think nothing of that quarterback.
It took him 3 years to become the starting quarterback of this school, by the way.
You might be right about that. It might be a symptom of the name on the back of the jersey.
Jared's put him in Justin Herbert territory,
Done.
and he's never getting out.
There are 2 ways that you know somebody is good. Because they're good, or because people tell you they're good. And Arch Manning, so far, is only good because people tell you he's good.
Yeah. Well, the loudest Arch Manning pom-pom waiver has been Paul Feinbaum.
Oh, boy.
Who said this?
Well, the truthful thing to say is it was a disastrous beginning. Now, you can look inside and find good things, but mostly he was not ready for the moment, and neither was his coach. I was more disappointed in Steve Sarkisian, who I had believed was the best offensive play caller in America. He just did not dial up very much. He was outmanned on the defensive side by Ohio State, and I came away optimistic that Arch would get better, but that's not what we were expecting, and that's not what we got.
That's exactly the point I was going to make, or very close to the point I was going to make. This was Arch Manning's first big high-profile game, and everything he does is high-profile because of his name. But you can kind of write that off as, okay, new experience for him. This was not Steve Sarkisian's first big game on a big stage, and I thought the Texas offense was more bland than vanilla. It was a terrible game for the Texas offense.
Those play calls on the goal line, the 4th down play calls, that's where you expect more from Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah.
This weekend, that game, and we can talk about LSU, Clemson, Notre Dame, Miami as well, but I think week 1, they have all these great games, and a lot of these teams, they don't know who they are. You look at Texas, you have Arch Manning who has all this praise, but he hasn't done it in a big stage like we've talked about. I would love to see, and this is never going to happen because you want the hype of week 1. I would love for these games to be like week 2, week 3, where these teams kind of, after week 1 and week 2, they know who they are, and then I think you'll see a better product.
They had the entire offseason.
You've got a point. You're making a good point, but look at it from the fan standpoint of how great this weekend was.
100%. But
they had the whole offseason to prepare for this team, and they couldn't. They had to put in the vanilla offense because their quarterback stinks.
I mean, they had 330 yards.
No, listen, Jarrett might be right. Even though Jarrett's doing exactly what I'm cautioning people not to do, he might be right.
I'm over-exaggerating a little bit, but you get
bit.
what I'm saying.
But I think Arch.
No, this is your new project. This is your new Josh Dobbs.
Right? I'm right about so few things that I like gotta jump on it.
You got to puff your chest out when you are. His debut still went better than Bill Belichick's debut at North Carolina. 48-14. Here was the hoodie afterwards.
Yeah, multiple things. Anytime you give up 2 turnovers for touchdowns offensively, that's not good. We gave up several long plays on defense, where they gained a lot of yards on one play. So just too many of those. There wasn't any one thing. It was a combination of multiple things. Too many 3-and-outs, too many long plays on defense, and then 2 turnovers. Well, we had 3 turnovers, but 2 turnovers, touchdowns. You can't overcome that.
Yeah, he also did show some optimism.
We'll just keep working and keep grinding away. We're better than what we were tonight, but we have to go out there and show that and prove it. So nobody's going to do it for us. We'll have to do it ourselves, and that's what we're going to do.
There's some real questions a lot of smart people have coming out of this game. That the thing that Bill Belichick does better than most everybody who's ever coached football is going to be largely useless to a group of football players who are not absolutely the highest level, and that is intricate game plans, right? Where you double cover this wide receiver here while playing zone with the 9 other guys, stuff that you can teach really smart professionals. They ain't gonna work in college.
No, and look, you want to talk about a team with a lot of turnover, 70 new players, new coaching staff. But when you have that much profile and that much money poured into things, there's not a lot of patience. Here's the opening of the column from the Charlotte News and Observer. Forget the cutoff sleeves. The alleged football genius got pantsed in his college debut. North Carolina paid $10 million for Bill Belichick and got sold a bill of goods. The students gave up before the third quarter was halfway over, right after the defense.
Listen, and the hero worship that broadcast gave Bill Belichick before the game was nauseating. Nauseating.
That was 48-14, by the way, after they started 7-0 and everybody was doing backflips.
Yeah, because that first drive from North Carolina looked really good.
Yeah, because it was all on script. Yeah. Once you got off script, there was nothing.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, the D-backs had a very D-backian series of games over the long weekend. We'll go over all of it in D-backs Daily next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What do you mean
right.
the U tight end?
The U tight end.
That's the move.
Right, that's the guy that's moving. That's the secondary tight end. The guy that's typically off the ball, maybe on the backside.
Well, what's the U stand for?
It's just a letter. It's just a letter. You can call it whatever you want to. It could be a U. It could be an F. I mean, it's just a letter. Yeah, that's just.
I love this.
It's just a letter. I don't know. It may be something to it, but it's just a letter in my mind. Just like the receiver could be a W, the right slot. So.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true.
Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value, and value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186-438-CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is officially game week for the Arizona Cardinals as they open up their season in New Orleans on Sunday against the Saints. With that, the Cardinals have named their captains, which include Kyler Murray and Budda Baker. For the full list of captains, head to ArizonaSports.com. Both ASU and U of A got Week 1 wins on Saturday. The Devils handled NAU 38-19 Saturday night behind big nights from Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, and the Wildcats overwhelmed Hawaii in Tucson 40-6, and both will be back in action this Saturday. And on the diamond, it was a painful loss for the Diamondbacks last night in more ways than one. On the scoreboard, 7-5 in extras is no fun, but the D-backs also lost Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the 6th inning in what looks like a knee injury, and here was manager Torey Lovello.
So Lourdes Gurriel has some right knee pain, discomfort, and there's no diagnosis right now. He is set up for imaging tomorrow, and we're say some prayers for him tonight.
The D-backs will be back in action tonight, though, against the Rangers at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It is the Labor Day sales event now at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs return home after their road trip to Milwaukee and L.A. to host the Rangers for a 3-game series at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson on the hill for Arizona. He would author a 1-2-3 top of the first inning, and he'd get early support from his offense. Facing former D-back lefty Patrick Corbin, Ketel Marte leading things off.
3-1. There's a swing and an extra base hit. High and deep, out towards left. Just like that, it's 1-0 Diamondbacks. Into cold beers and cheeseburgers, just an absolute nuke. What a start for Ketel and this Diamondback offense.
Yeah, 5 pitches into the game, D-backs led 1-0 on Marte's 441-foot shot. More home run call duty for Chris Garagiola as Geraldo Perdomo stepped in.
Now swinging is Perdomo. He sends a deep drive to left. Langford looks. There it goes. Back-to-back pitches, back-to-back bombs. Perdomo's 16th, and it's 2-0 in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, Perdomo went first pitch hunting and blasted a sinker 417 feet to make it 2-0. Corbin would limit the damage there, but got touched up again in the bottom of the second by Tyler Locklear.
See if he can do some Chase Field magic. Swung on, that is lifted high out towards left center field. Long run for Hellman, going back to the track, to the wall. Home run, Tyler Locklear. Third of the night for the Diamondbacks, and their lead is 3.
3 solo home runs, 3-0 lead, but it would not last long. Top of the third, Kyle Higashioka led off with a single, first Texas hit of the game. Cody Freeman was the next hitter.
And the 1-1. Swung on, that is hammered out towards deep left field. Gurriel giving a courtesy look, but that thing is gone. And all of a sudden, Cody Freeman's second home run of the season has brought the Rangers right back. It's a 3-2 ball game.
Yeah, second big league home run, as Chris mentioned there. The lead down to 1 would stay that way until the 6th. Nelson still on the mound for the D-backs, facing Wyatt Langford.
Langford is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout to very deep left field. There's the 1-0 from Nelson. Langford swings, drills it out towards left. Gurriel looks up, it's gone. Just missed a homer his last time up. Wasn't going to miss it this time up. And just like that, we're tied at 3.
Yeah, that was one of those lawsuit shots. The line drive that was hit so hard.
Yeah.
You're concerned for the safety
of the fans
in left field, but all knotted up at 3. Later in the top of the 6th, Rowdy Tellez, the hitter, facing Nelson, 2 outs, bases empty.
And the 2-2 from Nelson is swung on. That's barreled towards left center, slicing away from Blaze. He lunges and makes a diving catch into the gap and saves the day from potential extra bases. Unfortunately, Gurriel is down and is clutching his knee. And what happened to Lourdes?
Yeah, it was a strange-looking play. Gurriel would stay on the field for several minutes. He finally took a card to the D-backs clubhouse. We'll have more on that later. Bottom of the 6th, still working against Corbin. The D-backs got the bats going again. Corbin Carroll had a 1-out single, then stole second. Jorge Barosa grounded out to third. Carroll would then steal third with Blaze Alexander, the hitter.
Here's the pitch from Patrick Corbin. Ground ball towards first. It's fair. Down the line. Carroll will score. Alexander racing around second. He's on his way to third. And it's a go-ahead 2-out triple by Blaze Alexander.
First career triple for Blaze. D-backs back in front. That would be it for Patrick Corbin. Manager Bruce Bochy of the Rangers went to the bullpen to get right-hander Jacob Webb to face Gabby Moreno.
And the pitch. Swung on, line towards the left field line, fair. Alexander scores, and Moreno comes through with an RBI double. 5-3, Diamondbacks, bottom of inning number 6.
Yeah, Moreno delivers 2-run lead and 9 outs to get from the bullpen. Sounds great, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Thompson back from the injured list, pitched a 1-2-3 7th inning.
Check.
Andrew Salfrank did the same in the 8th.
Check.
Torey Lovello would turn to Kyle Backus to try to nail it down in the 9th.
Uh-oh.
No check? He immediately gave up a single to pinch hitter Dylan Moore. With 1 out and a runner on third, certified Diamondbacks killer Jake Berger stepped to the plate.
And first one, lined into right center field, a base hit. Garcia slowly gets to second, makes the turn. That splits the gap. That goes all the way to the wall. Thomas, it gets away from him there. Garcia going to be waved around third. Berger goes into third standing. It's an RBI triple, and the Rangers have the tying run at third with only 1 out.
5th career triple for Berger. Allowed Garcia to walk home. First, basically walk home. Cuts the lead to 1. Backus out, Jake Woodford in. He would strike out Josh Young and walk Higashioka to bring up Freeman again.
This for the win. The 2-2 is lined into right, a base hit. Berger will score, and Freeman comes through for Texas.
Yeah, Rangers down to their last strike, but the rookie comes up huge, ties the game at 4. Woodford would get Michael Hellman to fly out to end the ninth. Bottom of the ninth, Moreno laced a one-out single to right, but Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay, was able to get
in trouble again, this guy.
Ildemaro Vargas to bounce into an inning-ending 5-4-3 double play. To extras we would go. Juan Burgos in for the 10th. Certainly not a check. He would immediately walk the leadoff hitter Ezekiel Durant on 4 pitches. Moore then followed with a ground out to short. Both runners move up 90 feet. That brought up Alejandro Osuna.
And Osuna swings. Oh, he lines it right off the shoulder of the pitcher. That's going to be a base hit. Durant going to try and score. Locklear's throw to the plate. In time, they got him. The Rangers just blew their challenge. They're not going to be able to use it. That was a line shot that hit right back off the pitcher. Bochy signaling challenge. I guess they're going to get an umpire review. No matter what, the Rangers have a 1-run lead. The question is, do they have a 2-run lead?
It would be a 2-run lead. Not sure what happened there. It just kind of fade out like the end of a song.
Yeah, excited Rangers fan in the background, too.
Texas in front 7-5. D-backs facing Sean Armstrong in the 10th. Adrian Del Castillo pinch hit for Locklear, struck out, as did Alec Thomas. Things came down to Ketel Marte as the tying run.
His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
Another example of what happens to a bullpen when you don't have a closer.
When you don't have a bullpen. No,
closer
listen,
by committee right now, and the committee's not getting it done.
Yesterday was another one of those rare days that made me question, why did you give away Shelby Miller? Just to save a little chunk of money on Jordan Montgomery, just to get Jordan Montgomery off the books and officially into the dustbin of history. Did you have to give away Shelby Miller?
I mean, most of the financial damage was done on Montgomery anyway. But the last 2 days, I mean, the Sunday game in L.A., for Corbin Carroll to tie that up with a 3-run home run, only to give it away on the solo shot from Will Smith, and then you follow that up with just 2. It's been a while since there's been a gut punch loss. They've had 2 in a row.
But
and in a stretch where they're playing good baseball.
It's the repeated examples over and over again that you could only get so excited for this team because they just keep reminding you that they cannot go on sustained winning streaks.
They've got a fatal flaw.
Right, because they have a fatal flaw.
Yeah, they do.
It's really, you got to give them credit that they're playing so hard and that they keep kind of sort of bringing you back into the season when it seemed like it was hopeless a long time. But this is just going to keep happening.
After Saturday's game in Chavez Ravine, I was very, very excited. I thought, oh my goodness, if they pull off this sweep of the Dodgers and sit there at 69-69, and then as you said, for Corbin Carroll to hit that 3-run homer and give them another chance late in that game, from that point to the end of yesterday's game, peak frustration. Jake Woodford so close on a couple of pitches. And they just couldn't land the victory. It feels like this baseball season has gone on for 13 years.
It's a Sisyphean type feel.
It really does carry that feel to it.
Keep pushing that rock.
You know what that is? Sisyphus?
Of course I do. Okay. I've been called that many times. Wait, what are you talking about?
That was his other nickname in high school.
You've been called that a lot.
This year marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child or a student you know could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. Coming up next, so Captain My Captains. It's game week, and the Cardinals officially named their team leaders. We'll discuss it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so we all know the sun does a lot of damage in Arizona, and if your house is at least 15 years old, chances are you need new windows, and I've got a great offer for you, courtesy of Advanced Window Products. You can currently get a $2,500 discount when you purchase 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, and that's a big deal because there are no markups, there's no middlemen. That assures you're going to get a fantastic price. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. They've got 39 years of history servicing satisfied customers, sales and installation all done in-house, and you get a lifetime warranty from Advanced Window Products serviced by their local team, and that includes labor, glass, and parts included. That's a great deal. At Advanced Window Products, they build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. And remember, take advantage of this great special going on, $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-765-ICE.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are our expectations for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I'm excited every day. I mean, you just gotta do your job at a high level. You know, block out all the external factors, block out all the noise, and do your job the best you can do it. And I told the players that too. It's for everybody in that building: staff, coaches, players. It's all everyone's doing the same thing today. How can we do it a little bit better?
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon excited for game week. Week 1 is upon us. We are 5 days away from the Cardinals season opener, Sunday against the New Orleans Saints at the whatever the sponsor is, Superdome in the Big Easy. Part of the excitement yesterday from Gannon was announcing his 2025 team captains.
Excited for week 1, so it's here. So a lot of work to do, big time challenge. Named the captains, told them in the team meeting. So let's see, it's a list. Kyler Murray, James Conner, Budda Baker, Mac Wilson, Calais Campbell, Yelda Froholt, and Joey Blunt, voted by the team. So 3-3 on offense and defense, and 1 special teams.
Not really any shockers there. I guess the biggest surprise would be Joey Blunt's inclusion on the captain's list.
Same.
But I mean, Dennis Gardeck for years and years was always the special teams captain.
Mm-hmm.
He's in Jacksonville, so you had to have a different guy voted on by teammates. So
Makes sense.
Joey Blunt is now part of the captaincy, but it's not as many captains as Cliff Kingsbury would name once upon a time.
I don't know. Didn't Cliff get up to about 7, or isn't 7 a generally large number?
Maybe
it is
I'm
a
wrong.
large
Why does
number.
It seem like Kingsbury had more
Kingsbury
captains?
did have a lot.
Maybe it's always about what it is now, like 3 on defense, 3 on offense, 1 on special teams kind of a deal. But I do remember the jokes about them being everybody was a captain.
Well, Mac Wilson, Joey Blunt, Yelta Froholt are first-time captains. So this is a big honor for all 3 of them, but I think it really underscores Mac Wilson's got a lot of responsibilities this year. He's the green dot on defense, and he's a captain as well. That's a big rise in status for a player. Oh. And I like Mac Wilson. I think he's really, really good. But this is new realm for him.
Oh, absolutely. Lots of responsibility, and that was just fortified by him wearing the C. Here was Jonathan Gannon talking too about young players growing into captains and gaining that respect from their teammates.
You know, they've started their role. You know, they're brought here for a reason, and Yell the way back, and Mac. I mean, and Mac's in kind of a different role this year. Yell has been in the same role, but they've done a really good job. They're bought into what we're trying to do. They have positive energy all the time. They do the right things all the time. They hold guys accountable. They hold themselves accountable. People see that, and we got a lot of good guys. So it's not like those are only 7 guys that do things I want it done, but they definitely can steer the train the right way.
Yeah, so we'll get to see our first look at the Cardinals, and week 1 in the NFL is always interesting because there's so much prep, there's so much anticipation for that game. But to see the early fruits of the offseason labor. And I think it would be big for Jonathan Gannon to finally get in his 3rd year, and there is expectations on him. And people have suggested nationally maybe the hot seat is starting to develop for Jonathan Gannon. This is a big one because it's a tone setter. They've never won in week 1 with Gannon as the head coach. And they're playing a team in the New Orleans Saints that is thought to be one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah.
This would be a big statement and tone setter coming home for another winnable home opener in week 2.
Huge. So if the hallmark of this coaching staff and this football team is accountability, professionalism, doing what you're supposed to do, then I think this thing is lined up like bowling pins for the Cardinals to take advantage of their first 2 opponents of 2025. We see the danger in expectations. We see the danger from ASU, NAU in underperforming in week one relative to what those expectations happen to be. All of this is going to be in the mix Sunday in New Orleans, and it's a very, very, very important day for everybody. You go take care of business, it's going to go a long, long way in this market to make people think, okay, this football team, they've got it together now, and now it's time to go collect victories. But as I've said repeatedly, asking a team and a regime that has never put together a winning record in a season to go win week one on the road in a tough building, it's a lot to ask. Even though you've got the better football team, it's still a lot to ask. But they've got to make it happen. One of the things about college football the quality of games and the quality of matchups were such that it really kind of whet my appetite for what's to come this week in the NFL. Generally, week one of college football, you don't get a lot of there. You get a lot of one-sided games. It feels like football season is truly on right now.
Oh, it does.
And I'm really excited about what that means to the NFL slate of games when that kicks off. And we got a game Thursday night.
Yeah, we're 2 days away from the opener. I can't wait to watch Micah Parsons wearing the stuff. Oh, wait a minute. But you mentioned, too, the honor of Calais Campbell, the veteran coming back late in his career, being named a captain for this team. Calais spoke to the media yesterday and kind of reflected on what that means to him.
That was a big deal. I didn't expect it, I haven't really been here that long, but I do try to, make an impact and communicate with the guys and really love on them. And so for the guys to vote me captain, it's very, very surreal. I was honored, very honored, and I'm gonna do the best I can. Coach does a good job of creating expectations and what he expects from people and all that good stuff. And so, I'm gonna do the best I got for trying to be a captain and trying to represent what a captain should be.
Yeah, that's one thing you can always count on Calais Campbell. He said it. I'm going to do the best I can. You're never going to get a half effort from Calais Campbell.
No,
and that's the reason
accurate.
why he was named captain in his first year back with this team.
Yeah, and you look at the captaincies, and it's you see a little bit of the old Cardinals and you see a little bit of the new Cardinals, and by that I mean this. In the previous era of Cardinal football, either guys, the star players might leave Arizona angry because they didn't get their money, or the Cardinals would just resign themselves, we can't afford him. Calais Campbell was we can't afford him. And there have been a lot of guys like that they've just kind of washed their hands of because just doesn't fit our modest budget, if you will. Budda Baker, on the other hand, is representative of the new Cardinals. There was a time, I think, when we all feared that Budda Baker was going to go the way of Anquan Boldin, the way of Carlos Dansby, the way of Calais Campbell. That he wasn't gonna get his money, and he was gonna have to go find winning and joy elsewhere. That didn't happen, and now here he is, captain, entering another season with a team that's rebuilt and ready to win. You see what I'm saying? So maybe perceptually it's a good sign of progress.
Yeah, we'll get more on the Cardinals-Saints matchup as the week goes on. Coming up next, we kick off the 7 o'clock hour with a question for you. What was sloppier in the Sun Devils' first game? ASU's play or the TV broadcast? We'll get into all aspects of the Sun Devils' home opener next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Football season is upon us, so maybe you're hosting game day at your place. If you are, don't stress about the food. Spinato's has got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Spinato's catering is legit. We're talking crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even a ton of gluten-free options. Everything you need to feed the whole crew without missing a play on game day. Just hit up the catering menu, place your order, and you are the MVP of game day. And now here's something cool. For September and October, Spinato's is bringing back a fan favorite. It's called the Wizard of Za. It is a spicy chipotle peach pizza. Yeah, sweet heat, and they're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It is bold, it's different, and somehow it just works. So whether it's game day, pizza night, if you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers. Check it all out and order now at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the long weekend, Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils took care of business in their season opener against NAU. The Devils won 38-19. Sam Levitt threw for 2 touchdowns and added 2 more on the ground, and wide receiver Jordan Tyson had 12 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown. And here was head coach Kenny Dillingham after the win.
Just happy we got a W, and it's always good to win ugly. You know, that's one of the best things about coaching is when you win ugly and it wakes people up a little bit, and that's great. I mean, this is good.
The Devils will head to Starkville this weekend for an SEC matchup against Mississippi State this Saturday. The Arizona Diamondbacks, after taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers over the weekend, lost the opener to the Rangers last night in extras 7-5. But that's not the only thing they lost. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. was carted off the field in the 6th inning after suffering an apparent knee injury in left field. According to manager Torey Lovello, there is no current update, but he will get imaging done today. The Snakes are back in action tonight at 6:40 against the Texas Rangers at Chase Field, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. ASU didn't struggle against NAU, but it wasn't the blowout many thought was coming. The good and the bad from the Devils opener on Saturday. We're talking about it on the Burnsy and Gambo Show at straight up 2 o'clock.
1st and 10.
Got
from the
man-to-man
16.
coverage with Tyson if he wanted on the left side.
A play fake. Levitt throwing a fade to the far side to Tyson. Did he make the catch? Yes! Touchdown! Jordan Tyson. A perfectly thrown fade by Sam Levitt on the far side of the end zone. And Tyson gathers it in beautifully for his second touchdown reception of the night. A 16-yard pass play that pretty much salts this one away for Arizona State.
Yeah, final points of the night for ASU. Tremendous throw and catch from Sam Levitt to Jordan Tyson over the shoulder. Highlight reel stuff. 38-19 the final in the season opener for the Sun Devils. They didn't get that big number. They didn't cover.
No, they were favored by 29.5 points, and they won by 19. Mm-hmm. So that's caused, various reactions and various levels of alarm from people. Just remember Bruce Arians' one of his favorite sayings, you can learn a lot more from winning close games than you can from trying to dealing with the cleaning up the mess of a bad loss.
Yeah. Look, we talked to Kenny Dillingham on Friday. He told us, he said it repeatedly in Saturday's press conference after the game. Tip of the cap to the NAU coaching staff because they do a lot of weird stuff.
They do.
Not weird bad, but weird good, and it's hard to prepare for.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like ASU had a hard time preparing for it, especially on that offensive line, which got tested depth-wise. They had a couple of offensive linemen leave their injury, but Sam Levitt was under a lot of pressure pretty much every time he went back to throw the ball, it seemed.
Listen, and I do have a lot of respect for the NAU coaching staff. You brought it up last week. This is a pedigreed head coach and a good staff. But it does alarm you that gimmick defenses can, from a team that's an FCS team, can bother a team with national championship aspirations.
Yeah.
It's only week one, though. There's a lot of good that can come out of this. Now let's talk about just the weirdness of the night, because I think that is really the story as it pertains to ASU football. I talked to people. You were kind of caught in the gridlock. There were a lot of people who got into the game late. There were a lot of people that couldn't believe how long the lines for the concessions were. This is the price of having a really good team, folks. Just so you know, there are benefits to having a bad team. You park, you can get there late, you can get to the bathrooms, but it's not as good as having a good team. So you got to factor this into the equation here.
Yeah, they announced a crowd of 56,749.
Mm-hmm.
Their capacity is 53,599. So there was a lot of people. And once you got close to the stadium on Saturday for me, and I was with my kids, but we got basically to Rural and Rio Salado at 6 o'clock, an hour before kickoff. Shame on me. I hadn't been there as a fan in a while.
Yeah.
We got to our seats at the 5-minute mark of the first quarter. So missed the first 2 Sun Devil touchdowns, and then basically watched NAU dominate the rest of the second quarter.
I know, right?
Of the first half, I should say.
So a lot of people. So the people trying to watch it on ESPN Plus, that was a debacle. And then, as you pointed out, the immense interest in this football team is something that everybody's going to have to budget into your game day experience. This is kind of why the idea of having a brand new practice facility to tailgate is a really good idea, because it will lessen it will make people get there earlier, where that kind of stuff won't be such an issue. But look, so what happened with ESPN Plus? You talk about a frustrating night.
Oof.
Trying to find that football game, then dealing with that broken stream. So the ESPN Plus claimed they had a transmission issue. I had that once on a 1976 Camaro.
I was going to say, as someone that wasn't here, I didn't have it on my TV, so I was trying to get it on ESPN Plus. A terrible experience.
A terrible experience. I was livid.
And this is after they've built up this brand new app that is supposed to be the end-all, be-all of sports apps. Last year, I remember being out and about and trying to get a game on a phone, and sometimes it would work, and sometimes it wouldn't work. You know how I feel about streaming sporting events. Is it nice to have nearly everything available to you? Yes, but when it doesn't work, it's frustrating. When it doesn't work and you're paying for it, it's really frustrating. So all the fans that were pissed off because they couldn't see the second half of the game, I hear you. You have every right to be mad about it.
Yeah.
Because even when I got home, I wanted to go back and catch what I had missed. So I went back and I watched the first quarter over again. And then I thought, maybe did they correct the telecast on the archive? No. The archive shows this jumbled image for the whole second half of the game. I couldn't imagine. I would be pulling my hair out if I didn't have access.
Somebody
to see that
posted
game.
I know. Somebody posted a picture of their pixelated television. It looked like a Monet abstract painting.
Well, I know,
babe.
I know for a lot of people.
Oh, it was
not pointing fingers at myself. It brought back memories of adolescence.
Oh my goodness!
Trying to watch the adult channel on cable when you weren't a
the
subscriber.
Playboy channel.
Now that's a question for the Generation Gap game show, because I'm sure that's I have no idea with that stuff.
Yeah, so listen.
I think I saw something.
And I wrote about this extensively in a column.
That's just the nose.
What's that? Oh yeah, just the right. No, but the idea, what they're doing, these streaming wars, they're changing everything, and I think it's a real dangerous precedent because some things should be shared experiences available to everybody. That's the magic of sports. And as I wrote, you can get away with charging people a fortune for hot dogs and parking and tickets, but the deal has always been the games are available to you for free if you don't make it to the stadium. And that covenant's been broken now.
Well, and yeah, not for free, but even so, if you were not willing to shell out the money to pay for a streaming subscription to watch the game, you still have options normally. Because now a lot of the sports bars have the capability of showing streaming, and you didn't have that option either.
No.
You were all out of options.
Yeah, all out of options.
And I think Cam Scadaboo, of all people, kind of crystallized it better than everybody else. When he's trying to watch the game, and the 11th ranked team in the country is not watchable.
Yeah, is not
on week one.
Is not given a mainstream slot.
We talked all week about this being the most highly anticipated season opener, and in a lot of ways, it played out. I mean, again, that crowd, the buzz, the atmosphere, all of it. And to have the rug pulled out from under people who really want to get into this team, it's not acceptable.
No, and to make it clear, this has nothing to do with ASU.
No.
This is an ESPN issue, but Graham Rossini is going to have to make a couple of angry phone calls. I'm sure he already has.
Well, he tweeted during the game, apologizing and how they're going to look into it and how it's got to be better for the fans.
It felt so helpless. On Saturday, when you spent your whole day, you spent the whole week, spent the whole last few months gearing up for this debut to see what it looks like, to soak it all in, and then to be given that was about as frustrating of a night as I've had in quite a while.
Yep. It's time for Character Counts. ASU stars Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson are using their newfound success and fame to give back to the Valley. The duo is partnering with Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in a venture that includes 10% of proceeds going to Phoenix Children's whenever their signature menu items are ordered. Levitt is bringing back last season's QB10 wrap, which offers the choice of Nashville hot chicken. We're going through the whole menu here.
I want people to know what they could get.
Paired with
It's for
romaine
a good
lettuce,
cause.
fresh tomato ranch, shredded cheese, and buffalo sauce in a soft tortilla.
Sounds good.
And Jordan Tyson is debuting the touchdown sandwich, which has lettuce, tomato, and chicken tenders tossed in sweet chili sauce along with honey mustard on a bun. Levitt said in the announcement, quote, "I'm super excited to partner with Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers again this year. I'm thankful to work with a company that is part of the ASU community and invested in giving back. Well done, Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, and Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, helping out Phoenix Children's. Character Counts is presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, what does a scary injury and an even scarier lack of production from two key D-backs players mean for the future of the team? We'll get into both angles next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'll do the Luke Lipinski special here and ask you a loaded question as we're about to go to break. If they win the Big 12 again, is he the best player in program history?
If they win Big 12 again,
back-to-back years,
is he the best player in program?
And then he goes on to be a top 5 pick. This would be it for him, basically.
The only other player that's coming to mind is Tillman. They named the Conference Defensive Player of the Year award after him for the season he had. He's the only other player that comes to mind.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Low T, start for free. Yep, for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go so you feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym and lose that dad bod for good. You also think better, sleep better, your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled here. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that you see on social media or TV. Start enjoying life with the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, a game changer. Hey, if you have low T, why not get started for free? Book your video appointment today. And again, start for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. That's Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. With Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com. Where Arizona saves.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Ario Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at AMCOArizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Luke. What were our biggest takeaways from ASU football's opener against NAU? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
He lunges and makes a diving catch into the gap and saves the day from potential extra bases. Unfortunately, Gurriel is down and is clutching his knee. And what happened to Lourdes?
The only thing I could think of is he was trying to get out of the way, maybe, of Blaze as he was scooting across the outfield, going into his dive. And even Perdomo's out there now. They're waving for help.
Lourdes is clutching his leg with one hand and his head in the other.
That was the scene in the top of the 6th inning last night. Great play by Blaze Alexander in his first game playing center field. A near collision. Gurriel avoids, and it was really hard to make out exactly what happened. Because there wasn't the moment where you say, oh, that's where it went. It was an awkward maneuver by Gurriel to avoid the contact, but the reaction is what told the story. And they go to a commercial break, and they came back, and Gurriel still on the field, has to take a cart to the locker room, and Torey Lovello updated things after the game.
So Lourdes Gurriel has some right knee pain, discomfort, and there's no diagnosis right now. He is set up for imaging tomorrow, and we're say some prayers for him tonight. It's a situation where we're gonna hope for the best. I don't think it looks great, but before I'm gonna speculate, I'll just say park it neutral for 24 hours or until I see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully we get the best news possible, but it doesn't look great.
Yeah, I mean, this is another. It's awful for Lourdes, who's really had a tremendous month of August, and then the calendar flips.
Turns to
first
September.
Day in September.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, but when has this team got the best news possible this year? It just hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened. This looked very much to me like a Kyler Murray non-contact knee injury. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. planted hard on that right knee to try to get out of the way of Blaze Alexander. But by the way, you mentioned it. For a guy making his first start in center field, what an amazing diving catch that was.
Yeah.
But it was just so disorienting because Blaze gets up and everyone's going nuts, and then all of a sudden people realize Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is not getting up.
Yeah.
But there was no collision, and it was just a really, really odd scene.
Well, obviously you feel horrible for Lourdes Gurriel Jr. because, again, it looked pretty terrible from the reaction. But seeing the pain on Blaze Alexander's face after that, he looked like he felt responsible for it.
Yeah.
And again, his first game in a new position. I will say this on the positive side of things. He's a guy that is seizing every opportunity. Had the big triple in the bottom of the 6th inning, delivered there. And that's what, again, this season is about, is young players establishing roles and spots on this team moving forward. And he's starting to look more and more comfortable regardless of where he plays in the field. And that's a good thing. But there's, we're hoping for the best, as Torey Lovello said. There's a potential real complication here. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is going into an option year. And the way he was hitting the baseball, you're like, oh, he's going to test free agency.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Well, you're not going to test free agency if you're out for a season.
No, and that's a player option.
Yes.
And so, so if Lourdes Gurriel Jr., that what it means is he might be rehabbing on the D-backs dime next year. So listen, it's very, very unfortunate. I thought a lot of things. I agree with you about Blaze Alexander's reaction. I think he was confused. I think he didn't understand if he had collided with Lourdes Gurriel Jr., but he didn't feel it because he didn't.
Or if he was not the one to go after that ball, should that have been Lourdes' ball? But it's the center fielder's responsibility to call off, correct?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so there was that element of it. There's the element that this young player in Blaze Alexander said, I'll try outfield so we can get Jordan Lawler the playing time he clearly needs. Maybe he doesn't deserve at this point.
There's never been in the history of baseball a position known as designated fielder. But that's kind of what he is right now. And if you go back to his first Major League Baseball stint, 36 at-bats in a row without a hit. We're getting into Chris Davis territory.
This is brutal. He is helpless with a breaking ball. Helpless.
Which is amazing. Look, you're not seeing the quality of pitching at AAA that you're seeing at the major league level.
Mm-hmm.
But not everybody is Cy Young at the major league level either.
No.
They throw breaking balls at AAA.
Uh-huh. Just not good ones.
It's got to be psychological.
It has to be.
At some point, yeah.
If he takes a strike, he's done. They're going to throw him 2 straight, breaking pitches, and he's going to swing and miss. And
but
that's
he's
it.
always behind, and I must say, like the last at bat when he struck out for the 3rd time, and he fell behind 0-2. The first 2 strikes were just dotted on the corners, basically unhittable anyway.
Uh-huh.
And then you're in an 0-2 hole, and then if you're a pitcher, even though he's got a short sample size, throw him a breaking ball. He's going to chase it wherever it is.
Wherever it is, yeah.
I feel terrible for the kid because everybody's counting on him to be this next generation superstar, but he looks anything but. It's almost to the point, I hate to admit this too. I was talking to a buddy over the weekend, and we started playing a game on his at-bats. Is it going to be a forward K or a backward K?
Oh, boy.
Because he's just an automatic out right now.
Listen, the quality of breaking balls in Major League Baseball, here's a quick Michael Jordan story for you. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Michael Jordan trying to play baseball.
Stop you.
Okay. I used to, as I've said, I used to chronicle. I had to chronicle every swing he took in spring training, which was absurd, but that's what the Chicago audience wanted. So it caused a lot of resentment in the White Sox clubhouse, as you might imagine. So they conspired to make Michael Jordan look really, really bad. So they put him in a cage against Kirk McCaskill, who had a wicked 12-6 curveball. Wicked. And Michael Jordan had never seen a Major League breaking ball in his life. And the flailing, the embarrassing, and it was all set up by teammates who were resenting the presence of Michael Jordan. That's what I feel like when I watch Jordan Lawler now. A guy incapable of touching a Major League breaking ball. I don't know what you do with him now.
You got to keep playing them, I guess.
You have to.
You have to, but is it complicated by the fact that they were chasing 500 again and making this interesting?
I know.
They keep, barely not getting to the point where it would be complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if they would have won that last game versus the Dodgers and the Rangers game, and you're back at 500, and then you're thinking, okay, we're back in it. They keep sort of showing themselves enough what they are that it still is worth investing. Because,
look, you have to.
You came into the post-trade deadline stretch of this season saying, okay, we unloaded a lot of talent, but we have Locklear and we have Lawler to replace that talent, and we have our first base and third base of the future. Locklear has not been good at all. He had a home run yesterday, obviously.
Yes.
That was good. But him and Lawler no longer feel like those automatic check those boxes for the future. Well, you have to see what you have.
And now you're in a situation probably the rest of the month to close out the season where Locklear's playing every day because Pavin Smith's hurt again.
Yeah.
So those guys are going to get opportunities, but it's tough to watch.
But the weird thing is, Jared said that, okay, post-trade deadline, this should be a time now to get real clear barometers on all your top prospects. So you have to run this thing through with Jordan Lawler, but at some point in time, you've got to respect the game. You've got to respect the players who are playing alongside of him, and you've got to respect Jordan Lawler as well. And if it gets to 0 for 50 territory, I mean,
56 is the record.
The kid's going to have
54?
to go 30 for 50 to hit 300 after 100 at bats. Wait, what's the record?
Chris Davis, I think, 54 straight at bats without a hit.
That was all in one season, though.
No, that was over the course of 2 seasons. Yeah.
But the problem with this is that Davis at least had 40 home run seasons in his past.
Yeah.
This is to start a career, which is what makes this just so crazy.
His OPS is under 100. He's got 3 walks.
Oh, no.
He has a run scored.
He does.
It's not 0.
Coming up next on this Tuesday morning, Sammy's got the big stories of the morning in the Rush Hour reboot as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6.
on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story of why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And when I say a real-life story, I'm talking about my real life. So not that long ago, asleep in the middle of the night, my son knocks on the door. Dad, the downstairs toilet is leaking. Went downstairs. Sure enough, I had a small lake in my downstairs bathroom. Had to get up and get to work, so I got in my car, driving to radio, called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, and I couldn't believe it, but a real person answered the phone, because a real person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were already at my home fixing my issue. That, to me, was beyond impressive, but that's what Parker & Sons does in your time of need. They'll come to you, your rescue, in minutes, not days. Parker & Sons has been serving the Valley for 50 years. They're reputable and highly decorated. They are fast and reliable. They are trustworthy and credible. All their technicians have been trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They pass background checks and drug tests. They're the company you can feel good about letting into your sacred space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is officially game week for the Arizona Cardinals as they open their season in New Orleans on Sunday against the Saints. With that, the Cardinals have named their captains, which include Kyler Murray and Budda Baker. For the full list of captains, head to arizonasports.com. Both ASU and U of A got Week 1 wins on Saturday. The Devils handled NAU 38-19 Saturday night behind big nights from Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, and the Wildcats overwhelmed Hawaii in Tucson 40-6, and both teams will be back in action this Saturday. On the diamond, it was a painful loss for the Diamondbacks in more ways than one on the scoreboard. 7-5 in extras is no fun, but the Diamondbacks lost Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury, and here was manager Torey Lovello.
So Lourdes Gurriel has some right knee pain, discomfort, and there's no diagnosis right now. He is set up for imaging tomorrow, and we'll say some prayers for him tonight.
The D-backs will be back in action tonight against the Rangers at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Get me in the lot of mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Big stories on this Tuesday. Time for the reboot. Here's Sammy.
Yeah, good morning. It is Tuesday. We had a long, nice holiday weekend, and football is back, and ASU got their season underway in week 1 with a sloppy and some may say ugly win. Here was head coach Kenny Dillingham on that matter.
Just happy we got a W, and it's always good to win ugly. That's one of the best things about coaching is when you win ugly and it wakes people up a little bit, and that's great. I mean, this is good.
So, sure, it may have been ugly, but that's not really what the score said, 38-19. Is winning ugly in week 1 for this Devils team a good or maybe a bad sign?
Well, listen, I think it's probably a bad sign that can turn out to be a good lesson for the team, because if, you come through a game like that, now as a football player, you've had a great escape. And now the coach has a lot of talking and coaching points that he can basically kind of dwell on, and he'll have his team's attention. I do believe there is something to, as I said earlier, the Bruce Arians mentality, that there's nothing better than an ugly victory as a teaching moment.
Yeah. Now, winning ugly against an opponent that you should dominate or have historically dominated could be somewhat concerning. My concern level's still pretty low, but look, Kenny Dillingham in now showing film and getting ready for an SEC opponent, all he's got to say is, we play like that in Starkville on Saturday, you're coming home with a loss.
Yep.
Yes.
And I don't care how good or bad Mississippi State is. NAU did a lot of different things, and they played really, really I thought they played a really good game. But you got to, 12 penalties. Yeah. That's the first time any Kenny Dillingham teams had more double-digit penalties in a game. Some of them were absolute killers on the offensive side of the ball. There was a 2-play stretch in the second half where they wiped away a touchdown and 135 yards of explosive plays in 2 plays.
Yep.
So, still very it was ugly. I'm not going to say it wasn't ugly, but it's still not that concerning yet to me.
Yeah, fair. So Lourdes Gurriel Jr., we can add him to the long list of Diamondback injuries this season, but I wanted to bring up this. So Ryan Nelson and Eduardo Rodriguez are tied for the MLB lead with most wins lost, and by meaning they leave the game with a chance or a win in line and the bullpen blows the lead.
Wow.
They each have 6 of them.
Wow.
Okay, so is the bullpen, this Diamondbacks bullpen, the biggest what if of this Diamondbacks season? Like, is it as simple as if this Diamondbacks bullpen was formidable or good, would this team be a playoff team?
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it a what if. I think it's just a fact. They're going to battle every night with less than a major league bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
And like Torey on any given night, last night he was questioned, why did you go to Backus in the 9th? Why didn't you go to Beeks? It seems like he's got a ton of buttons to push because nobody's got a defined role. And when that's the situation, it's hard to press the right button.
That's so true. Yeah, that's exactly right. When you got a lot of buttons and you never know what's going to happen when you press one of them.
It's like Jarrett running the board.
Oh! Ow! Ow! Well done, Vinny. Yeah, listen, it's a shame to me because at trade deadline, the baseball team waved the white flag. The team wouldn't listen. And because of the star power of 3 guys and then the return of Gabby Marino, This team has remained highly competitive. It still has enough good starting pitching to stay in these games and make things interesting, and yet the bullpen doesn't have got the guy at the very back end. And once again, you didn't have to give away Shelby Miller.
Yeah.
But they did.
Didn't have to. And look, is Shelby Miller the difference in this team being in the playoff chase right now?
Might be the difference.
Maybe.
He might be the difference in 5 to 6 games.
Yeah. Let the record show that yesterday Shelby Miller said he felt a pop in his elbow. And he's
did
injured.
he?
Yeah. So neither here or there, but he is injured now.
Yeah. Look at the bright side too on Lourdes Gurriel Jr. It's not a Tommy John injury.
Yep. True.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, we'll find out more today. So we're a few days away from finding out what this Cardinals team really looks like in a game that matters. Here was Jonathan Gannon yesterday.
Control we can control. We understand what it's going to take to win, for us to have a chance to win. Go into a tough environment, a lot of unknowns there. Like I said, good coaching staff. They have good players. So we got to be on top of it.
So there's a lot of things we hope or excited to see with this Cardinals team, but what are you most looking forward to see from this Cardinals team in New Orleans on Sunday?
Yeah, I want to see I can't wait to see Kyler Murray in week 1. He's had some really good week 1 performances. He's been known to start fast. That's what I want to see. I want to see that version of Kyler Murray.
See, I'm on the flip side. I can't wait to see this defense together. We didn't see Calais Campbell at all in the preseason. We didn't see Josh Sweat. So to see this revamped defense rebuilt, and this is where they invested the most money in improving this team, I'm really looking forward to seeing what this defense looks like.
Yeah. And lastly, so we missed hardware yesterday. We normally do that on Monday. So give you the chance. Who won the weekend this weekend?
Ooh, who won the weekend?
Ohio State probably was a big winner.
I'll give you mine. The Big 12.
I would say Florida State.
Okay, Florida State.
Yeah, that's a good call. It was easier to say who lost
Mike
the weekend.
Norvell won the weekend. I thought Mike Norvell had one foot in the coaching grave after what happened to them last year.
Yeah.
After all that whining about missing the playoffs the previous year, they dominated.
Yes.
It wasn't talked about a ton, certainly on this show, but because Florida State was so bad last year. But Gus Malzahn leaving UCF to take the offensive coordinator job at Florida State, he's still really good at that.
He's excellent
and
at
they
that.
got a quarterback that BC gave up on, who's pretty decent at times at BC.
Yep.
He's frisky, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know
It's
if
a good word for him, frisky.
Yeah, I don't know if this equates to Florida State challenging in the ACC, but that was a really good first week.
Gus Malzahn, that's a great call because Gus Malzahn's going to end up saving Mike Norvell's backside.
He is. Mine was the Big 12.
Or taking his job.
That too.
The Big 12 went 8-0 this weekend, and they won by an average of 38 points. So Big 12 is fun. That's what I found out.
Yeah, it's just like we thought. There's a lot of teams that win a lot of games.
A lot of teams.
And Kansas State, barely.
Oh, a knee knocker.
Has anybody checked on Avery Johnson's family after that nail biter of a win?
Man.
They might have pummeled each other in the parking lot.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about that story? When I first heard about that story, I had assumed the quarterback's dad and brother got into a fight with other opposing fans. I didn't know dad was actually fighting brother.
Assume that some of the other people in the stands of a game in Ireland were drunk and rowdy? Why would you think that?
Better behaved.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Acted like they've been there before. Thanks, Sammy. All rebooted on this Tuesday. Coming up next, what does Micah Parsons have in common with his old team's owner's face? They're both getting injections.
Oh, boy.
We'll explain more next. It's Bickley and Marana Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and there's something different about Chapman BMW, Arizona's premier destination for luxury and performance, and I mean that in the very best way. They are a family-run, award-winning business since 1966. They've been serving the Valley for 6 decades. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in today's corporate automotive world. It's a great place to work, obviously, and a family that cares about its employees and customers alike. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. High-end inventory. Their great lineup of electric vehicles. They've got something for every price range at Chapman BMW. And remember, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So here's my advice. Pick one of their locations. Go check them out. Take a test drive. Find what you like. Then ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He's a personal friend of mine. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already, and you can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus, superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
It sounds like he may have to get a shot, a pain-killing injection, however you want to describe that, to play on Sunday. But it's certainly, I can't imagine he is going to get traded to Green Bay. They're going to be playing the Detroit Lions. He will have just signed his $8,800 million contract, and he's not going to play. Like, that's hard for me to imagine. So however it is, I expect him to be out there, but we'll see how that plays out.
That's Adam Schefter. We're transposing the number on that contract. Did he say $8,800 million?
That's what it sounded like you said. I'm like, wow, that's a big number. I didn't know he got paid that much.
How many zeros is that? That's a lot. I think 2 ways to look at this.
Mm-hmm.
The first way is, okay, we just spent $188 million and traded a 3-time Pro Bowler and 2 first-round picks for Micah Parsons. And his first game, he's going to need an injection in his back to play. Am I concerned? The other way to look at it is,
yeah,
An NFL player taking a shot to ensure that he plays a game on a Sunday.
Shocking.
Happens all the time.
Happens quite frequently.
Yes. Where do you fall on that range?
I don't know. I didn't think there was any issue with Micah Parsons' back at all. I thought that was my back is kind of sore, as opposed to mine, which is actually very sore. But I'm a little concerned. If you were a Packers fan, that's a lot of commitment to give a guy right away if he doesn't check out physically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But like Adam Schefter said, I would be stunned if he didn't play in week 1. Because, I mean, that's if you're Micah Parsons, that's a bad look.
Yeah. He was on the practice field yesterday, and they were, it wasn't the footage that was out there, at least, and I saw Rob Domofsky, who covers them for ESPN, had some footage that he shared on social media, and it wasn't exactly really high-impact kind of stuff he was doing.
Right.
But he was out there. And look, Micah Parsons wants to play. That would be unfortunate, but it would be chalked up to a bad look if you couldn't play your first game with your new team.
Yeah.
After everything you did to engineer your way out of town. And there's just too much on the line. That's an enormous week 1 game for both of those
Very
teams.
much so. Very much so. So if you're Micah Parsons and you're the Packers, you want this to look like we just went and signed Godzilla to play for us. You don't want it. It's a bad look if suddenly Micah Parsons, he's not playing this week. Back tightness.
Yeah.
That would almost validate Jerry Jones in a weird way.
Maybe you need one of these anti-inflammatory corticosteroid. Corticosteroid? I've never seen that word before.
Corticosteroids.
Yeah. Maybe you need one of those for your back tightness.
Have you ever gotten anything like that?
No.
I've had cortisone shots, not in my back.
Any listeners have one of those on them? Bring them in this.
Yeah, right. And then bring you a ham sub while you're at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, why not? If you're dropping by the station, you might as well.
Or just bring a whole buffet.
Right. Just bring the whole buffet in here for Jerry.
I was thinking about that again, Jerry. You go to more buffets than anybody I've ever known.
I don't.
And they're not even a thing anymore.
It's true.
Find them.
It just so happens that I've gone to this same one twice in the last month or so. It's been a little more, but I don't go that often. Believe me, I would if I could.
How many plates did you dust
Now
off?
this time. Oh God. Let's see here.
We go inside the.
See, I start off with 2. You always got to start off with 2. So I start off with 2. Then I did. So I did 3 full plates. Then I did, including a Mongolian barbecue. I had 2 bowls of soup, and I had an ice cream.
You would vibe well with my youngest for some strange reason, and I'm sure it had to do with his upbringing. But he just adores breakfast buffets.
Oh,
I
really?
mean, and he stacks the plates
See,
up.
of all the buffets, the breakfast buffet to me is on the lowest rung.
I would agree with
I would
that.
agree as well.
Because there's nothing like room temperature eggs and stuff that they always put out there. That's like pancakes. That's stuff you want freshly made for you. So I don't vibe with that. Now I do like if they have like fresh lox and stuff and bagels. I do like that.
Bick, what if they had a Thanksgiving Day buffet? That would rank lower than breakfast for you.
Oh, yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be. I think my youngest loves buffets because he pulled a scam. We were in Tokyo, and he'd go up and he'd look like he was getting a glass of water, but he was literally pouring himself Sprite, which he shouldn't have been doing at that young age. And so he was just pounding Sprite in the morning, and I think he fell in love with that the rebelliousness of it.
You know what my wife does? Not just at buffets, anything like that where you get your own drink. Almost always, the water is just like a button that's on top of another actual spigot.
Yeah.
So she'll accidentally, oh no, half a cup of lemonade or whatever it is. Oh, the button's right here. Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong thing there.
Yeah.
Can I say this, by the way, because I just ran into this issue at a place that I went to. I'm not going to name the place because the food was great, but it's 2025. Can we get the water drinkers? If you're not going to sell bottled water, you have to have a better option than just the button on top of the soda dispenser, because it tastes like really bad soda when you're drinking the water.
You got to let it run.
That's
got to
good
let
point.
it run. You got to get that blue tint out of it before you.
All right, back to football.
Okay.
The other side of the Micah Parsons trade.
Okay, I can take the rest of the segment off. Back to sports.
It's been buffet talk with Jarrett Garland. The Dallas side of things, Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Cowboys, talked about the locker room vibes after the big trade went down.
From what I got from the feel of the locker room, I don't think there was needed a talk or lifting guys up over the divorce or feeling down about themselves. I mean, or about the situation. It's a business. And I think a lot of guys in that locker room know that, have felt that to some extent or not. And I just think that was just another realization of it, of this is a business. And hell, if anything, I hope it was a wake-up call to some guys, right? Like this is for our life. And every day you come in here and you approach it as it is for your life. We're blessed to play a game for a living. So, yeah, the locker room have seemed upbeat. The ping pong games have still been going on, and yeah, we're focused on Philly. If nothing would have been done, we'd sit here and y'all still would have been asking me whether he was playing in a couple of days or when he was going to be playing. That would be a lot more of a headache and distraction than getting a solution to it.
Yeah, there's an interesting side note involving Dak Prescott because of his status as the Cowboys team leader, the quarterback, and a guy who did get the huge contract after a feet dragging by Jerry Jones, that maybe he should have been more outspoken, verbose in support of his teammates. Stephen A. Smith has been raking Dak Prescott over the coals for not being more vocal in that, and instead it leads to a 26-year-old all-world pass rusher being traded. And then the Cowboys over the weekend also, they paid Deron Bland $92 million over 4 years.
Yeah.
So they're kind of all over the place in what their direction is right now. Are they all in or not? And then there was people saying, oh, use one of those first-round draft picks that you just got from Green Bay and swing that for another player. Well, what are you doing?
Yeah, listen.
Are you competing or are you not?
No, this is a very interesting point because you would think that maybe in a healthy, functioning organization, other team leaders would speak out on behalf of the travesty of letting a guy like Micah Parsons get out of the organization. You saw a lot of it from some former Cowboys after the deal went down, but none of it happened beforehand. There was no real public pressure put on Jerry Jones from the leaders of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Which tells you either the leaders of the Cowboys are not good leaders or the culture is such that they don't want to get sideways with Jerry.
Well, can I give you a third option on that?
Yeah.
That they just figured this is the way he does things. It's going to take time, and then Jerry and the Cowboys will buckle, and Micah Parsons will be a Cowboy long term, and we'll have him for Thursday night against Philadelphia.
I think
that was the thought.
Exactly. I would bet you everybody on that team thought that this was, it's just the carnival that's around here, and it's going to play out. He's going to get it done. I don't think anybody thought he was actually going to get traded.
Here's what I think happened. I think maybe Jerry Jones was going to operate that strategy. David Mulugeta struck a deal with the Packers that's going to pay this guy $47 million, which means Micah Parsons, I'm guessing, his price tag went through the roof in the last weeks of that negotiation. Mm-hmm. And then Jerry Jones was stuck with okay, my strategy kind of backfired here. You know what I mean? Because if he went and did a side deal with the Packers, like, okay, if we can get him out of Dallas, what will you pay my guy? Okay, great number. That's what we're looking for. They probably went back to Jerry Jones and said, okay, Jerry, listen, here's what we want. We want $47 million a year, $140 guaranteed. You in? And at that point in time, Jerry's like, now he's really stuck.
Well, I
don't know what else makes sense in this situation.
Yeah, I can't wait until later in the week where Jerry says, see, just because Green Bay paid him doesn't keep him off the injured list.
I guess he must have hurt his back shaking my hand that one time.
Either that or lifting his wallet. Regardless, football is here in 2 days, season opener upon us. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, second half of the Tuesday show kicks off with the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Arizona State underwhelms an unwatchable streaming mess of an opener, writes Dan Bickley. D-backs outfielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is carted off the field, and the D-backs drop a painful game in extras to the Rangers. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Fall is almost here, the time when people in Arizona love to get up and get out, to travel, see the world. Hard to do if you are stuck inside dealing with chronic pain in your knees, your shoulders, your hips, or your back. But I've got good news for you. You don't have to suffer any longer. My friends at QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are treatments that harness your body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and it all happens without surgery, without drugs, without downtime. You walk into QC Kinetics, you get your treatment, you walk right back out the door. And this stuff really works. And I know that because QC Kinetics has a 92% success rate with its patients. I know because Emmett Smith raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him. And I know because QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. I'm currently in treatment for a bad case of tennis elbow, getting markedly better. They'll help you walk, run, hike, play golf, and move again pain-free. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get your free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the long weekend, Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils took care of business in their season opener against NAU. The Devils won 38-19. Sam Levitt threw for 2 touchdowns and added 2 more on the ground, and wide receiver Jordan Tyson had 12 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown, and the Devils will now head to Starkville this weekend for an SEC matchup against Mississippi State on Saturday. The Arizona Diamondbacks, after taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers over the weekend, lost the opener to the Rangers last night in extra innings, 7-5, but that's not the only thing the Snakes lost. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. was carted off the field in the 6th inning after suffering an apparent knee injury in left field, and according to manager Torey Lovello, there's no current update, but he will get imaging done today. The Snakes are back in action tonight at 6:40 against the Texas Rangers, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
What a weekend for college football, a sport that took a harpoon to the great white whale of hype. It exposed Arch Manning. It exposed Alabama football under Kalen DeBoer. It humbled Clemson and Notre Dame, and it made mincemeat out of Chapel Bill Belichick. As for Arizona State, well, maybe they got lucky that ESPN Plus screwed up their broadcast, effectively blacking out the Sun Devils from Valley living rooms, because ASU underwhelmed in victory. They were never threatened, but they were sloppy and stagnant and often confused by the NAU defense, and Kenny Dillingham admitted afterwards to being outcoached, which you don't hear very often. This was an instant and important lesson that things have changed dramatically. It's a new year and a new team, but expectations are everywhere. On Saturday, those in attendance learned that a big-time program now means long lines and crazy traffic, and those who tried to watch from home learned how frustrating a streaming broadcast can be. Bottom line, it might take a while for ASU to find their new groove and their new identity, which won't be an issue in the short term as long as they keep winning. And the good news is this: ASU will be ranked higher than Alabama entering week 2 of a college football season, which doesn't happen very often. And this weekend, the Sun Devils have a second chance to make a first impression, and that's a rarity in sports. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I mean, we won a football game, which is a positive. We got to be able to stop short yardage runs. That was not a positive. And we can't have, 12 penalties for 93 yards that cost us probably an additional 170 yards, 150 yards of total yardage. So when you look at it all, if you just removed the penalties, this entire sheet is 200 yards different right now. And we got to get that cleaned up. That starts with me. I mean, I'm the end-all, be-all when it comes to stuff like that. And we've had officials at every practice. We haven't had that amount of holding calls called in all of camp than we had tonight, and we got to get that cleaned up.
That was Kenny Dillingham after the ASU win Saturday night by 19 points over NAU. He talked about the penalties. He talked about the difficulty NAU gave them in what they presented both offensively and defensively. He said flat out he got outcoached and kind of reiterated that a couple of times during his press conference. But I like the way you put it. A second chance to make a first impression.
Doesn't happen very often.
And I'm saying this somewhat tongue-in-cheek. I'm not convinced ASU will be ranked higher than Alabama when the new rankings come out.
Wow.
It's still
that
Alabama.
Would be.
But if you look at the top
Alabama's 5-5 in their last 10 games.
Here's a better question. Will they be ranked ahead of Texas?
No.
Texas, number 1, lost. Clemson, number 4, lost. Number 6, Notre Dame lost. Number 8, Alabama lost.
Yeah. So you should think ASU should be above Alabama. Alabama was manhandled to the point where you couldn't justify them being better, being top 11. Not with the state of that program. But you might be right. Yeah, you might be right. I might be making a false assumption here.
Well, because, I mean, ASU, lackluster performance against an FCS school. And not only was it a West Coast game that started at 10 o'clock Eastern, the voters can't even go back and watch the archive game.
And that's, again, maybe that's a good thing.
I think ASU is going to be number 11 when the rankings come out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I get the Alabama is like still, they're Bama, but I would not be surprised if ASU is ranked higher than Alabama, just given the manner in which Alabama looked just terrible.
You would, they should be. Alabama looks like Alabama's lost their toughness, their swagger. They've lost everything, in my opinion. And I couldn't even recognize that team that was on the field.
No. Yeah.
And
and they got some key injuries on top of everything.
I hate when new rankings come out and whoever's ranking the teams, they make assumptions on what teams still could be after plays on the field. Like Alabama was bad. They should be penalized in the rankings for that. That's just in my humble opinion. But
yeah, I mean, one of the big stories too, and you mentioned this, and it's been widely reported, and we talked about it before the game. ASU's first home opener sellout since 1998. There was a lot of people at the stadium. Over capacity, 56,000 and change announced as the crowd. Sam Levitt, the quarterback of the Sun Devils, noticed the crowd.
Yeah, we need that. Thinking back to games last year, just the juice of the crowd changes the momentum of things. Makes it harder for, the whole line on to hear the play call, the snap, all those things. So, it impacts everything. Congrats to Coach Dillingham to just for getting it jumping like that. Pretty cool to come out here for game one against NAU and see that.
Yeah, so the crowd was a plus. There was other pluses. I mean, the Levitt-Tyson connection was on point. 12 times they hooked up, two touchdowns.
I think you mentioned something key, that they had a couple of penalties negate very big plays.
Yes.
And if you wipe those free, if you picked up the flag on a couple of those plays, as Kenny said after the game, you might see 200 more yards of offense for ASU, and things might look a little differently on the scoreboard. And you know what? Good problem to have when you're complaining about a plus 19 victory.
Definitely. But it was also interesting, too. There was a lot of expectation on some of the offensive newcomers, the transfers, Jalen Moss, Kanye Udo, Jaron Hamilton. Not a lot of impact from those guys. Udo got 2 carries. And
surprising.
I mentioned it earlier, the run-pass differential.
It was off.
I know Sam Levitt is, he's a Heisman candidate.
Mm-hmm.
He can throw the football. But I don't know if they needed to rely that heavily on the pass, because I thought there was a lot of balls that were thrown in harm's way. And Jordan Tyson was open. He was getting a lot of single coverage. So you want to exploit that. But he got 17 targets in the first week, too. I'd like to see them run the football a little bit more because they are equipped. And I liked what I saw from Raleek Brown. Looked great. Kyson Brown, talk about a dual threat. 6 catches for 7 catches coming out of the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of plus, but and Kenny Dillingham talked about a lot to work on after that game.
And we got to hone in on it all. Like I told the guys, one of our emphasis after our spring scrimmage at Camp T was holding outside the framework of our body. Even though we weren't getting it called a lot, in practice, I was like, man, I can feel it, and I put that as an emphasis of we can't hold, right? So obviously, we didn't make a big enough emphasis of that. I didn't make a big enough emphasis to get it fixed. We as a staff didn't make a big enough emphasis to get it fixed, because anytime that there's, consistently the same problem, right? You can't look at other people. You got to look and say, like I said, you got to look at yourself and say, okay, well, if multiple people are doing the same thing, then it's not a them problem, it's a me problem. And we've got to look at how we're coaching it. We got to really look at how the drills we're doing to teach it, to try to get them fixed.
Yeah, I expect a much sharper effort in week 2 against Mississippi State. The problem is it's not easy for any West Coast team to go to SEC country and win on the road. It just doesn't happen that much.
Very, very difficult.
Yeah.
There are very unique environments, rabid crowds, your amenities compared to The home team. Remember when they had that, what was it? Was it a lightning delay last year or 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm. That was,
I think, wasn't that Ole Miss as well?
No.
No, it couldn't have been.
No, they didn't. They haven't played there.
Yeah.
Lightning delay was in Stillwater last year.
That's what it was, yeah. And, like, the home team gets to go into this $400 million facility, hot tubs, cold plunges.
Getting massages.
Getting
fed grapes.
Right. Listen, I think if this works for ASU, what happened Saturday is going to benefit the football team in terms of focus and hunger and just a general attentiveness, if you will.
Yeah. Coming up next, Cardinals game week is here. How's the team getting ready for week one's opponent, the New Orleans Saints? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You'll find a lot of great things at Walt's TV and Appliance. You'll also find some really cool surprises. Last time I was there, my guy Bear hooked me up with a giant floating boombox for my swimming pool. It hooks up via Bluetooth. It is fantastic. Spent the weekend in my pool having fun with that. Walt's has been around since 1957. They've served the Valley forever. They're a local institution. They've seen a lot of trends come and go in the market, but what has always remained constant is their commitment to you, their customer in Arizona. They're going to give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. You're going to get the insight you'll never get from a big box store. You'll get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. And with all that expertise and experience, you're also going to get great pricing as well. And to prove it, you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Walt's. Watch them match it. Lots of great things happening at Walt's. They can take your fandom to the next level with football season fast approaching. And remember, great stuff at Walt's. Drop my name while you're there. You're going to get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Walt's off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks host the Boston Red Sox for a 3-game series starting September 5th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The Arizona Cardinals season opener is days away. And on Tuesday, you'll hear the first of our weekly conversations with head coach Jonathan Gannon. You'll hear from the coach at 3 o'clock exclusively on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Yeah, I mean, just making sure we go through our process and sticking to it. And then, make decisions when they need to be made, And like I said, at the end of the day, control, we can control. We understand what it's going to take to win, for us to have a chance to win. Go into a tough environment, a lot of unknowns there. Good, like I said, good coaching staff. They have good players. So we got to be on top of it.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, yesterday speaking with the media, talking about balancing 3 months of game prep with game week prep. It's here, finally into that mode after the preseason wraps up. Yesterday, captains were announced, and now it's full go. When they hit the practice field tomorrow, it's all systems go.
Yeah, it's game week. And so that long, awful, interminable preseason training camp over. Thank goodness. Now we're back into it now. And I'm very, very excited on a lot of different levels. It's going to be interesting to see what the Cowboys put out on opening night against the Eagles. Is that the opening night game? That's the Thursday night game, right?
Yeah,
that's
Thursday
it.
Night.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
hosting
2
the
days
Cowboys.
from now.
Yeah, that's going to be real interesting to see if the Cowboys have been gutted or if they're going to be competitive in this game or if the Eagles are going to just, destroy them.
And just a PSA for anybody who wants to watch that game. It's on Peacock, but it's also on NBC, which is a lot easier to find.
On the Saints matchup, I was thinking about this because of the ASU NAU matchup. Forget about losing to the Saints. Will it be disappointing if the Cardinals don't look dominant versus the Saints? Like, is that enough, or is it just like it's week one, get a win and move on kind of thing?
For years and years, I've said the same thing. You never have to apologize for winning in any style on the road in the NFL. It is interesting along those lines. The Cardinals are the biggest week one road favorite in the league. Right now, they're favored by 6.5 points over the Saints. And let's be honest, that's more of an indictment on what people think about the New Orleans Saints right now and their quarterback situation than it is confidence in the Cardinals. Because also today, you're going to see these going into the season power rankings, and the Cardinals are anywhere from like 17 to 22 in all of these. So it's more of an indictment on the Saints.
Yeah, listen, it definitely is. But I mean, can you imagine what it might sound like around here if Kyler Murray can't beat Spencer Rattler? I mean, this is really, it's an unenviable assignment. I mean, it's good that the Cardinals have a nice path to 2-0 to start the season. This is a really tough deal. The expectations, while not as high as they are for ASU football, they're definitely high. This is a team that needs to make a playoff push this year.
Yeah. I mean, you said it. It's a perfect way to say it. They have a path to 2-0. It's not a path of pillows that they can walk barefoot. There's still going to be obstructions and obstacles in the way to 2-0. And yeah, I mean, a lot of this comes down to quarterback play. All eyes are on Kyler Murray. I don't think anybody is really right now counting on Spencer Rattler to be the quarterback solution for the New Orleans Saints. He's the best of what they have right now. I think eventually that's going to be Tyler Shuck's job, but the Cardinals, they were the last team to find out what quarterback they're facing in week one when the Saints named Spencer Rattler the starter last week. Here was Jonathan Gannon on preparing for Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, he's played some ball, but again, it's a new system, new play caller, new team, so like I said, there will be some known unknowns, but he's a good player. He's got a live arm, he can move, makes quick decisions. So Kellen is a really good play caller. They can coach Nussmeier, really good, design of scheme and coaching the quarterback. And they got some premier players over there. So work cut out for us.
Yeah, we will see. Look, Kellen Moore is getting an opportunity. I think Kellen Moore is a guy, he's been impressive, obviously. You heard Jonathan Gannon say that. I think that's the consensus on Kellen Moore. Really good play caller, great offensive mind.
Yeah.
But doesn't it seem like he was pushed through the ranks a little quick to get to a
maybe a little bit
position?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
That and nobody wanted the Saints job, so.
Well, there is that.
Kellen Moore's like, head coaching job where? Oh,
yeah.
I'll take that one.
Yeah, there is that. So, yeah. So again, it's a dangerous, tough building to play in. I've been there many times, and I feel this eerie weirdness every time I walk in there.
Well, that's the thing. The atmosphere, I think, is more daunting than the opponent.
Maybe
right now, but the atmosphere can also lead to the opponent becoming a little bit more formidable.
No doubt.
During the course of a football game.
Also, though, if you get out it's 14-0 in the first quarter, the crowd can be taken out of any game.
Yeah,
it's true.
Because believe me, those Saints fans don't have much of an expectation for this team this year as well.
Yeah, but also I believe the last time the Cardinals won Week 1, go back to the 2021 season when they were on the road in Nashville against the Titans, and that was a clinic. I mean, the Cardinals dominated that game.
Yep.
And we talk about setting the tone. That set the tone for a good portion of that season.
Yeah.
Was that performance against the Titans?
Well, the best case scenario for the Arizona Cardinals is because I think everybody believes in pretty much everything the Cardinals have done except for number one. There's still a good chunk of the fan base does not buy number one as a franchise quarterback, playoff winning quarterback, that dude. Kyler Murray needs, if he can go out and have one of those games, and he's had week one performances that have been incredibly good in the past. You have one of those games where you put together 3-4 really good drives in the first half and you win comfortably, that could kind of change the noise dramatically in his favor.
There will still be a small portion of the fan base that says, okay, let's see what he does in the second half of the season. No, we've seen this before.
Yeah. But getting off to a good start in a year where they've pretty much checked every box around him in terms of how do we build a great support staff around Kyler Murray. Started with attending a statue unveiling, and it's most recently building a offensive line around him that might be the best we've seen in Arizona.
But what you said, Jarrett, the attitude that those people have towards Kyler Murray, let's see it in the second half of the season, entirely 100% fair. Because he's not pulled it off for a full season, and had the opportunity to do it last year, and they didn't get it done. We'll have a lot more on Cardinals Saints as the week rolls on, as we get closer to Week 1 action in the NFL. Coming up next, we saw Week 1 action for the Sun Devils. They get a win over NAU and moving on to SEC country in Week 2. We'll talk to Chris Cartman, publisher of SunDevilSource.com, about it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Kids. Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is officially game week for the Arizona Cardinals as they open up their season in New Orleans on Sunday against the Saints. With that, the Cardinals have named their captains, which include Kyler Murray and Budda Baker. For the full list of captains, be sure to head to arizonasports.com. Both ASU and U of A got Week 1 wins on Saturday. The Sun Devils handled NAU 38-19 Saturday night behind big performances from Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson. And the Wildcats overwhelmed Hawaii in Tucson 40-6, and they'll both be back in action this Saturday. And on the diamond, it was a painful loss for the Diamondbacks last night in more ways than one. On the scoreboard, 7-5 in extras is no fun, but the Diamondbacks lost Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury, and here was manager Torey Lovello.
So Lourdes Gurriel has some right knee pain, discomfort, and there's no diagnosis right now. He is set up for imaging tomorrow, and we're say some prayers for him tonight.
The D-backs are back in action tonight against the Rangers at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. ASU didn't struggle against NAU, but it wasn't the blowout many thought was coming. The good and the bad from the Devils opener on Saturday. We're talking about it on the Burnsy and Gambo Show at straight up 2 o'clock.
Yeah, there was good. There was some bad, some sloppiness in week one for the Sun Devils, but they did beat the NAU Lumberjacks 38-19 on Saturday night to move their record to 1-0. They move on to Mississippi State this weekend in Starkville. Here to talk about it with us, the owner and publisher of SunDevilSource.com, Chris Cartman, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Chris, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Chris.
Doing good. We've been talking about the game on Saturday, and it was a mix of good and bad, and I thought Kenny Dillingham's post-game press conference Saturday kind of illustrated that. But when you talk about takeaways on the good side, what was the most positive for you?
Well, they didn't have any major injuries. I think that's the most positive thing. Look, ASU's not really focused on NAU from a preparation standpoint. I think that there was gamesmanship that went on, throwing the ball around the yard with Sam Levitt when they easily could have run it all day against NAU with success. I think that was sort of a projection to future opponents. I think they'll play somewhat differently. Dillingham said that they were going to hold nothing back, but I don't think that they played the way that they would have played had it been a different opponent.
Okay.
Now, I think the over-reliance on Jordan Tyson, even though you're getting man coverage pretty consistently, I think that's a little bit of an issue. But the athletes were there on the field. People saw Raleek Brown, super athletic, talented guy. Kyson Brown, I think, looked good. So the running backs, they have some potency in the backfield in replacing Cam Scadaboo that I think is another positive the fans can take.
Is it problematic that the offensive line performed the way it did? And we know NAU and their head coach has got a reputation for junking up coverages and defenses. How concerning was that to you, if at all?
Well, Ben Coleman snapping, there were some issues there that I noticed. Dillingham didn't seem too concerned about it. I think the operation at center is the main issue. When you have 4 returning starters, I think that more so they weren't prepared for some of the twist actions that the Lumberjacks did that maybe that they hadn't shown on film last season. And Dillingham talked about hating early season games for that exact reason. I don't think that Josh Atkins, Kyle Scott, Maxie Honator, or even Ben Coleman are going to struggle when they have a better idea of what's coming. But this wasn't a game where they were hyper-focused on trying to figure out well in advance and then spend all this time on what NAU was going to do just because of the disparity of the opponent.
Talking to Chris Cartman from Sun Devil Source here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Sam Levitt, you mentioned 39 attempts. I didn't see that number coming, but 25 of 39, 257 yards, 2 touchdowns, a pick, ran for 73 yards and 2 scores. And I thought it was an okay performance from Sam Levitt. I thought there was some times, Chris, where maybe he felt a little bit too comfortable in the passing game and put the ball into some tight spots, put the ball in jeopardy. Did you get that same feel?
Yeah, Vince, I agree with you. That was also a little bit of a tendency in preseason camp, which cut against what we saw from him last year. I think there is a little bit of a concern there that potentially he's a little bit too confident with some of his decisions. He had the interception that was bad, but there was another throw early where it was on the boundary side and there was a safety looming over the top of it, and he didn't really seem to account for that. So the ability for Sam Levitt to have a 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio was one of the biggest factors in his success last season, and he's going to have to maintain that. Not just for his future NFL draft stock, but also for ASU's success this season, especially if they're going to be throwing the ball more than they did previously. And that's, if anything, probably one of the more focal issues that I think that fans should be watching moving forward.
Chris, the ESPN Plus debacle was exactly that. Very, very frustrating for people who are trying to watch from home. Is there anything significant? Is it something whereas Cam Scadaboo alluded to, that maybe the Sun Devils can feel disrespected for being the 11th ranked team in the nation?
Yeah, it was bizarre. I think this is a Big 12 thing, the reality, unfortunately, for ASU fans, Big 12 fans, is that there's still going to be a pecking order thing where your SEC and Big Ten teams are getting more attention from a television, standpoint, the legacy stuff, and that was a bad look. That was the first ESPN Plus home game for ASU, and that was the result. Most people couldn't even watch the third quarter at home. I feel bad about it. Graham Rossini was apologizing essentially on social media and saying, that they were going to try to figure it out. You can't have that happen. I think that was absolutely the worst thing about the opening game experience.
Chris Cartman from Sun Devil Source, our guest here on Arizona Sports as we talk ASU football. Going back to the passing game, I thought it was also interesting, and there was a couple thoughts. Seeing Jordan Tyson back on the field was great because we didn't get to see him in the Big 12 championship game or the college football playoff last year, and you just wonder what would have happened had he been available against Texas. He was basically unstoppable, but 17 targets out of the 21 targets to wide receivers. Only Malik McClain got 4. Do you think that is going to be indicative of the workload, or was it, again, just kind of the NAU anomaly there?
I think that was a little bit high. The reality is NAU's playing a lot of man coverage, and Jordan Tyson is able to be moved around the formation very successfully by Marcus Arroyo, something that they did last year, and it worked out great for them. In my opinion, for the opener, it would have been better for them to try to spread the ball around by design to Malik McClain. Jalen Moss got hurt and came out of the game. Derek Asabio was out there for a lot of it. I think that was a factor. The biggest surprise probably for me of the night was Jaron Hamilton only getting one offensive snap after he made a lot of big plays in the month of August in practices as like the team's 4th or 5th wide receiver. That was kind of surprising. I think Malik McClain had a rough night. He had 3 penalties, a big hold on Raleek Brown's 75-yard touchdown. They're going to have to, I think, ramp that stuff up. And when they're playing against a lot of different types of coverages where teams are going to bracket Tyson or try to figure out ways to try to force Sam Levitt to throw the ball elsewhere, I think that's where a game like NAU, to help them get into that sort of a mindset and rhythm, distributing it more widely would have been better.
Hard to tell what you're going to get from the Mississippi State team next with all the turnover in the program, but you're going to get a very loud crowd and a lot of cowbell. What challenges does a road game in Starkville present for ASU?
Well, quite a lot, not just the environment, but there's uncertainty as to how much 3-3-5 or 4-2-5 defense that they'll play. Last year, primarily an odd front and somewhat predictable, and ASU just ran over it with Cam Scadaboo pretty successfully. They did a lot more of the 4-man fronts in the opener, not quite half of their base downs, but that makes it a little bit difficult, I think, for the coaches to prepare for, especially when they have a tremendous amount of new players. A lot of their starters are back, and so there's some predictability there. And Blake Shapen on offense played against him. The offensive style. But just going on the road with a new center and then uncertainty about the defensive fronts that you're going to be facing and pressures and things of that nature, that still makes this, for an early season game, quite challenging.
It was a big opening week for the Big 12. Lots of wins. Few teams suffered losses, but 7 teams in the conference scored over 40 points during the week. For me, the one that stood out as kind of an uh-oh moment for maybe the rest of the conference was what Utah did to UCLA, beating them 43-10. Would you agree with that, or did something else stand out, Chris?
Totally agree. Utah was, before the season started, the game that I thought was going to be ASU's biggest game on the schedule, because you got to go to Baylor, then you get TCU, and then at Utah. And those first 3 games are going to tell you a lot about where this conference race is stacking up. I kind of knew that Utah would have a very good defense. That's very standard. I just wanted to kind of see what was going to happen with Dampier and the offense, and that was the run game, and just UCLA is in a bad way heading into this season. But Utah was super impressive. I also noticed that 6 of ASU's Big 12 opponents won by 30 or more points. So that tells you that this schedule is stacking up to be pretty challenging and a major obstacle in ASU's ability to repeat as Big 12 champs.
Chris, great stuff. Thanks so much for the time today. We appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris Cartman, publisher, owner of SunDevilSource.com. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Cardinals fans, home opener coming up on Sunday, or actually a week from Sunday. We want you in the stand starting now through the end of next week. We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Coming up next, some reflections of week 1 in college football, including just how hot a seat can get very quickly in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What I love about Blaze Alexander, he's baseballs to the wall. Okay? Baseballs to the wall. That's what I love about the guy. And when I say we're seeing a more competitive Diamondbacks team based on earnings, we are. And one of the reasons why is because Blaze Alexander is baseballs to the wall.
He's kind of been one of the faces of this more competitive since the trade deadline team. That's a great point.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and for as long as I can remember, the home buying process has largely remained the same. You apply for a mortgage, you make a deposit, and then you pay off that home in 30 years. This is an archaic process that puts homeowners at the mercy of their banks for too long, causing unnecessary stress, excessive interest charges, and financial strain. Fortunately, there's a much better way. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. As a result, you're going to wake up down the road. That house payment is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which then gives them decades to build personal wealth. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity, gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. You getting access to your equity is a really great deal. One of many cool things about a Life Changer Loan. Now, caveats. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, really good credit score. They'll be upfront with you at Life Changer Loan if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee you will love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Low T, start for free. Yep, for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go so you feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym and lose that dad bod for good. You also think better, sleep better, your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled here. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that you see on social media or TV. Start enjoying life with the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, a game changer. Hey, if you have low T, why not get started for free? Book your video appointment today. And again, start for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial #250 50 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. That's Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Luke. What were our biggest takeaways from ASU football's opener against NAU? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
You mentioned the great week before the game. Just how much do you self-scout the preparation before games? And are there times as a coach where maybe you notice during the week that things might not be going the way that you want them to?
You said, what do you mean, great week?
A great week. You said a great week of preparation.
For this week, you're saying, or are you referring to last
going
week?
Going up to Florida State before that game.
I said that?
You said that, yeah, before.
Oh, just,
yeah.
Okay, all right.
That's Kalen DeBoer's press conference yesterday in
that's
Tuscaloosa.
alarming.
Wait, I said we had a great week of preparation?
This week or next week?
Oh, my goodness. You can only imagine the heat that young man is feeling.
Look, it comes with the territory.
Mm-hmm.
But when you consider, this is a graphic that's floating around there, through his first 14 games as the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide, his teams, Kalen DeBoer's team, has suffered 4 losses to unranked teams. That's as many losses to unranked teams as Nick Saban had as the head coach of Alabama in 235 games.
Yep.
That is alarming.
It is alarming, and it's proof to me just how great Nick Saban was at coaching college football.
You know, I'm glad you went there because Nick Saban had this whole Darth Vader thing going, and people got sick of the dominance of Alabama. But that's exactly what stood out to me. And let's face it, Nick Saban took over an Alabama program that wasn't winning a ton.
No.
When he took it over.
No. And he was so good, he got 2 statues built of him. Listen, that's really the takeaway here because
He's
Kalen...
lucky he never coached in Phoenix. He'd have 0 statues.
The statues would still be in a closet.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. Thanks for picking at that wound, Vinny. Yeah, so that's one of the takeaways. So Kalen DeBoer, I don't know how he gets out of this because I was watching Alabama and not only... they're getting killed for a lot of stuff. A bunch of their players put a video out before the game on TikTok where they're dancing and parading around the locker room, not looking real serious, which is not a crime when you win. But when you don't win, you know how people assume and what people think. So to me, the fact that they don't have the toughness they once did, they don't have the discipline they once did, and they just look like a slow plodding team.
Yeah, they really do. And it's somewhat shocking, too, because, well, DeBoer taking that job after Nick Saban's departure and had such success at Washington. And I got a buddy who works up in Seattle who just raves about the way Kalen DeBoer not only coaches a program, but the way he handles everybody.
Okay.
Just his way of running a program.
All right.
I am somewhat shocked that with the resources and talent available to him that it's been this rough of a go. But the thought going into week 1 was, okay, yeah, you're playing Florida State. It's a big-time program, but they're coming off a 2-win season.
Right.
This is an opportunity for Kalen DeBoer to pull the nuke lelouch, announce his presence for this season with authority. And they got dominated. And, if Florida State comes back crashing down to earth following this, that's going to look even worse for Kalen DeBoer.
No doubt.
Program.
And look, the SEC in general is one LSU comeback from really having a bad weekend where all their top teams were sort of humbled.
All right, I got the betting email. We get sent a lot of betting emails.
Why am I not on that chain?
Kalen DeBoer, his odds from being the first coach fired this year went from 45-1 to 20-1 in 1 week.
Wow.
He's third, behind only Brent Pry and Deshaun Foster.
Got
who
me
had
excited for a second.
Really week. Odds to be the next Alabama head coach. You want to hear those?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Tommy Rees, 3-1. Glenn Schumann, 4-1. Lane Kiffin, 5-1.
Oh, boy.
Kenny Dillingham, 7-1.
Oh, no.
Baby, here we go.
No.
Turn this thing around, Kalen DeBoer.
DeBoer.
Roll Tide. We need Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. There you go.
Thank you, Sam.
The Kenny thing, though, it's like that's definitely outsiders making that, because I think he has these intangible of just being Mr. ASU. That it would take a lot more.
Don't get too entrenched in that mindset, Jared.
I know.
Everything about him makes it seem like he's the forever guy, right down to the fact that he lives next door to his mom and his dad, and his sister's right behind him. They've got the whole neighborhood surrounded, is what I'm trying to say. There's nothing about Kenny Dillingham that would suggest he's looking to go anywhere else. But if he continues to climb up the ranks of stardom in college football, one of these very elite blue blood programs are going to make him a financial offer that's going to blow his doors off. And then at that point in time, then how deep does the loyalty run?
Doesn't matter where you live if you don't have any doors. So if they blow them off, then you might as well go somewhere else. Alabama.
Yeah, listen to, DeBoer has the very, very...
DeBoer.
Very, very high mountain to climb of being these shoes. He has to fill Nick Saban's shoes. The coach right after Saban is one of the hardest jobs in all of sports.
Oh, yeah.
If DeBoer does get fired, this next coach coming in, he doesn't have that pressure. If it is Dillingham per se, he won't have to fill the Saban shoes. He just has to be better than Kalen DeBoer.
That you always want to be one guy removed, and it's kind
do.
of the beauty of Mike Vrabel going to New England when he did.
Yeah, because he had the 1-year buffer.
Yeah, the buffer.
Mayo.
That's exactly right. So I think all of that is very, very much true, that you don't want to be the guy. And how about all those dominoes that fell? So Kalen DeBoer went from Washington to Alabama. Jed Fish went from Arizona to Washington. There was a third in that little... Wasn't there?
Brent Brennan went to Arizona from
State to Arizona.
Mung Bean State.
And no one is happy with their head coach.
Jarrett, are you happy with the 34-point win over Hawaii?
The unstoppable Desert Swarm defense and the running attack that's going to average 400 yards per game?
Yeah.
No. That's what they should have done. Hawaii stinks.
1-0.
No, I know.
Hawaii beat Stanford.
They did. That's true.
Stanford stinks.
Stanford does stink.
So I'll tell you the worst team in the country right now, and yes, they're an FCS team. The Portland State Vikings.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my
boy.
Lord.
Oh, boy.
They got beat 69-0 by BYU.
Uh-huh.
That was their second game. Oh. They lost in week 0 to Tarleton State. 42-0.
Ugh.
They've been outscored 111-0.
They may never score this entire season.
Tarleton State beat Army in double overtime, though.
Hey, the Texans, they're an up-and-coming program.
Watch out.
And the final thing on the DeBoer and Alabama thing, you wonder in 2025 how much just the name Alabama means anymore. If it's going to even matter who the head coach is, if they're just going to be a blue blood just because they're named Alabama, or if that doesn't matter anymore in 2025.
It matters less. And go back to our conversation with Pat Forty from last week, where he said you can kill NIL all you want, but it's created a lot more parity.
Oh, it has.
It's created a lot more situations where dispersal of talent is a lot more spread out than it used to be.
And I said this earlier in the program. I really honestly felt it. Maybe it was because there were big-time matchups. College football has rarely felt bigger to me in a week 1 situation than it did this past weekend.
Well,
for whatever reasons.
And that was the genius of the scheduling. And that was teams that were willing to play really tough opponents in week 1.
Yep.
Well, and there's no patience anymore with the NIL era. It's like, okay, if you stink, let's get a new coach and let's get a new roster.
Yeah.
Like, that's what Alabama, it's okay to just be patient. I know Alabama doesn't want to hear that, but
patience doesn't exist in sports anymore. Anywhere, Sammy.
I know.
Coming up next, we will be patient as we wait for social studies on this Tuesday. Sammy will take us through it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out. Actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Over the long weekend, Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils took care of business in their season opener against NAU. The Devils won 38-19. Sam Levitt threw for 2 touchdowns and added 2 more on the ground, and Jordan Tyson had 12 catches and 141 yards and a touchdown. And here was head coach Kenny Dillingham.
Just happy we got a W, and it's always good to win ugly. You know, that's one of the best things about coaching is when you win ugly and it wakes people up a little bit, and that's great. I mean, this is good.
The Devils will now head to Starkville this weekend for an SEC matchup against Mississippi State on Saturday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, after taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers over the weekend, lost the opener to the Rangers last night in extra innings 7-5. But that's not the only thing they may have lost. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. was carted off the field in the 6th inning after suffering an apparent knee injury in left field. According to manager Torey Lavello, there is no current update, but he will be getting imaging done today. And the Snakes are back tonight at 6:40 against the Texas Rangers, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hours upon us on this Tuesday. That feels like a Monday. Bonus!
Whoa!
Time for some social studies with Sammy. What do you got for us today, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning.
Sammy!
There it is. Good morning. You know where to find us on X at Bickley_Murata, at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And real quick, we talked about Alabama last segment. Our Ross Vegas, he tweeted at us. He said he had a 21-leg college football parlay this weekend.
Oh, my God.
20 of them hit. Alabama was the only one that lost.
Wow.
So,
did he give details on what he put down and what was in the works?
No. If Ross Vegas is listening, type us back, because that is unsufferable right there. But our first question on X. Our first question on X was, which quarterback wide receiver combo are you most excited for this football season, and why? Is it the Sam Levitt Jordan Tyson connection, or is it the Kyler Murray Marvin Harrison Jr. connection?
Ooh,
that's a good question.
I do like this question.
Yeah.
I feel like the answer has to be Murray and Harrison, doesn't it?
Yes.
Because we know what and we've already got one chapter of what it can do against a lesser opponent, yes. Mm-hmm. But we've seen that at its best. I think the excitement is in seeing if Murray and MHJ can reach that.
Yeah, I think Jordan Tyson is already a level in the college game where you know that this kid is legit, and we're waiting for Marvin Harrison Jr. to be that guy in the pro level. That's where I'm voting.
Yeah, the results favor Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson just a little bit, 54% of the vote, and then Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., 45% of the vote. And some of the comments, Tony Height says, excited Levitt and Tyson, their current trajectory has them both sitting in New York for the Heisman ceremony, but intrigued is Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. because we need to see Kyler find consistency first before he can get excited about Levitt and Tyson. And then Brian said, Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr., we already know what Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson can do. The pressure now is on Kyler and Marvin to make that happen this year. He makes a good point. And quickly, some.
By the way, real quick on that, when you consider the elite, quote unquote, wide receivers returning from last year in college football, Tyson had a huge game.
The other two.
It was not a huge game for Jeremiah Smith.
No.
And it was not a huge week for Ryan Williams, who's in concussion protocol right now.
Yep, exactly. And some other Cardinal news real quick. The Titans are signing former Cardinals linebacker Kazir White. That just came through the system. So I wanted to get that in there.
I forgot he was still out there.
I can't believe it took Kazir White that long
to get
a job.
How about it, right?
Literal days before the season starts.
I know. So I wanted to get that in there. So we move on. We've had the conversation today a couple times about Arch Manning, the hype heading into the season, and a more lackluster week one. So we asked who is or who was the most overhyped athlete in sports history. And
Overhyped?
Overhyped.
Where the hype did not match.
Yeah, exactly.
the performance?
Overhyped.
Brian Bosworth from back in the day was about as overhyped of an athlete as you were ever going to get, for those who remember.
But just a demon at the college level.
Yes.
The hype into the NFL didn't come close.
Yes.
See, in order to be overhyped, you have to first, I think you have to first be good. Like, all these guys like Johnny Manziel was mentioned, they were so good in college that the hype was them into the NFL, so... Yeah.
So I had a name in mind, and then I clicked on the responses, and I was like, I wonder if anybody's going to say the name that's in my head. And the first response is from my son, and it had the same name.
No way.
Freddie Adu.
That's a perfect one.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
That's one of those
He was
ones.
supposed to be America's Pele.
Yes, he was.
On the same Michelle Wee, kind of
That's a good one,
similar.
too.
Oh, that's a good one.
And Danica Patrick. These people that were supposed to be absolute game changers and pioneers in their sports. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Our own Kevin Zimmerman said Summer League Marcus Banks is the obvious answer.
It's the obvious answer.
He got his
I
number
guess.
retired in the summer league.
Yeah, right. Eddie V says Tim Tebow. I think that's a really good one. He seems very nice and all, but he was way overhyped.
But he was also arguably the greatest college football quarterback ever.
And that's why, like the Johnny Manziel thing, there's a Johnny Football one. These guys were so good in college, and it's really, really hard for those guys to then be awesome in the NFL.
That's how you define overhyped. It was inspired by Arch Manning, because Arch Manning has done nothing to deserve this hype other than having the name Manning. I'm sure he was fantastic in high school, but every college football player is great in high school.
There's some good names on here.
There
Sebastian Telfair got mentioned. Eric Lindros got mentioned.
A lot of Bosworth,
do you remember
too.
Harold Miner was called
Baby
Jordan?
That's a good one as well.
Adam Morrison.
Yeah, Adam Morrison I had on here. So our last question, we can keep those responses coming. There's a bunch. But our last question is, it was a long weekend, Labor Day weekend. And we talked at the beginning of the show what we did. So what does make the perfect weekend and why?
Now, didn't we just ask this question, like, very recently?
I don't think so.
Because I really recall talking about going out to dinner, playing golf, seeing my kids.
I may have asked it when Jarrett was out of town.
Okay.
But
okay. My perfect weekend is decompressing on Friday night, playing golf Saturday, seeing my kids Saturday afternoon, watching sports the rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, I mean, you know me, I'm a huge planner, so.
Sarcastic right there?
Uh-huh.
There you go.
What did we get for some of the responses?
Yeah, some of the responses.
August 1st it was asked. Not by me. So I didn't know that.
It had to have been me, yeah.
Can't wait for next October 1st.
Yeah, it seems like every beginning of the month. Tom Foss says a Cardinals win, an ASU win, and a Suns win with a round of golf, preferably shooting sub 80 and a nice dinner with the family, all with some fall 80-degree weather. It's not soon, but there will be a time coming forward where it's going to be nice out and all the teams are going to be playing, minus maybe the Diamondbacks. So it's a possibility there, Tom. And then Brian said, any weekend when it's cool enough to open the patio slider, have some snacks, beverages, watch ASU on Saturday, wake up early Sunday and lay on the couch and watch NFL for 12 hours in an undisturbed by the outside world. A lot of the responses are they ride on their sports teams winning. I think that is the basis of a good weekend. If my teams win, anything else can happen and I'll have a good weekend.
Yeah, there was a time in my life where my mood for the week was very much determined on Saturdays and Sundays, especially during football season. I don't think I'm the same way anymore. Maybe that changes now with the season of expectation. I don't know. I used to work with a guy when I worked very early in my career. We shared. I was with a sports station. We shared office space with the alternative station.
Yeah.
And we both worked overnights, and he was a huge Raiders fan. And if the Raiders, I'd go in for my first shift on Sunday night. My shift started at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And if the Raiders lost, you couldn't even look at this guy. You couldn't say anything to him. Otherwise, sweetheart of a man. But if the Raiders lost, he was a disaster. You didn't want to be around him.
Wow.
Yeah. My dad and I we're not like similar, but on Sundays, if it's an early game and the Cardinals just lose in brutal fashion, I feel bad for my mother because we both will be out of the house doing and oh man, it's amazing what sports can do to your mood. But there you guys go.
All right, thanks, Sammy.
Thank you,
Social
Sammy.
Studies every day at 9 o'clock. You know where to find us by now. Also want to remind you, the Cardinals home opener is almost here. We want you in the stand. Starting now through the end of next week, you get a chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. How do you do it? Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Click the contest link for your chance at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, that is the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Coming up next, we will talk football. We'll talk Arizona Cardinals Week 1. The guy who racked up a lot of sacks in that uniform, Marcus Golden, joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What do you mean U tight end?
The U tight
To me,
end.
that's the move.
Right, that's the guy that's moving. That's the secondary tight end. The guy that's typically off the ball, maybe on the backside.
But what's the U stand for?
It's just a letter. It's just a letter. You can call it whatever you want to. It could be a U, it could be an F. I mean, it's just a letter. Yeah, that's just.
I love this.
It's just a letter. I don't know. It may be something to it, but it's just a letter in my mind. Just like the receiver could be a W, the right slot. So.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so if you're looking for a meal that is never boring and always packed with flavor, you know what to do. Head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Now, you know I'm a huge fan of Sonic and their all-star lineup of burgers, be it the Smasher lineup or their garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, which I deem to be heavenly. But the Sonic menu is incredibly diverse. There's something for everybody in your crew. Talking about iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dogs, and shakes. There are new favorites like the double Sonic Smasher, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, and soft pretzel twists. And with the drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations, your options are endless. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeade for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at dbacks.com.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's where every touchdown dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you, you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are our expectations for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, it is game week. We're 2 days away from the NFL opener in Philadelphia Thursday night, 5 days away from the Cardinals opener in New Orleans Sunday against the Saints. Here to talk some Cardinals and NFL with us, one of the fan favorites of the Arizona Cardinals when he played here, number 44, Marcus Golden, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Marcus, how are you, man?
Doing good. Hey, thanks a lot. Always great to come on. Thanks for having me this morning.
Yeah, and we haven't talked to you in a while. You're always one of our favorites in your playing days. So I know this is year 2 of you being away from the game as a player, but congratulations on a great career, man.
Thanks a lot. And I appreciate you guys through the support over the years, especially when I was here with the Cardinals. So it's always great to talk to you guys. I'm excited to be on with you this morning.
All right, how jacked up are you for the Cardinals? They got expectations on them this year, Marcus, and a couple of winnable games to start the season. Where's your anticipation level?
I'm just ready. You know me. I'm one game at a time. One game at a time. We had a great offseason with the players that we was able to get. We got Kyler. He's looking better as a leader in on the field. He's looking better, man. So I'm just excited. I got high expectations for us this year.
All right, so defensively, what does a Calais Campbell bring to a defensive line in terms of leadership, in terms of mentoring younger players?
Yeah, he brings a lot. Of course, Calais, even when I came in the league, he led me and showed me a lot of things that I could get better at on and off the field. And that's just who he is as a person. But Calais, even though he's going to be here to mentor, I know Calais, man, he want to come in and dominate on the field. That's going to be the number one thing for him because he's motivated to be back in Arizona. I know he still can play at a high level. I really believe that. So I think he's going to bring a lot of leadership, but he's going to bring a lot of great play on the field as well.
Yeah, bringing Calais back was a huge, huge deal. They bring in Dalvin Tomlinson on the defensive line. They add Josh Sweat, who was the most dominant player on the field in the Super Bowl last February. I mean, they've really invested in this defense. How much do you think they've improved the pass rush overall?
Oh, yeah. They improved a whole lot. Like you said, getting Josh Sweat here, he's played in this defense before, so he's familiar, and he's coming off a big season, big playoff run into the Super Bowl. So I feel like he's going to come in and help us out a lot. And then you got Calais Campbell, who got over 100 sacks, and we know going to come off the line every time 100% trying to get at the quarterback. And Dalvin, I actually played with him out in New York when he was young, man, and I always believed in Dalvin. He ended up living up to everything we always talked about. So I'm excited to have him out here in AZ too. And then you got guys like BJ. I know he's getting healthy, but even before he got hurt, I like this game a lot, and I'm excited to see what he's going to bring this year as well.
All right, so, Junk, you in your early years, you saw a much different Kyler Murray. You referenced that he's kind of grown as a leader. Extrapolate, tell us more about that. How much has this kid grown up from when you first saw him come into the league?
Oh, it wasn't nothing different from any other rookie coming in, man. This is the NFL, so we all got to learn, man, and that's what he's always been willing to do. He's never tried to not learn and not tried to get better. He's one of my favorite teammates I ever played with because he's consistent, man. He's going to come in every day. He's going to work. And as he's been getting older, he's doing what every leader do. You start young, but as you get older, you get better and better. And that's what he was doing when I was there. He became even better leader. So I'm just excited to see him going into this year. And I really believe in him, man. I really believe from his skill set. And I actually played against him when I was in New York too. So from playing with him and then being an opponent against him, man, it's a lot he brings to the table, and it's hard to stop him with all the tools he got.
Marcus Golden, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Staying on that topic, as somebody who saw his development as a leader, and you mentioned playing against him as well, you started your answer there by saying, he was just like every other rookie. You've got to learn. Yet here we are in year 7, Marcus, of Kyler Murray's career, and a lot of those early talking points and narratives still exist about him. Oh, he doesn't prepare that well, or he's not that great of a leader. Is it frustrating to you as a former teammate to hear some of those arguments still existing this far into Kyler's career?
Yeah, after a while, man, you just want to talk about something else. You can't keep trying to talk about the same thing to put the man down. We all can see he's getting better. We all can see he's working hard. And it's time, like you said, it's year 7 now, man. Let's see what he's gonna do on the field. And like I said, I really believe in K1. I really believe he's gonna bring a lot. And then, and the one thing with preparing, if he wasn't preparing and ready, he wouldn't still be starting in the NFL and playing at a high level. So that's what I say, man. It's just time to put those narratives away and move on, and just let him keep on going in year 7, and let's see what he do this season.
One of the cool things the Cardinals are doing, they're putting together a premier travel package for football fans, and you're going to be part of it. Patrick Peterson's going to be part of it. Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, is going to be part of it. You three are going to be the group hosting that inaugural journey in that game in Dallas. Tell us about that. You excited to mingle with some Cardinal fans?
Yes, of course. Anytime I can get with the Bird Game fans, I'm excited. So I was just sitting in my office at home one day working on some stuff, and I got the call, and they asked me that I want to come and everything. We had been talking about it a little bit, but I'm excited. Anytime I can get out there and get with Pat P, get with Ty, it's going to be excited. I know all the fans excited. I'm excited to get on that nice jet too, man. I'm excited to get on there, take that ride on the jet. So for real, man, anytime I can get with the Bird Game fans, it's always a fun time.
That's awesome.
We looking forward to it.
That's Marcus Golden, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Branching away from the Cardinals, love to get your reaction, Marcus, on the huge trade that went down last week. I think a lot of people, and maybe even a lot of people in Dallas, shocked that the Cowboys traded a talent like Micah Parsons at his age to the Green Bay Packers. What was your reaction to it?
Yeah, man, of course you're surprised because Michael Parsons, he's a great pass rush. Anytime you can get a young player off the edge like that who's, 13-plus sacks each year he's been in the NFL, he showed a lot on the field. But I wasn't surprised on the business side of things because it got kind of personal, man. And usually when it get personal like that, you never know what can happen. So I wasn't really surprised on the business side.
Yeah, there's always a lot of noise in Dallas. I wonder how would that affect a team, though, like inside that club, inside that locker room, when you don't pay a guy as good as Micah Parsons, does it create resentment? Well, how does that play out in a locker room?
Of course, sometimes a couple guys can look at that and compare themselves. But in the NFL, if you really be real, it's a business, man. The guys might be shocked. You might say, oh, man, we surprised that he got traded. But at the end of the day, we all move on because we all, like you said, we got a game this Sunday, first game of the season, and you got to be prepared and ready. And that's just the NFL. Anything can happen any day. So people can get cut. Guys can get brought in. So you just got to be prepared and ready. I bet the guys surprised. They'll love to have him because he's such a great player. But at the same time, I bet they're ready to move on and just get ready for the week because that's just how the NFL works.
Marcus Golden, our guest here on Arizona Sports, as he joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. During the preseason, I saw you doing some TV work on the Cardinals preseason telecast, Marcus, in the studio, and they asked you for your record prediction, and you couldn't project a loss. You had 17-0 for the Cardinals. Are you sticking with that?
Yes, man. Like I told you, I'm 1 week at a time, man, but I could never say we're going to lose, man. That's just that Cardinal blood in me, man. That's who brought me in the league, man. And even me sitting back and watching the games, I'm the same way. I just love the Cardinals, and I'm always be like that. So
that's
1 week at a time for me.
That's fantastic. All right, finally, before we let you go, give us your impressions of this Cardinal coaching staff when they took over a couple years ago. They were by far the youngest grouping in the NFL. A lot of people wondered what did they have? What were they going to bring to the table? They've done pretty well. From a player's perspective, what do they do well?
Developing. That's the thing about it. I like the fact they brought in a lot of young guys, and the guys that they're bringing in. And of course, it starts with JG. He's doing good. Just watching him and how serious he takes the game, man. The stuff he says, you can tell that he's getting the guys to get on the field and do it. Just from watching the guys, they flying around, and that's my number one take. When I watch a team, you can know how a head coach is by the way his team plays, especially his defense. And those guys are flying around, no matter who on the field, whether it's the star player, whether it's a guy that you could just plug in, and he's right there doing his job. So I like what I'm seeing. I like the young draft pick. I like that we building up front. with Nolan, with D-Rob, of course, my Mizzou brother. I'm excited to see him out there this year. So just the overall, even with just bringing Calais back, the leadership that Calais can bring, and it takes everyone, not just the coaches. So they're doing it the right way and putting all the pieces together. And I'm excited to see how it going into this season.
Well, Marcus, great to catch up with you. Thanks for the time and the insight today, man. Good.
Thanks,
great to have
Junk.
you on the show.
All right, appreciate it. Always good talking to you.
Likewise,
Thanks,
man.
Marcus Golden, former Cardinal great. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, it feels like a Monday, but it's a Tuesday. So you know what that means. Another round of mustache. As we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley for Turf Monsters, and Turf Monsters is known for building beautiful backyard oasis, a backyard that will make your neighbors green with envy. They're known for installing affordable, high-quality artificial turf. They transform your yards from Phoenix all the way to Prescott, and guess what? Now they're in the business of building pickleball courts. And now look, pickleball, one of the hottest new sports in the country. If you're an avid player, you know it's tough getting a court. Having your own pickleball backyard setup means you get to play more with less hassle. You get to practice whenever you want. Great addition to anyone's backyard portfolio. One of the latest cool things from Turf Monsters, they can build you anything you're looking for, from customized fire pits to barbecue pits. If you're a golfer, they're fantastic at state-of-the-art putting greens. Whatever you're looking for, go to their website, check out samples of their work, check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews, turfmonstersaz.com. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is officially game week for the Arizona Cardinals as they open their season in New Orleans on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. With that, the Cardinals have named their captains, which include Kyler Murray and Budda Baker. For the full list of captains, be sure you head to ArizonaSports.com. Both ASU and U of A got Week 1 wins on Saturday. The Devils handled NAU 38-19 Saturday night, and the Wildcats overwhelmed Hawaii in Tucson 40-6, and both will be back in action this Saturday. And on the diamond, it was a painful loss for the Diamondbacks last night in more ways than one. On the scoreboard, 7-5 in extras is no fun, but the Diamondbacks lost Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the 6th inning in what is a knee injury, and here was manager Torey Lovello.
So Lourdes Gurriel has some right knee pain, discomfort, and there's no diagnosis right now. He is set up for imaging tomorrow, and we're say some prayers for him tonight.
The D-backs will be back in action tonight, though, against the Rangers at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Who was snubbed from being an Arizona Cardinals captain? Was it Trey McBride, Paris Johnson Jr., Garrett Williams, or Marvin Harrison Jr., if you had to pick one?
If you had to pick one, I'd say Trey McBride.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of the three offensive captains, who do you have a problem with? Kyler, James Conner, or Yelda?
I don't. I just have to answer this question.
Voted on by his teammates. I mean,
Right.
I guess Trey McBride would be the answer, although you could make a really strong case for Paris Johnson Jr., too. But
Yeah, Trey McBride, 72% of the vote. Paris Johnson Jr., 24%, and then Marv and Garrett Williams, only 2% of the vote. So there you go.
all right. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Vote on it now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
The mustache.
What? You don't like
it? It's disgusting.
I don't care what you think about this. This is not for you.
Who's it for? The '83 Yankees bullpen?
All right.
Oh.
This is America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation. A mustache. Not a mustache. Where I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song to Bickley and Murata. They will have to guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First 1 to 10 points wins. That audio clip that played at the end of the open there was suggested by Vince Murata. What is that movie? Is that from?
It's a rom-com that I have no recollection of that I actually saw recently called Going the Distance.
Going the Distance?
2010.
Not familiar
Jason
with it.
Sudeikis, Charlie Day, Justin Long, Drew Barrymore. Great cast.
A very 2010 cast.
Decent.
Did you ever see a movie called Detroit Rock City, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, my daughter saw it over the weekend and said, Dad, this is right up your alley. You've got to watch this.
It's a Kiss-themed movie.
Yeah.
Skylar, don't hold your breath on your dad watching a movie that you should
I know, we've all tried to get him to watch different movies. But anyway, we'll see what
done,
pops
Vinny.
up, if any of these suggested movies pop up in clues today. Because today's topic, because yesterday was Labor Day, all things having to do with work and working.
All right.
And jobs. Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or
You want to
second?
take a guess at this first one?
Oh. You can if you want to.
I don't have one that I don't think there's an obvious one that I'm going to guess.
I'm going to write it down just
right.
for
I'll go
clanks and giggles.
I'll go first.
All right.
It's been a hard day's night, and I've been working like a dog. It's been a hard day's night. I should be sleeping like a log.
Logs don't sleep.
What?
The Beatles, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. Very early Beatles there. Was that your guess, Vince?
It was not.
Oh, it was not your guess.
I think my guess is coming up now.
Okay, well,
We're gonna find out.
If this was your guess, then congratulations.
Wow. Wow, Vinny just hit it out of the park.
Put on your shoulders, jeans, and feather the hair. Grab the big comb. Press your ear against the transistor, Basinonians.
That is Loverboy.
Mm-hmm.
Lead singer Mike Reno.
Wow.
Not a Mustache.
That's why I gave it to you, because I don't think Dan knew the lead singer's name was.
Absolutely, you know Mike Reno, don't you?
I do.
Okay, I take it back then.
My band once opened for Loverboy, believe it or not.
Wow.
Wow, that's tremendous. What'd they play after Working for the Weekend?
They had a lot of hits.
Okay, I take it back.
Hot Girls in Love.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if you are as into this clue, Dan Bickley.
I worked my whole life. I don't apologize to take care of my family. And I refused to be a fool. Dancing on the string held by all those big shots.
Marlon Brando Mustache.
That is correct from The Godfather.
Well done.
All right, Vince Murata.
Yes.
Ever since I started working, every single day of my life has been worse than the day before it. So that means that every single day that you see me, that's on the worst day of my life.
You got actual footage from my therapy appointment.
Whoops.
It's crazy. That is Ron Livingston as Peter Gibbons in Office Space, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. All right, good start for both of you. Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Well, we're waiting here in Allentown for the Pennsylvania we never found. All the promises our teachers gave. If we work hard, if we behave.
The lyrical genius of Billy Joel, but would that have been a mustache or not a mustache time? I am going to take a wild guess and say this was mustache time.
It was not mustache time, unfortunately.
Darn it.
It was younger Billy Joel, not a mustache.
Did you watch that documentary yet?
Not yet.
I like Bill. First concert I ever went to.
Really?
As established.
Still never saw him live.
I saw him at
big
Nassau.
musical regret.
Nassau Coliseum.
Wow.
All right, Vince Murata.
Chance to take the lead here.
I don't want no candy. I don't need no toy. I took a stick and an old coffee can. I banged on that thing till I got bruises on my head because I don't want to work. I want to bang on the drum all day.
This is one of those songs.
Oh my.
That I've heard
a billion times.
Uh-huh. And I cannot for the life of me name who the artist is.
Well, did he have a mustache or not a mustache when you are envisioning him when you heard
Not
the
a
billion times?
Not a mustache.
Not a mustache is correct.
Todd Rundgren.
That is correct.
Yeah, it's a very influential but a very forgettable musician.
Yep. Okay, we're back
tied
here.
Back tied.
All right, this is a great soundbite right here. All right, Dan Bickley.
Socialism failing to work as it always does, this time in Venezuela. You talk about giving everybody something free and all of a sudden there's no food to eat. And who do you think is the richest person in Venezuela? The daughter of Hugo Chavez. Hello. Anyway, 0-2.
Wow. I've never heard that cut before. I'm going to guess that's Vin Scully, not a mustache.
That is correct.
Okay. Wow, that's fantastic.
Isn't that great?
I never heard that
A random
before.
rant in the middle of an inning.
But of course, he always hits the post.
Yeah, and he hit the. Yep. That's why I wanted to include the. Oh, do pitch. Okay, fantastic. All right, Vince Morales.
I thought he was going to name a Venezuelan baseball player as the richest person.
Doesn't live there anymore, probably then.
True.
All right, Vince.
7-5 Bick.
It's a short one.
Now, I know you'd love to just sit there and keep being not slim, but we got to work a little today, okay?
David Spade from Tommy Boy, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right, last two clues.
All right.
Shut up, Richard.
Dan.
Yes. All right, that's Bachman Turner Overdrive. I believe that's Randy Bachman on vocals, and I believe he had a mustache and a beard.
He did. That is correct.
Dang.
Pressure is on Vince Morata. I think you can get this one.
I love these.
All right, here we go.
You work hard for the money. So hard for the money. I work hard for the money, so you better treat me right. That's right.
I think that's Hank Azaria from the Birdcage, not a mustache.
That is correct.
Well
you
done.
got it.
Well done.
Agador Spartacus, the I don't know what you would house boy of the
Houseboy.
Yes. Excellent movie though. All right, you guys are tied.
Oh wow, the drama.
This is it, and we work overtime on this show. So even though we're right against the break, we will get to the tiebreaker right after we come back from the commercial break here and finish up.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
Want to remind you, too, you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. How about that, Vince Scully?
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You've seen his face on billboards, on buses, on television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but the work they do is very serious, and when it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. If you are ever injured in an accident, they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They're the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with those insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and that extensive trial experience their attorneys have gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It allows Sweet James to win big. You can expect maximum compensation with Sweet James. And remember this, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fees,
only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
So what do you think of this band, Vinny? Men at Work. Their crazy singer, Colin. Hey!
I was around, I was a grade school kid when they hit it. They were enormous when they hit. And I loved them because it was popular. And then I forgot about them, and now I'm learning to appreciate their stuff again.
Interesting.
Yeah. I should have played Overkill. It's a better song.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But I love in this song the saxophone or whatever.
Yeah.
It sounds exactly like what the lyrics are.
Yeah. It's like a call response kind of thing. Yeah.
Huge band of the 80s. Men at Work. Who can it be now? Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, I know every listener we have except for Tim waiting with bated breath through the break.
Tim said, how many likes do I need to make you guys quit playing this infernal game?
We both got a chuckle out of that.
We did.
Because it was brought up on the air recently, and people said, nope, we love mustache, not a mustache. So here we are, hostage to popularity.
Yeah, right. Give them what they ask for, Vinny.
And we got to determine a winner of this heavyweight matchup.
Yes,
Sammy,
we do.
What do you got for us?
I've got a pretty good one. So
good.
The premise was working, and we all know Cal Ripken as the man that worked the most in the MLB with
The
his
Iron Man.
active game streak. But we're going to look at recency. And Matt Olson is the active player with the most consecutive games played. How many straight games has he played for the Atlanta Braves?
All right.
The streak started back in.
No, don't.
Yeah. That'd be too much reverse engineering for a guy like me who's really good at that stuff.
I didn't know if I should give that, but so Matt Olson, active games played.
All right, I'll give my guess through the messenger system here.
Ooh, okay.
In today's Major League Baseball, is it a single digit?
9. He played 9 in a row.
Unbelievable workload.
Week and a half straight.
I'm struggling with this one because you're right. We're in an era where nobody puts together these consecutive games played. I'll guess 670.
I would guess way less.
All right, they were both pretty close guesses. Dan said 670. Vince said 695, and the winner is Vince Morado, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Olson has played 758 games in a row.
What
Good
is
job,
he doing
Vinny.
to his body?
Right. Doesn't he know he needs to rest?
Yeah,
That's like 4. I mean, that's more than I thought. I thought it literally was going to be like 260 or something like that.
No,
so that's like 4 straight seasons. That's
See, what's
impressive.
the current Diamondback streak?
You know,
Yeah.
I just wish this load management thing was a thing like when my kids were younger. I would have dropped that on them. Sorry, Dad needs a load management day from parenting.
Load management.
Load management day from
You need
parenting.
a load management day for your housework. You keep injuring yourself.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Vince.
Good game.
Good game,
that was
Vinny.
a tightly contested matchup.
tight.
It is Tuesday, but we didn't have a show yesterday, so we gotta see how I went 0 for 3 on the weekend checklist. Did anybody hit on anything?
Yeah.
I hit on
think
2
we
of
did.
3.
Yeah, Bick did well. He had LSU beating Clemson. That indeed happened. The Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. Both Bick and Jarrett had that. And then narrowly, almost 3 for 3, Bick. He had ASU's team total over 40 points at 38 points.
Oh.
It's close. Vinny had Arch Manning, 2 rushing touchdowns in a loss, so we'll give you 0.5 there.
Okay.
And then 6 different touchdown scores for ASU, and they won't cover the 28.5.
Nope.
Again, half, so you're up to 1. And then Shohei hitting 3 home runs against the Diamondbacks. That did not happen.
Yeah, he didn't even have 3 hits, did he?
I don't think so. And then Jarrett had U of A defeating Hawaii, but not covering the 17.5.
They looked better than I thought they would.
Yeah, and then Arch Manning, 3 turnovers.
I was right in spirit on that one.
Okay. And then the D-backs, 2 of 3. And I had a nice goose egg. I had Texas beating Ohio State, Clemson beating LSU, and then I had ASU to cover. So we've seen better days on my checklist. So there you guys go.
Yeah, I got to learn my lesson on the checklist. I get way too specific.
You do. But I like having, I didn't this week, but having like one specific one I think is fun.
But the satisfaction of hitting something specific, like when I almost hit the 3-hit shutout thing with Paul Skeens 2 weeks ago.
Indeed.
I would have wore that like a badge of honor.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There was a funny tweet that came out this morning. Carolina football, the UNC program.
Yeah.
Back on August 24th, tweeted out a video of Bill Belichick making the announcement that they were going to have their documentary series on Hulu. Excited to showcase our program this fall on Hulu. More information to come. Last night, that was quote tweeted by TCU football that says, "When does the first episode come out?"
TCU has been on a heater.
Yeah, they were feeling themselves yesterday and today.
It's one of those, look, they looked good, and they're coming off a 9-win season. That's a good team and a good program. But it might turn out that Carolina is just horrible. We don't know.
And they were very, very agitated at all the worshiping of Bill Belichick going into that game, and it showed. Do you know that North Carolina football went 2 hours without completing a pass? It's my favorite stat from that game.
2 hours?
2 hours. It's one of the stats that I saw that blew my mind.
And I looked.
The other one was Arch Manning at one point had 9 commercials shown and 4 passes completed.
That's tremendous also. I mentioned Alabama, but Bill Belichick as well. What does Bill Belichick mean to a 17-year-old that's being recruited in 2025?
17-year-old man or woman? Hey, you got to ask these questions now.
Listen, when he falls on his face in college football and Jordan Hudson drops him, oof. Oofta!
We'll see you tomorrow. Wolf and Luke are up next.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Over the long weekend, Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils took care of business in their season opener against NAU. The Devils won 38-19. Sam Levitt threw for 2 touchdowns and added 2 more on the ground, and Jordan Tyson had 12 catches for 141 yards and a score. And here was head coach Kenny Dillingham on the win.
Just happy we got a W, and it's always good to win ugly. You know, that's one of the best things about coaching is when you win ugly and it wakes people up a little bit, and that's great. I mean, this is good.
The Devils will head to Starkville this weekend for an SEC matchup against Mississippi State on Saturday. The Arizona Diamondbacks, after taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers over the weekend, lost the opener against the Rangers last night in extras 7-5. But that's not the only thing they lost. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. was carted off in the 6th inning after suffering an apparent knee injury in left field, according to manager Torey Lovello. There is no current update, but he will be getting imaging done today. The Snakes are back tonight at 6:40 against the Rangers at Chase Field, and you can listen to it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resorts with special guests, drink specials, and more.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's up, Luke? How you doing, man? How's it going in there, Command and Control? Jamal, you okay? Sitting there by yourself? I see Sammy the Bull. Of course, he is in the cubicle, as we call it here. Sammy, are you doing okay? Yeah, big thumbs. Oh, good, Sammy. You're ready for some ball, a little football right now. I notice your forehead. You know what? It's a good forehead to wear a helmet and go hit somebody in the face.
That's how Wolf sees people.
Just saying.
Would their forehead fit in a football
Yours
helmet?
is a little narrow, I might say. I don't know about you.
Starting off already. We've been on the air for, what, a minute and a half?
Man, I am fired up based on onions. It is game week for the Arizona Cardinals. Thank you very much. It is game week. It is a Tuesday. What happens, Luke, on a Tuesday for the most part? When you're playing on a Sunday, what typically happens for an NFL franchise?
Oh, my forehead's too
when
small.
You're it's a little narrow right there. It's not wide like Paul's.
We've agreed on Sammy the Bull Sabolka.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sammy the Bull.
Sounds like a boxer from the early 30s. It's perfect.
Yeah, on a shadow of a doubt. He's the Bull for, at some point in time going forward. They'll even drop the Sam.
Oh, yeah, no. And he'll just be the
Bull. What's up, Bull?
Yeah, that's kind of our mission on this show now is to get Sammy Sabolka, known as
You
Sammy
don't want
the
to
Bull.
go, hey,
Sabolka.
Sammy the Bull. You can just say, what up, Bull?
Here we are here, Wolf. I mean, we are into college football now. As long as the off season seems to take, you just creep towards training camp and you creep it through the preseason. Once football starts, and we had college football Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Man.
Once it starts, everything flies until we get into 2026, basically.
That was really beautiful, was it not? Was that a beautiful thing right there? The fact that we had college football Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
I didn't have a problem with it.
It was pretty cool. There's no doubt about it. Just rolling in it, of course. But you know what? We're talking about the NFL, aren't we? Because it is Tuesday.
We're only 2 days away from the NFL season opener Thursday night, Cowboys-Eagles.
The players' day off, for the most part. The players' day off. And the Arizona Cardinals did actually give them the day off today. And that means Wednesday, of course, you come back, and that's when the game plan really goes in. Now, week one of the NFL is a little bit different because they've already been looking at it. Monday, they probably had a conversation about the New Orleans Saints. And Of course, they probably went over some cursory things, I would imagine. But today is the day off for the players. Of course, they'll come in tomorrow. That being Wednesday, Ron Wolfley reporting, and they will dive in full to the game plan, which is really, really cool. It gets me excited.
Does it?
Up. Like they are scheming as to how they're going to beat the New Orleans Saints. They're scheming that right now. Love that.
Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about preparing for Spencer Rattler specifically because they now know that's the quarterback for New Orleans.
Yeah, he's played some ball, but again, it's a new system, new play caller, new team, so like I said, there will be some known unknowns, but he's a good player. He's got a live arm, he can move, makes quick decisions, so Kellen is a really good play caller. They can coach Nussmeier, really good, design of scheme and coaching the quarterback, and they got some premier players over there. So work cut out for us.
I'll continue to say this, Wolf, because I don't think this is disrespectful to Kellen Moore or Spencer Rattler or anybody. Spencer Rattler's very early in his career. This will be his 8th NFL game.
Yes.
Kellen Moore just took over as head coach of the Saints. Kellen Moore could go on to be an amazing head coach. Spencer Rattler could beat the odds being where he was drafted and have an excellent NFL career. But it shouldn't happen on Sunday. We're talking about basically the very beginning of their time together in an actual game situation.
Yeah, and when you think about it, the New Orleans Saints offensive line, I would say, is an average offensive line. Now, once again, you never know year to year how things are going to change, but last year, of course, when you look at 2024, the New Orleans Saints had what I would consider to be a pretty average, right in the middle offensive line. They did not execute as well on third down. They were near the end in terms of third down. I do believe that there are some carryover. You can look at the New Orleans Saints and you can carry it over. Spencer Rattler is a bit of a wild card, as we all know. And you don't know exactly how he's going to continue to develop, where he's going to grow strong and where he might have some flaws. You really don't know because the sample size right now is small. You think you might know, but you don't know.
There's two schools of thought here, right? I mean, and both of them are probably overthinking a little bit. I don't think Jonathan Gannon or Kyler Murray or Josh Sweat are looking at it this way. But if you're looking at it from an analytic point of view from the outside, just trying to kind of break down the game, the two schools of thought are, okay, this is great. Week 1, you're playing a team where Spencer Rattler has barely played quarterback in the NFL, new head coach. It's a team that is kind of trying to put it together on the fly. At least that's what it looks like. There's that option, or there's the option of, you know what? Spencer Rattler's such an unknown, and weird stuff happens in week 1. You'd almost rather just play the toughest team on your schedule in week 1. The Cardinals last year in week 1 went into Buffalo and almost beat the Bills. Now, I think we'd all agree the Cardinals made significant progress last year, but they were not as good as the Bills.
Yes.
But they almost went into Buffalo and beat the Bills in week 1.
Yeah, you just get this feeling right now as well, looking at the New Orleans Saints, you get this feeling that defense could be their Achilles heel based on what we saw last year.
Their defense?
Yes, their defense could be their Achilles heel. Number 30 and number 28, respectively, in yards per game allowed and yards per play allowed. They give up a lot of yards, and they have given up points as well. Having said all of that, I think the onus to me going into this game is truly on the offense of the Arizona Cardinals to come out and win the game. Now, once again, that's a gross simplification of the truth, Bezos. It takes all 3 phases for you to win a game. Just don't talk to me about complementary football and how important complementary football is, because it drives me absolutely nuts. I'm just saying that right now for 2025. I realize there is such a thing as complementary football, where suddenly your defense turns the ball over, gives you a short field, and your offense comes in, hey, we take the ball and we go right down, we score a touchdown. That is complementary football. Just don't tell me that on the tactical level you're going to play complementary football. Oh, no, you made a mistake. Now I'm really going to try. Why don't you really try on every play you're on the field? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, I do.
So it offends me to even talk about the fact that I might try harder as a player on a tactical level because you made a mistake. No.
I'm going to quietly compile a list of the things that bother you most. I'm guessing that might be number one.
That has to be, right? Yeah.
And we're going to get, when we get like
That's
16, I'm going to put together a bracket, and we're just going to have people vote on it, on what bothers them most. And complimentary football is certainly up there for Wolf, for sure. Probably up there with getting rid of, changing the kickoff as much as they have.
Yes.
I mean, we could probably put together this list pretty quick. But look, this is a game the Cardinals not only should win. Look, NFL, any team can win. Probably more so than any other sport.
Just not this week, please.
Yes.
Please.
But this is a game you should win. And if you look at the schedule, I know it's only week 1, but it's the sort of game you have to win. The way the schedule is set up, you need to take advantage of these first 2 weeks in particular, but especially the first one.
Okay, you said have to win. You didn't call it a must win.
It's not a must. It's not a must win. That would be ridiculous. I don't dabble in the art of ridiculousness.
Okay, I'm so glad to see you're not calling it
to win.
No.
I'm so glad you're not calling it a must-win.
It's not a must-win.
Well, you said you have to win.
Really? Okay, well, let me put it this way. If you go out there and lose to New Orleans, then when you are going into Cincinnati on December 28th and you realize, hey, we have to beat the Bengals in Week 17, it's because you lost to New Orleans back in Week 1.
Okay, well, listen, Luke, we're going to play every game just the same. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go out. I don't care if it's on the road. I don't care if it's home. I don't care if we're playing on prime time. I don't care if it's a Thursday night game. I don't care. I'm going to play every game just like I played the last game. To the wall, baby.
That's great. And if you play every game like that, then you'll beat New Orleans.
Okay, thank you.
You might not beat San Francisco on the road or something, or you might beat the Rams.
Focused? That's what I want to know right now.
I
Are
would
you
hope
looking
so.
at me?
I would seriously hope
Look
so.
at me. I want you to. Are you focused, brah? That's what I want in that. I want some accountability in that locker room. Are you focused? Are you ready to give all that you have and do it to the ground with blood under your nails?
We're going to have the most focused show in America this week, Jamal, just so you know. Just because Wolf's only going to get more fired up as we get closer to Friday and then Sunday. Coming up next, ASU started their season on Saturday. Did they look as good as you were hoping for against NAU? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You looking for shading? You looking for some awnings maybe at the compound? Well, listen, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength. There's hundreds of colors. Durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun as well. Installation is all done by their in-house team. This is what I love. Never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the basin. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. #1, brothers. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Super cool. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. ASU didn't struggle against NAU, but it wasn't the blowout many thought was coming. The good and the bad from the Devils opener on Saturday. We're talking about it on the Burnsy and Gambo Show at straight up 2 o'clock.
Well, that's just it, right? 38-19. ASU wins over NAU at Mountain America Stadium on Saturday night. Wolf, some players looked fantastic. Others were kind of non-existent. It's the first game of the season, so, you're not totally in sync. I get that. It's kind of a mixed result, I think, depending on who you talk to after that game. They won. It was never really in doubt. It wasn't the cleanest game ever, certainly, when you consider the number of penalties they took. But a win is a win.
Yeah. What is the bottom line? You got to bottom line this thing for the Sun Devils. A win is a win. So keep on winning, I would say.
Take the win.
We'll put that in the positive column. We're going to put the win in the positive column. But this game was a lot closer than the final score even indicated to me. And that was disappointing. But I'm not splattering. You know me. I do not splatter easily, Basinonians. Splatter if you wish, but we of the Wu Fang clan wondered how they were going to do against a team that wasn't going to necessarily threaten them. And I think we all saw. You can learn an awful lot about yourself when you play a team that you know you're better than. You know that you are. And I think ASU jumped out to a 14-0 lead, and I think complacency kicked in.
This is the sort of game that could land right in that sweet spot. And I know Kenny talked about this after the game where you got the win, but also you didn't cruise. There is a bit of a wake-up call built into this. And I think, this is just my opinion, but I've been thinking this, for the last few months, this game coming up against Mississippi State, that people are just like, oh, it's the worst team in the SEC. But first of all, it probably isn't. You don't know who the worst team is in the conference anymore because everybody changes.
I'm with you on that.
And it's a road game in the SEC in just your second game of the season.
Starkville's tough now.
I honestly
think
it's
a nasty place.
Exactly. I think this is going to be one of their toughest games of the season. So the idea that you got a wake-up call but also got a win against NAU, I think, is potentially right in the sweet spot.
Yes. I was worried about it. You and I talked about this. I wondered how the Sun Devils were going to look. I wondered if they were going to look complacent. The good news is, of course, the Sun Devils won the game. They got the win. The bad news is they look sloppy. And I would say in some parts, lethargic doing it.
Yeah, you were right about that. I wasn't so concerned that complacency was going to be an issue. I remember last week my thought was if they face adversity at points this season, if they lose a game they don't think they should lose, not this one, but at some point, are they going to spiral because they were hoping to go undefeated or whatever? But you're right. There were I would say Sam Levitt didn't look complacent. I would say Jordan Tyson didn't look complacent. There were a few guys that didn't, but just by and large, they look sluggish after the first two drives.
Yeah, I'm talking about team. I'm talking about the team overall in all three phases, offense, defense, and special teams. And I would also say, I would also say the line of scrimmage and the offensive line in particular, and I was a little disappointed in the defensive line in particular as well. But 12 penalties, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that is the most in the Kenny Dillingham era.
Yeah.
12 penalties.
They had, I believe 7, and we were like 2.5 minutes into the second
quarter.
quarter.
Oh, my goodness. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
They had 8 in the first half.
12 penalties for 93 yards, but if you look at 2 big plays they took back, that's really like 12 penalties for like 150 yards. Yeah, I mean, and you could have put the game away right there, and Kenny Dillingham's ASU teams typically don't take a ton of penalties, so I'm going to assume they clean that up. But I will say I was a little surprised that the passing game was just Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. Like Jaron Hamilton, Jalen Moss, Blake McClain. Anybody? I mean, the running backs got involved a little bit. And ASU had 460 yards offense. And again, without the penalties, probably would have had well over 500. But just not clean.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting as well that NAU didn't try to do whatever they could to take away Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
Thought that was very interesting as well. Okay, you want to single him up, that's fine. I got no problem with that. I know you're playing safeties over the top for the most part, but they didn't do anything to really try to take away Jordan Tyson, and they paid for it.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
And maybe it's as simple as, hey, Levitt's looking around, Tyson's open, just take the easy play. Maybe that's, Tyson had an incredible game and a ridiculous second touchdown catch, but you're not going to beat some of these other teams if it's just one receiver that's getting open. Here's Kenny Dillingham after the game.
We won a football game, which is a positive. You got to be able to stop short yardage runs. That was not a positive. And we can't have 12 penalties for 93 yards that cost us probably an additional 170 yards, 150 yards of total yardage. So when you look at it all, if you just removed the penalties, this entire sheet is 200 yards different right now. And we got to get that cleaned up. That starts with me. I'm the end-all, be-all when it comes to stuff like that. And we've had officials at every practice. We haven't had that amount of holding calls called in all of camp than we had tonight, and we got to get that cleaned up.
Man, just listen to Kenny Dillingham right there. Is that accountability? Yeah, that's accountability. Look at me, everybody. It starts with me. I love it, Coach. I love the guy that you are because of that, and your players see it. And this is the thing. You have to be authentic. When you lead Basinonians, you have to be authentic. And Kenny Dillingham is authentic. And he's also very, very consistent as well. I love it. And accountable. Holds himself accountable. Man, there's so many things you can learn in a game like this. This is what I love. Well, the Sun Devils won the game. So we're going to put that in a positive category.
You have to get the win.
They won the game. But you know what? It's great to teach off a tape like what we saw, where you should have played better. You could have played better. You hurt yourself and beat yourself. You made a lot of mistakes, especially in that first half. You did. Yet you won the game. So this is good. We're going to put it in the win column. And oh, by the way, we're going to watch this tape. And I might be yelling watching the tape. And that's never bad. You can get better in a game like this from watching the tape.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's right in that sweet spot potentially. It's tough to tell because it's so early in the season. We didn't see ASU's best against NAU. that's fine if they're still getting better each week. There's a scenario where you go out there and you just win 41-3, and it's like, okay, that was easy. All right, Mississippi State, okay, they're not supposed to be that good. This will be easy, and then you just get smacked by an SEC team in their stadium. I'll just keep repeating that. You're going on the road to play an SEC team in their stadium. This is not going to be easy coming up. There's a real way where the game on Saturday is exactly what you needed, because it was hey, you got the win. Where were the rest of the receivers? Where was the running game was fine. I guess we can't pile on the running game, but where was the pass rush?
Yes.
Where was the blocking? Where was the
Where's
blocking?
the protection?
Yeah, Sam Leavitt, you need him, by the way, to get through all 12 games this season. So you can't have NAU getting to him and chasing him around back there like that.
You know what I love? This is metaphorically based on what guys used to do back when I played. Some guys would do this to get themselves ready for a game. I was just talking about it a few weeks ago, as a matter of fact. This was like somebody slapping you in the face. Wham!
You were speaking literally.
You. Literally.
Yes, this
you
is
would
metaphorically
do that.
speaking.
Some guy would be in the locker room. Hit me in the face. Hit me in the face. So slap the guy in the face. No, thank you. You know what I'll do? I'll go out and be ready without you slapping me in the face. Is that okay?
Was it at least a player and not like the towel guy? Like,
no,
I really need to get slapped in the face to hand these towels out. Okay,
yeah, the towel guy's not going to slap you in the face.
No, what if he was asking to get slapped in the face?
Oh,
like that sort of intensity. That's not making sure it was a player and not just some random. Because the voice you used was not that of a player. I'm like, hi there.
There are
Could
some
you slap
guys.
me in the face?
Well, he might be a cat. Meow.
Well,
meow.
There you go.
Might be a kitty cat.
On that note, with Wolf meowing, we're going to go to break. Take us with you wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, the Arizona Cardinals have announced their captains for the upcoming season. Were they who you expected? We'll run through the names. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Maybe you want to be able to smile real nice. Maybe you don't want to look like a freak. Hey, I don't know. You know what? Go to Aria Dental Implant Treatment or Implant Center, and I will tell you right now, they will hook you up with the All-on-4. That's right, the All-on-4. I've had the All-on-4, and I can tell you it is a game changer. It will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. That's right, it's a wonderful thing. Dr. Joe, of course, he owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center and has for over 20 years. He's done over 2,000, way over 2,000 All-on-4s. And what I love about Dr. Joe, he trains and he lectures all over the world. He travels all over the world to lecture about dental implants, and he just happens to live right here. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and selling us to grand price himself.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing. One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof. And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep. When America Roofing says we've got got you covered. They're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 186-438-CR42.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Game week is finally here, and the Arizona Cardinals play a game that actually matters. The Cardinals open up their season in the Bayou against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. In other Cardinals news, they named their captains for the 2025 season, including names like Kyler Murray, James Conner, and in his first year back with the Cardinals in almost a decade, Calais Campbell. ASU opened up their season this weekend in a 38-9 win over NAU. They will be back in action this Saturday on the road against Mississippi State. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a painful loss yesterday, losing to the Texas Rangers 7-5 in 10 innings. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. left the game in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury. Game 2 of the series is tonight with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Roll with the punches, cause you know that it's a
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Week 1 of the NFL season approaches. We'll get you prepped up tomorrow. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
6 a.m. shenanigans. That's it's early for the shenanigans. All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday, going into a football opening weekend for the NFL. Cowboys, Eagles Thursday night. So we'll finish up all your fantasy football drafts by tomorrow. You got that?
That's not going to happen, okay, Luke. You know that.
How's your lineup looking?
Which is exactly why you said it.
Yeah, it is exactly why I said it.
Oh, yeah. How is that looking?
I don't know.
Interesting. I've got to get better James on that.
He's not busy.
Yes.
7 captains named by the Arizona Cardinals officially now for this upcoming season. Wolf, I'm going to give you the names, okay?
Okay.
Kyler Murray.
Okay.
James Conner.
Yep.
Yelda Froholt.
I see.
Calais Campbell.
Yep.
Mac Wilson Sr., Joey Blunt, Buda Baker.
Ah, there it is.
Well, even more responsibility for Mac Wilson Sr.
Boy, it's a lot of guys out of the coin toss.
Yeah.
Just saying. It's going to be a lot of guys right there.
They all have to say tails in unison.
They're all not going to go out there, I don't think.
That would be awkward.
Listen, can I just say this right now? I'm an old school guy, and I'm not going to apologize for being an old school
Not as of
guy.
January 3rd of 2022.
So, once again, will you stop it with that?
Well,
You're freaking me out that you actually know the exact date that I said that.
You said to write it down. So
He did. 7 captains. Okay, I get it. Every one of these guys they're ballers. Every one of these guys I could see, they're leaders. I know this. And it's important to have these guys. I do like 3.
I was just going to ask you.
I do like 3.
I have 2 very specific questions I want to ask you on this topic, and that was the first one. You like 3: offense, defense, special teams?
I just, offense, defense, transition. Offense, defense, special teams.
So
offense, defense, 3 phases. That's what there are.
So
why not have a captain for each one?
Would that be Buddha, Joey Blunt, and then either Connor or Kyler?
Yes, that would be really, for me, it's James Conner. James Conner is, I mean, Kyler Murray, no slam on Kyler Murray whatsoever. But James Conner is the Buddha Baker.
He really is.
When I think of offense and defense, and I think of the 2 dudes that are ballers, I think of James Conner and the physicality of it. And then I think of Buddha Baker as well. Those 2 guys give everything they've got. And I'm not saying Kyler does not. I'm just saying that it's contact. Do I like contact, by the way?
I don't know.
Was I
I've
a
been wondering for a
contact
while.
guy when I played? I like guys who actually contact each other because it takes a lot when you think of a hit, when you think of sticking your face into the fire. There's a lot that goes on inside of you before you do that. And football is a game of contact and trying to drive the other guy into the ground and do it with purpose. You're trying to do it. And because of that, I always lean towards captains that do that.
No Paris Johnson.
Paris Johnson Jr., I think, again, is right there. I thought he was going to get a captainship
I agreed with
because
you.
they like to have more than 3 captains. They
Yeah.
don't pick a captain. I knew that going in. That's not my preference. It's their preference, of course, and it works. So I thought Paris Johnson Jr. might be that guy. No, Yelda Froholt. And that tells me a lot about Yelda.
Well, yeah, and look, I mean, you look at this name of this list of 7 names. There's not anybody you would look at and say, nope, shouldn't be a captain. Oh, why is that guy a captain? But that was the first thing that jumped out to me, probably because you've been saying it a lot, but also because he has said in the past he really wants to be a captain at some point, and he, at least from our perspective, seems to be evolving into that guy. I was a little surprised no Paris Johnson Jr., but if somebody said, hey, you can, quote, only have 7, who are you going to take out? I wouldn't take any of these guys out. I really wouldn't.
No.
I mean, Calais Campbell. Here, let me play a Calais cut. Anytime we have Calais cuts, I feel like we have to play him. He was asked what it means to be named a captain heading into year 18.
That was a big deal. You know, I didn't expect it. You know, I haven't really been here that long. You know, but I do try to, like make an impact and like communicate with the guys and really love on them. And so for the guys to vote me captain, it's very, very surreal. I was honored, very honored. And I'm gonna do the best I can. Coach does a good job of creating expectations and what he expects from people and all that good stuff. And so, I'm gonna do the best I got for trying to be a captain and trying to represent what a captain should be.
Man, where do we begin on this one right here? Because the captains were voted on by players. That's what I think of it. This is what I love. Players know players. And that's the reason why I wouldn't remove any of these guys. Players know players, and they vote as to who their captains are going to be. I love the fact that JG lets them do that. Now, to me, they've got to go ahead, and where's the threshold? There's 7 guys.
Yeah.
So if there was only 3, who got the top 3? I'd like to know that. Who got the top 3 votes inside that locker room?
Buddha and Connor.
That would be
or in the top 3.
Yes.
I think it's interesting that Calais got the votes because he is new to this group of Cardinals.
Yes.
But, it's just so clear how much they look up to him. You talk to some of these guys. It's not just Darius Robinson. It's not just the guys on the defense. Like, you look up to Calais Campbell because not only has he been in the league for 17 years, but he teaches like he's been in the league for 17 years.
And even though base earnings, again, I am the old school guy. There's a special teams captain, an offensive captain, a defensive captain. This is the way that I think you should do it. It's really, really cool when you have 7 captains. So what happened is, okay, players vote on the captains. You vote. What we're going to do is we're going to slide that. How many guys? The top 7, because this guy is worthy of it. because this guy is worthy of it. Because, in other words, the coaching staff had to be the governor of how many captains they were going to have.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. The first year JG was here, he picked the captains, correct?
Yes.
And we thought, okay, this is interesting. Is he just going to pick them the first year and then let the players do it? Which would make a lot of sense, but in the moment we didn't know if that's how he was going to do it. It seems like that's how he's doing it.
Yeah, you know what, though? I love the fact that you said that, Luke, because I remember saying at the time, I don't like that, but I did understand it because he didn't even know.
Yeah, he had just gotten here.
He had just gotten here. The roster was getting overturned.
You got to pick the guys that you want to lead your new culture.
Exactly right. He did the right thing in his first year, and now he's at a point, obviously, in his third year where he's saying, hey, you're going to vote for the captains, but we're also going to contribute based on how many captains we're going to have on this team.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, it's been really...
Even though I wouldn't do it that way.
I'm trying to... Do you remember how many he had his first year? Was it 6? I have the list of all the captains they have had since he took over.
Okay.
So Kyler, Buda, and James Conner have been the captains all 3 years now that he's been here. Kaiser White was 23 and 24. Calais, Yelda Froholt, Mac Wilson Sr., Joey Blunt, all this year for the first time. DJ Humphries and Dennis Gardeck were in 2023 as well.
Yes, and I just wanted to say finally about this. Calais Campbell. I know we've already played him, but Calais Campbell getting the C. It's so awesome in his 18th year, and it could be his last year. And yet this guy, the impact, this guy is going to have an impact on the guys he's playing with inside, especially these young guys, Walter Nolan, especially these young guys, Darius Robinson, these young guys inside the defensive line room. They're going to remember him. They're going to remember Calais Campbell and how he went about his business when they're year 10, year 12, and maybe their last year.
You hope
they're
these
gonna
guys are paying
remember him.
attention because he could be setting them up with good captains for the future.
Correct.
Too. I have a good cut from him. We don't have time to play it here. We'll play it later in the show, talking about the responsibilities of being a captain, Calais. Because, I mean, you talk about not only his leadership, but guys he's learned from now in 17 going on 18 years. All right, when we come back, where does the Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen go from here? That's a question we've been asking for a few months. We'll ask D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The identity of this team needs to become more defensive, and Josh Sweat is probably at the corner of that. I'll say this. I was thinking about this knowing we were talking about this segment. Max Melton would be very high on my list as an X-Factor guy. I need Max Melton to make that big leap this year and be the yin to the Garrett Williams yang and provide that. I think he's a huge X-Factor for their success.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information, especially if you've got a move. You got a move that is coming up right now. Moving is difficult. Ron Wolfley reporting. Moving Team 6, they understand that, and they want to make it less difficult for you. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad, brothers. It's going to give you a little bit of peace of mind as well that you're working with Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the basin, whether it's a long-distance move. You're going to move all the way across the country. Maybe it's local. You're just moving out to Apache Junction. Commercial, residential, and they also have a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at AMCOArizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Talking about baseball now with Jody Jackson joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. D-backs going into Game 2 of their series against Texas tonight. Jody, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I know it's a busy time. Hey, is the U back? I saw you on TV, Luke, by the way, after that Miami game. Looking sharp, my friend.
Thank you, Jody. I appreciate that. Yeah, I figured if anybody would see it would be Jody right after a Miami game.
Yeah, I got a lot of texts, like, great job, Miami. We've been waiting for something good, so we'll see. It's early.
All right, Jody, the Diamondbacks are an interesting team right now because, they were, 51-58 when the trade deadline hit. They are now 68-71, so that's well above 500 since the trade deadline. They were actually way above. They were 6 games above 500 going into the LA game on Sunday. They had won 4 straight against the Brewers and Dodgers, probably the 2 best teams in baseball. And they could be on a 6-game winning streak if not for some bullpen issues the last couple games. But where are you at when you watch this team right now?
Yeah, I mean, this team is, they do so many things well and so many things right. And last night's one of those, right? They start the game with 2 home runs off of Patrick Corbin, Marte, Perdomo. They, it's 3-2, then it's 3-3. Then they add 2 more runs. It's 5-3. They're doing good things up and down the lineup. Tyler Locklear, a great moment for him to hit a homer yesterday because he had been struggling a little bit. And then, and then Blaze Alexander and Moreno come up with a couple big RBIs. So they couldn't close it out, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, I guess, if we that was the story, though. We go to the ninth inning, because Ryan Thompson came back and he looked really, really good. Sal Frank looked good. And, they just couldn't get that 27th out, as Torey Lovullo spoke about. Kyle Backus came in, Jake Woodford came in, couldn't close it out. Then it ends up being the 10th inning situation. And Juan Burgos is in there, and even that was, a ball hit hard off of his, it appeared to be kind of his forearm. So, and all of this while Lourdes Gurriel Jr. was, really that became the story of the night. Is Lourdes is injured. He was down. He was in pain. It was horrible to see. Blaze made a great catch. There was no contact, but Lourdes trying to avoid him and kind of, it almost looked like the right foot planted, and that might have been when the injury happened. And then it went in the air. That right leg kind of went in the air as he avoided Blaze, and it was just a horrible scene. And so we're going to hope for the best for Lourdes today. But Torey Lovullo did say it didn't look good.
Boy.
But, when I look at this team, and I know I covered a lot there, but, they've been fighting. The bullpen, when it looks good, the Taylor Rashi moment from last week was incredible. I'm thinking this is like, you could write a book about putting this bullpen together this year. Like, this guy comes up, you throw him in there for 3 innings, he beats the Brewers. It's great when it looks good, but it's hard to get on a roll when about every, you get on that roll for a couple games, and then all of a sudden, you're asking a lot of some guys that are not able to get it done every single day.
Yeah, Jody.
That's kind of my synopsis.
Yeah, no, you know what's amazing about it is since the trade deadline, and I've been talking about this, I know I've been talking about it a lot. I've probably asked you this already, Jody, but man, it is so obvious that this team is more competitive. They are more competitive since the trade deadline than they have been. And I ask the question, why? Even in their losses, they're more competitive.
Yeah, I think it might be a combination of, they are more athletic, they are young, they're maybe playing free with less pressure. They maybe are not I think the thing I don't want to say like they were waiting for Suarez to hit a home run and all that, because I don't think that was the case either. Everybody was hitting. This whole lineup has been very functional. I think what's surprising, Will, from what you're saying, is that these guys that have come up have been producing for the most part. Guys like Blaze. Blaze stands out, but Vargas has come back. Moreno has come back. They get healthy. With Moreno, he's made a big difference. So yes. I just think, yeah, they no matter who comes into the lineup, and the defense has been a little better. I think there is something to the pressure of what was happening, and maybe they're playing a little more free in some ways. But I think this is a really competitive team. It goes back to the very beginning. When you lose those key arms in the pen, it's just become an uphill battle, and unfortunately that's going to be, barring a miracle, and now the Mets are getting a little hot, like Juan Soto's on a tear. So, barring a miraculous run here, which they're going to give it their best shot, that's probably going to be the story of 2025. I think either way, it is the story of 2025 is, having so many arms lost in the pen. Yeah.
Yeah. For me though, Jody, once again, there's something different about this team. When I look at Lourdes Gurriel Jr. suddenly having the month that he has had, where he's just been incredible. Maybe he felt the yoke of responsibility a little bit more, that this team was going to depend on him a little bit more, and he responded to that. A little edge maybe in the clubhouse. Blaze Alexander. Oh, Blaze, by the way, this is your shot. Here's your opportunity. Here's your opportunity to prove to us you're an everyday guy. Oh, by the way, Gabby's back from injury. It just seems like they are a much more on-edge competitive team. And to me, complacency is real as a human being. And when you look around and you say, man, we got Josh Naylor, we got Eugenio, we've got these guys, we have all these guys. And I think the responsibility, they're responding to the opportunity and the responsibility of stepping up and doing what they're paid to do. That's my take on that.
Yeah, I think it's spot on, and I think that, when you go out and you beat teams and the other day, I said this the other day, but I think, I can't remember if you guys were in there or who was in, but, when they tied the game at 8 the other night I think it was Tuesday in Milwaukee. I couldn't believe it. It was great. It was they did it both nights and they ended up losing by 1 run. But I mean, this team, they battle, they play hard, they fly around, very athletic. And you love to see that. And I think and then Corbin and Perdomo, Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo have been just steady in there. I know Corbin missed some time, but he came back so quick from that injury. He wanted to be in there. Perdomo's been battling injury. I wouldn't underestimate, too, the way those guys have played through injury, have been there every day, and have been producing every day with defense, with good at-bats, with everything, all their heart and soul, and don't underestimate those young guys showing that example.
Jody, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you about Jordan Lawler because he's had such a disjointed path to get to this point in his major league career. He's so good at the AAA level, and he is such a highly regarded prospect, but he's 0 for 11 since he's been called up. This most recent time, he's 0 for 30 this season. Are they concerned about confidence at all, or what are you seeing from Jordan Lawler?
Yeah, it's been tough. I mean, I think Torrey talked about it before yesterday's game, and, he's been, seeing him into the clubhouse. I saw him briefly in the clubhouse yesterday. I don't think he's losing confidence, but he's just mentally, it's so hard. You can see the struggle up there. It's like you're getting those, earlier we were seeing him swing at first pitch fastballs, and then so you're down. A lot of times he's finding himself down 0-2. Now last night we saw him take some first pitch, second pitch fastballs. Then it's the breaking ball. Then all of a sudden you're out of there. I think there was some progress like last game at Dodger Stadium. He hit a few balls hard, and then it's just been a step back after a little bit of progress. So look, it's tough. It just shows you how hard it is to get into a groove against major league pitching. I think once he does, I think he's going to be fine. He's playing great defense, which I know, that's important though. I mean, I don't want to discount how important that is. The spectacular play he made last night, early in that game, but yeah, he's going to get it figured out. And I just think the sequencing, how he's being pitched to is a learning. You only see major league pitching. That's how you learn, is you see it, you have to see it. And I think it just shows that AAA to the major league level is no joke. I think that's real, even though a lot of guys that are down there come up here. And so we look forward to him. Mark Gray said on the pregame that he was going to go I think he said 2 for 4. He definitely had predicted a hit. So we are all pulling for him. That tonight hopefully is the night, because he's going to be in there every night. I think at least most days he's going to be in there trying to get that first hit of the 2025 season.
Jody, it's great talking to you as always.
Jody.
We'll catch up again later this week.
Great talking to you guys. Talk to you later.
Thank you. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, Jordan Lawler, and this is spread out because he didn't have a major league at bat last year. But if you go back now and you count for 2023 when he was extremely young, breaking in, but he is 4 for 61 at the plate as a major leaguer. So at a certain point, somebody's got to, and maybe they already have, or maybe he has, just forget about your numbers. Just forget about your numbers. And I'm sure he probably has. He's probably just focused on what they're throwing him right now. But rough start for him at the plate. When we come back for ASU, at least 2 players had huge nights on Saturday. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. It's one thing to save for retirement and another to feel ready for it. Listen, I know that. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything, gave me options, and never once tried to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I couldn't be happier. If you want a clear path forward, you got to call Trajan Wealth today. Would you like some peace of mind in your investment portfolio? Probably would. When you imagine retirement, what do you see? I think for each of us, we see different goals, and different goals require their own unique plans, and that's where Trajan Wealth can truly help you. Pick up the phone and give them a call today. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Game week is finally here, and the Arizona Cardinals play a game that actually matters. The Cardinals open up their season in the Bayou against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. In other Cardinals news, they named their captains for the 2025 season, including names like Kyler Murray, James Conner, and in his first year back with the Cardinals in almost a decade, Calais Campbell. ASU opened up their season this weekend in a 38-19 win over NAU. They'll be back in action on Saturday on the road against Mississippi State. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a painful loss yesterday, losing to the Texas Rangers 7-5 in 10 innings. Outfielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. left the game in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury. Game two of that series is tonight with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Week 1 of the NFL season approaches. We'll get you prepped up tomorrow. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. We've got a full week of college football now that we can look at around the nation. I mean, we had a couple games back in week 0, but anytime it's called week 0, you know you're not getting the full product. Last week, 5 straight days of football. Wolf, there was 3 matchups of 2 top 10 teams. I believe that's the most ever. They were talking about it like it was a rarity
Which
to even
I
have
love.
one in week 1. I'm saying, and most of those games were highlighted by defense, which again you would kind of expect. Defense gets going before the offense, right? A lot of the guys that are Heisman favorites didn't put up great numbers. To the ASU game, I know it was against NAU. Sam Leavitt did put up great numbers. Jordan Tyson put up great numbers. The problem was their offense really leaned on those 2 guys.
Yes. So where do you start on this, Luke? Where do you start? For me, it was the fact that we could not see it.
Well,
we could not see it. Oh, who else was screaming? You've got to be kidding me.
Based on what I saw, everybody on social media was screaming.
Oh, no, you can't be serious. And yet that's exactly what happened. I was crushed, man, when we had all the streaming issues at the compound, of course, trying to watch the game and you could not see it, pixelized. Having said that, I don't think...
It's not funny. In fact, it's an insult that they were streaming the number 11 team in the country.
Yes, I don't think that NAU really made a concerted effort to take away Jordan Tyson, and I think they paid for it.
Yeah, again, maybe this is the way, maybe it's as simple as, Tyson's open on every play, just keep going to him. That's just the biggest concern to me coming out of that game. Concern, everything is a question mark, right? Is it a concern? Is that nobody else really got involved in the passing game. I should say Kyson Brown in the running game looked solid. Raleek Brown, you got to remember, Raleek Brown should have a lot more yards because they got called back on a penalty. He looks like a dynamic weapon that they were hoping they were going to have last year, and then he got hurt. So I don't want to say it was just 2 guys running the entire offense, but in the passing game, I really thought we might see more Malik McClain. We might see some Jalen Moss. We might see some Jaron Hamilton. I think Hamilton played 1 snap. Is that right? Jalen Moss didn't have a catch. McClain had 2 catches for 5 yards. As far as the passing game, 2 receivers, McClain had 2 catches. Jordan Tyson had 12 for 141 and 2 scores. The passing game, 2 receivers was just Sam Leavitt to Jordan Tyson.
Yes, and that was a little odd, especially too. There were some. Being 1 of 10 on 3rd down is stunning to me. Yeah. I still cannot believe you can be 1 of 10 against NAU on 3rd down. That shocked me. Watching this, it wasn't just the 12 penalties where you knew they had a lot of mistakes. It was also the fact that they were 1 of 10 on 3rd down. And that, when you want to talk about numbers that you need to improve, getting better going forward, 12 penalties, of course, and 1 of 10 on 3rd down. Jordan Tyson and Sam Leavitt, I thought, owned the game. Obviously, and because of that, that's why ASU won the game in a gross simplification of the truth because of Sam Leavitt and because of Jordan Tyson.
Jamal found that cut that we were talking about during the break that you wanted to hear. This is Sam Leavitt. This is still on the field. Right after they win the game, this is post-game TV. He was asked what he liked about the win.
Not much, honestly. I mean, there were some good plays to be made. I'm more so just proud of the guys for, battling through adversity. Some things weren't going well at the end of the first half, came back in the second half and, came out and played really well at the beginning. So I'm proud of them for that.
I love the fact that he just said that. Honestly, tell the truth. How many times do you hear me talking about this? You have to tell the truth. Now, he hasn't looked at the tape. He hasn't, but he knows in his heart. We did not play well.
That was 10 seconds after the game ended. There was no hey, go think about everything for a second before you do your post-game press conference, or this isn't like the next day he's talking, or 2 days later at practice or something. That is right as the game ends on the field.
Yes, and he told the truth. and he felt it immediately that he did not play his best and that they did not play their best as well. I just love the fact that is leadership. It is leadership because that's not an easy thing to do. You go out there and you win the game, and the first thing you say is what Sam Levitt just said after the game. The first thing you say is that, well, not great, actually. Not feeling great about that. That is telling the truth, and that's the reason why I think this is the best thing that could happen to ASU getting ready to go to Starkville.
Jordan Tyson had the 2 touchdowns. The second one, for I would assume everybody saw it, the over the shoulder, dragging the foot in bounds. It looked like Willie Mays making a football play. He talked about that post game.
Nah, I've actually worked on that catch a lot. I feel like I mastered that catch when I was a kid, and I just never had the opportunity to really do it on the field until now. So just caught it, man. My trainer, we work on ball skills. That's all we work on. But shoot, he threw a good ball. He got hit. He was knocked on the ground. That's probably why he really didn't see it till he watched film. But yeah.
You know, Wolf, on the one hand, you're like, man, 12 catches for 141 yards and 2 scores, and they needed all of it to beat NAU. It's like, wow, okay. But on the other hand, it's nice to have that guy who can make 12 catches for 141 yards and 2 scores, and he was just getting open seemingly every play, and then that second touchdown that he's talking about right there is not a normal catch.
Yeah, it's going to help ASU going forward. It's on film. Once again, here's a gentle reminder. Now, I understand that it's NAU. I understand that. But there are going to be defensive coordinators like Mississippi State. They're going to sit there and they're going to watch tape on this. And to watch Sam Levitt drop a dime the way that he did and the way that he's capable of doing, and to see Jordan Tyson catch that ball right over his head, the toughest catch you can make as a wide receiver as far as I'm concerned. And he pulled that in, got a foot in as well. That was awesome. So beware. And not only that, but know that it's going to help ASU collectively.
Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands starting now through the end of next week. We're giving you a chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page and click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Wolf, when we come back, what exactly do the Cardinals need to do to start this season off right? How about we talk to Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson? He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Looking for a great happy hour? You just found one. Stop looking. You're not going to beat Twin Peaks 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday with an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. Great atmosphere, great scenery. What more could you possibly want? How about a bunch of TVs to watch all this football that's going on right now? Lots of expectations around the Valley this year for both the pro and college teams. You can follow both of them. You can follow all of the teams, and you can follow along with your fantasy football teams as well. While you're at Twin Peaks, try some incredible food off their menu made for MVPs. My suggestion, start with the loaded fries or the burgers or the chips and queso with brisket chili, steak, ribs, fire-roasted salsa and chips. They got wings with over a dozen sauces to choose from. You really cannot go wrong. Twin Peaks has it all, and with their wall-to-wall TVs, You won't miss 1 second of the action. Don't even wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark. Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Valley locations now, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Sports. Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick 6. That's why we drafted him.
Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10, 5, he dives, he's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
Yeah, get fired up. Patrick Peterson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line, and he's going to do it every week this season. What a great way to go into football season. Patrick, how's it going, man? Thank you for doing this.
What up, guys? I'm happy to be back on with you.
Oh, Pat, man, this is so great. Buddy, how are you, brother?
I'm doing great, man. Well, if you know, right now I'm out in at Cabbage Citrus Farm enjoying my round of golf. Well, I didn't start my round of golf just yet, but I'm about to enjoy my round of golf after I get off the phone with you guys.
So, Pepe, I have to start with this right here. You retired after 13 seasons. You sat out last year. You retired as a Cardinal. Why was that important to you, Pat?
Man, you know, well, if I spent so much time there, 10 years of my 13-year career, that's kind of where my journey started, you know, and I felt like so much of my legacy was, you know, laid there as far as for my Patrick Peterson Foundation for Success, the Patrick Corners, the P2 Tuesdays, the Shop with the Drops, the turkey giveaways. I mean, you name it. Going to the Phoenix Children's Hospital on Tuesdays as well, feeding the homeless on Tuesdays. You know, so much of my legacy and my fan base is there. So I felt that it was very, very important for me to retire as a Cardinal because at the end of the day, that's what I'm known as. You know, Arizona Cardinals, not, you know, a Minnesota Viking or a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Very true. We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, what is this week like when you're a player and you're going into week one? And I'm sure it's different for rookies or first-year guys as opposed to guys that have been in the league for a long time. But no matter who you are, there's that excitement of the season just a couple days away.
Man, no doubt about it. I mean, my wife can tell you, even in year 13, week one was almost like Christmas to me, you know, because that's how much I love the game. That's how much I love the preparation of it. And I wanted to see what the fruit of my labor was going to be like, you know what I mean? All the you know, the off season, the training camps, the OTAs. Now let's see all of that work coming to fruition. So there's always going to be some jitters, excitement, But at the end of the day, once that game gets started, you're excited to be back in, your little sanctuary as far as, on the football field, because now these games mean something.
So, Pat, when you look at some of these young corners the Arizona Cardinals have, guys like Max Melton in particular, Garrett Williams, of course, Will Johnson, when you look at these young corners, what do you see?
Man, these guys, they have nice size on them, man. Very long, physical at the point, at the line of scrimmage. They're going to be physical. They come up and make tackles in the run game. And the thing I love about them the most is that they play the ball very well down the field. You always see a lot of young guys, panicking. Obviously, we didn't have an opportunity to see much of Will because obviously he didn't play much in the preseason. But I don't have no worries about him. But you see a lot of young guys panicking when the ball is up in the air and they're down the field, holding, grabbing, and not going through the right precaution things that you need to do in order to break up the pass or make an interception. So I like what the Cardinals secondary looked like, and you got Buddha and JT, pretty much backing those guys. So those guys are pretty much in good hands now. All they have to do is continue to play physical, stay focused, and don't have none of those lulls throughout the game to where you're giving up a free big play.
I'm talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, they didn't throw to your side of the field for, it felt like about 10 years in there, but you still had 36 interceptions, though. So a guy like Will Johnson, who was known as a ball hawk in college, where's that fine line in the NFL to be able to know when to try to make a play on the ball but not leave your responsibility and leave a guy open?
Well, the great thing that Will is really, really good at, he plays well with his eyes. A lot of his interceptions came from off technique and breaking on the ball. And what guys also don't understand, intercepting the ball when your back is toward, and Wolf can tell you this, intercepting the ball when your back is against the quarterback, that's probably one of the hardest things to do, because not only you have to find the ball because you guard the receiver, then you have to judge it and then make the right judgment when you try to go up for the ball. So that's where majority of my interception came from. But I know Coach Gannon is going to be able to put Will in majority of those DBs in position to make plays, because now that they have a real solid pass rush, they don't have to play as much man or send these exotic blitzes as much. Let those guys up front eat, because at the end of the day, that's how you win ball games, controlling the line of scrimmage. And when you don't have to blitz and do all these exotic things on defense to try to trick the quarterback, it just makes your defensive back and your defense as a whole that much easier. So I love what they did up front, adding Sweat from Philadelphia. I love what the DBs are able to do on the back end. So it should be a very, very exciting season on the defensive side of the ball for sure.
So, Patrick, if you could give Will Johnson, a rookie, if you could give this rookie one piece of advice going into his rookie season, what would you tell him?
Stay patient. Stay patient, because it's a long season, man. It's going to be a roller coaster, and you have to stay true to your technique. Stay true to the process, because what I noticed and what I saw, as I got older, guys don't understand how long the NFL season is. Guys don't understand how much time we really put in the study room, how much time we're watching film, and it matters. You know what I mean? So stay patient. Be patient, and also be a student of the game, and I feel like that was one of the things that I was blessed to have, Adrian Wilson, Darnell Dockett, Calais Campbell, and those guys in my corner kind of helping me build those right regiments early, into where when I got older, it was that much easier for me, because you can't rely on your athletic ability throughout your entire career, because these guys have scouts, defensive coordinators, receiver coaches, they're watching your every move as well. So you have to be willing to self scout yourself and be able to continue to put that film study in, because this game is fast, and you want to be the way you're able to put yourself in position is watching film and knowing what the guy's going to do before you do it.
And Pat, some of us, we couldn't rely on our athletic ability ever. I'm just saying.
Right.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, you were a leader on the Cardinals for a long time. What do you think when you see Calais Campbell being named one of their captains this weekend?
Oh, man, that was a given. I've been with Calais I think I played with Calais 5 years. I'm almost positive 5 years. But, that was a given. Calais was always that vocal leader for us when I was there. I was obviously one of the captains as well. But he was the guy that lead by an example each and every day. He's going to make sure that the young guys are well taken care of. He's going to make sure that the team spirit is always in the right mood. You know what I mean? So Calais is one of those guys that always have the right thing to say at the right time. You know what I mean? So that wasn't a surprise to me to see him voted as a captain again. Not only his statue, but the way he's able to command a room. You know what I mean? So no surprise there that Calais is a captain again for possibly his last season in the NFL.
Yeah. Pat, you obviously were hyper talented when it comes to playing the corner position. How much did a defensive line help you when you were in man coverage? Did you feel that at all? Did you ever think about your defensive line when you were in man cover and whether or not you were going to cover a guy differently because you knew you had a defensive line that could get home?
To be quite honest with you, Wolf, no, I never really. Only time I really worried about if the pressure was going to get there if we was blitzing or if we was in an all-out zero.
Yeah.
Other than that, I really didn't care what the defensive line did. Because I knew I was going to be on my guard no matter what, and I knew when I watched so much film that I pretty much knew what route he was going to run. You know what I mean? So, and I didn't. And that's funny you say that. I didn't have the luxury of having any skillful pass rusher until Chandler got there.
Yeah,
and that was in 2016. Right. So I was literally covering guys. I can remember covering a guy when we played Seattle for like 13 seconds before. You know what I mean? So it was just something that I got used to. I just got to cover this. I got to cover this guy. Yeah. The ball is incomplete or the quarterback's on the ground.
I think that goes.
I mean? So the only time I really put, real emphasis in it is when I knew that the quarterback had to get the ball out hot. That was the only time that I kind of, relied on the defensive line or the blitz to get home to force the quarterback in the error throw.
Patrick, this is great. We look forward to doing this all year, man. Good luck on the golf course today.
Thank you, buddy.
I appreciate it, guys.
It's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And
man, how about that? We're going to sit here. We're going to talk to Pat P every Tuesday.
Peterson every single Tuesday this football season. And who better to talk to about what Will Johnson and Max Melton are going through?
That's going to be awesome.
All right, so we're doing that every Tuesday at 11:15. That was installment number 1. When we come back, after a roller coaster of a weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks, what are we supposed to think about this team at this point? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Should we be worried about the Cardinals wide receiver room? They're not. Apparently. They like what they have.
Clearly.
Is it in money you trust or no? You got Marvin Harrison Jr., you've got Dortch, you're hoping Michael Wilson takes a little bit of a jump.
Zay Jones.
Zay's been, Zay's a good player. He had a good year a few years ago, Jacksonville. I mean, I think a lot is riding on Marvin being a true number 1.
I think that is
a lot is riding.
That is because the statement of the day.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Affordability and selection are back at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. You might be wondering, why is that? Well, the Labor Day sales event is still going on right now. That's right, Basinonians. It has been extended. You get $10,000 off 2025 Broncos Sports. $10,000 off, man. $5,000 off Explorers. Leases, maybe you're into leasing, leases from $319 or 0 down, 0 APR, and 0 payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Man, what I love about this, Tim Hovig, of course, he's got over 1,300 vehicles ready for you to purchase right now. Inventory is full. It's the Santan Ford Labor Day sales event being extended with affordability and selection. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. See santanford.com for details. That's santanford.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Game week is finally here, and the Arizona Cardinals play a game that actually matters this weekend. The Cardinals will open up their season in the Bayou against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. In other Cardinals news, they named their captains for the 2025 season, including names like Kyler Murray, James Conner, and in his first year back with the Cardinals in almost a decade, Calais Campbell. ASU opened up their season this weekend in a 38-19 win over NAU. They will be back in action on Saturday on the road against Mississippi State. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a painful loss yesterday, losing to the Texas Rangers 7-5 in 10 innings. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. left the game in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury. Game 2 of that series is tonight with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Arizona Cardinals season opener is days away. And on Tuesday, you'll hear the first of our weekly conversations with head coach Jonathan Gannon. You'll hear from the coach at 3 o'clock exclusively on the Burns and Gambo Show.
All right, thanks to Patrick Peterson for joining us last segment, and he's going to join us every week this football season, Tuesdays at 11:15, Wolf. So
sweet.
That's going to be a real interesting conversation every week because he's so articulate, and then he just recently was playing in the league and obviously played at a very high level. The games haven't even started yet. Like, wait till the games start and we can ask him specific stuff from these games. So, again, every Tuesday at 11:15, Patrick Peterson will join us this season. Over to baseball, Wolf. We got to talk to Jody a little bit about the Diamondbacks. A real up and down weekend for them. I mean, it's been that way basically all season. But they had a stretch there when they beat the Dodgers on Saturday. They had won 4 straight against Milwaukee, the best record in baseball, and the Dodgers, the defending World Series champs. They had a chance to hit 500, to get back to 500 for the season. Remember, they were 7 games below when they sold at the trade deadline. They had a chance to get back to 500, end up bullpen loss on Sunday, bullpen loss on Monday. And, here we are.
Not again. No. Run, everybody. Run. Honestly, we were going into that road trip, the Brewers, 4 against the Brewers and then the Dodgers. And we were thinking, how many games could you possibly win? How many games do you see them winning? I actually guessed right. It's not a prediction. It was a guess. They went 4-3 on that tough 7-game road trip. And they lost those 3 games by a total of 4 runs.
Yeah.
So when I say this team is so much more competitive than what we've seen, they are more consistent, more competitive. And that road trip, I think, was Exhibit A. To go ahead and split the 4-game series with the best team in baseball and then win the series against the Dodgers and had every chance to sweep the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I mean, Zach Gallen said, sit down and shut up, Dodgers.
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation because Zach Gallen is looking better now than he has really all season.
But even Erod said, sit down and shut up, Wolf.
He did. I think he actually looked at the camera and said, Wolf, you sit down and shut up.
The problem is Will Smith also said, sit down and shut up.
Well, though it's funny you say that because you're right. That was a poll question going into that stretch. 7 road games against Milwaukee and the Dodgers last week. And one of the options was they're going to go 4-3 or 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And you specifically said 4-3. I just picked that option saying at the time, well, this is what they do because they split everywhere they go all season. But it's kind of remarkable they were able to do it at this point. They sold. They go on a 4-game road trip through Milwaukee, a team that has the best record in baseball. You go through then 3 in L.A., a team that needs to win games. The Padres are putting a lot of pressure on them. And, yeah, they go 4-3. If the bullpen was stronger, they would have gone 6-1 almost certainly.
Yes. That's the part that makes you want to roll on the ground and gouge your eyes out for the most part. But for me, the best part of what happened in that 7-game road trip, and I know that they played the Rangers, of course, last night, but the best part was the fact that the Predator was hungry and wanted some. Yes, Jamal. The best part of the Dodgers series to me, because I want to talk about that before we talk about last night's game. The best part was the D-backs' defiance. The fact that the Predator wanted a sweep and was hungry. He was on the prowl, man. The D-backs went into a potential sweep game on Sunday, and Corbin hit a 2-out, 3-run Oppo shot to tie the game at 4 in the 8th inning. Tell me that wasn't awesome. In a game that, we've won the series, man. Here are the Dodgers and everything. We all understand we've won the series. No, we're down 3 runs. I don't care. Oppo shot, gone, tied up. Now, obviously, they lost that game, ultimately in the end. But I love the fact that this team is so defiantly more competitive than we have seen all season long. And it's going to continue because that just doesn't go away.
I'm not looking to start a fight online today. That's not really my goal for this Tuesday morning. But the words of Tim Kirkjian and Buster Olney and Jesse Rogers, who we talked to last week about Torey Lovello, how definitive they were. No, you got to bring him back.
That's
Especially
right.
Tim Kirkchin was like, that would be ridiculous to let him go.
Yep.
Couple that with how his team is playing for him right now. No, I understand. Look, they're not going out there just, hey, we're going to win this for coach, right? They're obviously going out there, and some of these guys are just trying to make their career. But, the vets, the guys that are here, it's not like they've checked out. I mean, you mentioned the comeback against the Dodgers. What about the comeback against the Brewers early? I mean, they were way down against the best team in baseball and came back. I don't know what it all means because I feel like we're in a holding pattern until we know what the bullpen looks like next year.
Oh, my goodness.
And I don't know that we're ever going to truly know what the bullpen's going to look like next year until they're playing regular season games next year. They could go out and buy every closer in baseball and say, this is our bullpen. We've assembled 8 closers. They're going to be our bullpen. You still don't know how it's going to work together when the games actually start. But the fight they're showing and the fact that this lineup just continues to hit, it feels like there's a path for them to be contenders next year if they get the bullpen fixed.
Yeah, if they get the bullpen fixed, man. Oh my goodness, where do you begin on that one? It was good to see Ryan Thompson, wasn't it? Ryan Thompson, to see him out there actually competing. Went through a perfect 7th inning. I thought that was really cool. Andrew Salfrank as well, going out there taking the ball. I was wondering why he wasn't closing at that point in time.
Yeah.
I was. Maybe Torrey thought the 8th inning was more dangerous than the 9th, whatever it might be.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, Salfrank, though, by and large, has been really pretty good this season.
Yeah.
You consider
he's
got a 1.21 ERA, 0.90 whip. And that's a guy who was really good for them during the run to the World Series a couple years ago, and then obviously didn't play last year. But here he is. He's back. That's not necessarily a flash in the pan. That might just be who he is at the major league level. He's been pretty good.
Yes.
So you're looking, okay, that's a guy that's a piece of your bullpen next year. Justin Martinez and AJ Puck and these guys are going to be back. They just might not be back at the start of the year, but it has sunk so many potentially memorable wins for this team this season. I've truly have lost count.
Yes. And are we really going to sit down Blaze Alexander going forward? No, they're not going to do that, Basin. Jordan Lawler is going to get his at-bats. He will. But I think they're going to take Blaze and they're going to move him all over. The fact that he can actually play outfield, play the center field, play second, play third, play center, play wherever.
Yeah.
That's a huge help in this situation, but he's going to get his at-bats.
He really is the Ryan Nelson of the hitters, where it's just like, we need Ryan Nelson to step in, okay, and then he just keeps doing it.
Just prove it, will you,
doing
please?
it, yeah. Well, just prove it 17 times, Ryan. Oh, you did, okay. Well, Blaze, you got to prove it 17 times, just like, you have,
and
okay.
By the way, that play he made once again in center field, that dive, that was awesome.
All right, when we come back, just a few days away from the season opener for the Arizona Cardinals, and nobody really seems to know what to make of this team nationally. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The D-backs had a very D-backian series of games over the long weekend.
Peak frustration. It feels like this baseball season has gone on for 13 years.
It's a Sisyphean type feel.
It really does carry that feel to it.
Keep pushing that rock.
You know what that is? Sisyphus?
Of course I do. Okay. I've been called that many times lately.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues, brothers and sisters? Well, if you do, you need to go see DISC. That's right, Desert Institute for Spine Care. I have gone to DISC. I played football for a long, long time, Basinonians, did a lot of damage to my back and my spine, and they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation to you, especially if you're battling spine or back issues right now. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. And I'm talking about all over the world. People from all over the world, they come right here because of DISC. We've got this in our backyard, Desert Institute for Spine Care. It's time for you to get back to living again. Go to sciatica.com for more information or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Arizona State underwhelms an unwatchable streaming mess of an opener, writes Dan Bickley. D-backs outfielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is carted off the field, and the D-backs drop a painful game in extras to the Rangers. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
I love that title to Bickley's story. ASU football drops an AP poll after underwhelming win over NAU. That's not. Oh, here we go. ASU underwhelms an unwatchable streaming mess of an opener.
Yeah, it was.
Well, win's a win.
There was yelling in the compound.
Yeah, you could almost hear yelling across the valley. Although, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how. I would assume they're not streaming the number 11 team in the country much more this season. Although. Yeah. I don't know about the Texas State game. I haven't looked at that yet.
ESPN Plus. That was kind of ESPN minus.
Yeah, it wasn't great. All right, to the Cardinals, Wolf, and I'm looking at Jamal brought this up before the show. The power rankings on NFL.com. Here you go. If you're ever going to look at power rankings, it's these ones, right? Right before the start of the season, not the ones in May or the ones in July.
By the way, are we doing the power poll tomorrow? Are we doing the power poll tomorrow? I mean, it's the first. It's week 1 of the NFL. Are we doing the power poll?
Sounds like we're doing the power poll.
Sounds like we're doing the power poll.
I think we have to do the power poll.
And we have to do our predictions for the season on Thursday.
Okay.
And then we have to do our picks for each, where we each get like 4 games. We got to do that on Thursday, too.
Right. I was going to say, well, why couldn't we do that on Friday? Well, because there's
already be a game.
Thursday night game. The NFL kickoff game.
Football's back, baby.
Oh!
Right.
Oh,
we got to wait for Rick. Okay. Jamal, does Rick come back from his sabbatical this week or next week?
This week. So Rick will be back Thursday.
Okay. Oh, perfect. So he'll be back.
Sabbatical. You can't really call it a sabbatical.
He's been gone. I can't remember the last time I saw the guy.
I used to go on sabbatical, basically. I no longer do.
You did, to the point where people would call and be like, hey, is it still the Wolf and Luke show or what's going on?
But who's counting, basically?
Nobody.
It's not I.
No. NFL.com has the Cardinals 17th in their power rankings. If you look at the Vegas over-under for win totals, they have the Cardinals right at 8.5, as in the middle as you possibly can be. I don't know that people know what to make of this team, Wolf, but then I say that, and it's not like, oh, the national people don't understand, but we know exactly what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do either, really.
Yeah. You know the way I feel about this, Luke. Basinonians, I don't care. I don't care where you rank the Arizona Cardinals. I really don't. This list broadcasting season is coming to a close. What a beautiful thing it is, and I really don't care. Who cares what some group of people think, some entity that is out there in regard to how many games you're going to win? I really don't care. At the same time, I will say I think they're right where they should. I think they're right where they should be. You won 8 games last year. Now it's time for you to go prove you can win 11. You can win 12 games. You can do better than you did the year before. I think it's time to prove that. They're right in the middle of the pack, and I think that's exactly where they should be when it comes to rankings, if you're into that kind of thing.
This is my favorite part, Wolf. They're not just 17th in these rankings. They've moved up one spot over the last month. Why?
Okay.
Who
Well,
knows?
Who knows?
What has
Exactly.
really changed over the last month?
I don't know.
They moved up and the Bears dropped a spot. And I don't see anybody else really moving much.
The Bears dropping, I think, is you got to continue that.
Okay.
At some point in time.
That division. We were looking at that division over the weekend trying to figure out, like, somebody's
Bears got a good defense, man. I'm just telling you. You got a good team.
Who's taking the hit in that division? Because Green Bay is going to be better, feasibly, with Micah Parsons.
Yes.
And Matthew Golden. It seems like they have a receiver that can catch now. That helps.
Yes. No, the NFC North is going to be very, very contested.
That's got to be the toughest division.
And at the same time, the Lions.
Yeah. Minnesota's
moving
going to take the
off that,
hit.
man.
Minnesota's got to be the team that takes the hit.
Oh, yeah. They don't have their cue.
They don't have Sam Darnold. Think about what you just...
Seriously, I reject myself, basically, for doing that. You're bringing up Sam Darnold like we're going to laugh at Sam Darnold.
No,
Sam Darnold played really, really well last year.
But that's not why you think Minnesota's going to drop. At least it's not why I think they're going to drop, because they lost Sam Darnold. It's because Detroit's going to be healthier to start the year. Green Bay added a receiver that could be their number one receiver and maybe the best defensive player, one of the best in the NFL. And Chicago should be better. Whether that translates to wins or not, they should be better. They've given Caleb Williams everything he possibly could ask for to work with.
Yeah. And Caleb Williams, by the way, he just continues to make throws that I scratch my head. And I mean, good throws.
Oh, I was gonna say,
I'm like,
you got to specify.
oh my goodness, there's like one dude in the world who could make that throw. And he just did it.
Just doesn't do it consistently.
The arm talent is off the hook when you look at Caleb Williams. Now he needs the same brain talent.
This is Jonathan Gannon from yesterday on balancing 3 months of game prep with this week now of game prep specifically for New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean, just making sure we go through our process and sticking to it. And then, make decisions when they need to be made, And like I said, at the end of the day, we can control. We understand what it's going to take to win, for us to have a chance to win. Go into a tough environment, a lot of unknowns there. Like I said, good coaching staff. They have good players. So we got to be on top of it.
Got to be on top of it. You have to go ahead and win the line of scrimmage as well. I think the onus is on the offense for the Arizona Cardinals. Once again, you know the way I feel about this. You need all 3 phases, do you not, Luke? You got to play in all
offense, defense, and fourth downs. Is that what we're calling them? Fourth downs?
Yeah. No, we're not calling it fourth down.
Well, that's what JG calls them. Oh, yeah.
I know.
Oh, yeah. We don't like it.
I took objection.
Well, you said you didn't like it, but then you yelled crunk, so I didn't know if that meant you were starting to like it.
Yes. I think the onus is on the offense for the Arizona Cardinals. And I know you go on the road. Are you kidding me? That place is going to be supercharged in the Superdome. It's going to be loud, no doubt. But the onus is on the offense to go out and say, hey, listen, this is a defense that really struggled last year. And I know you could look at their offense and say the same thing with a quarterback like Spencer Rattler, who's only played 7 games in his career. This is going to be his 8th. He's going to get the start. And it was funny because we were talking about this very thing, the fact that who's going to get the start for the New Orleans Saints. And when you go with a guy who's got 7 games under his belt, knowing that Tyler Shough is in the wait, and when I say in the wait, I mean he's a guy that eventually you're going to go to, I would imagine, unless Spencer Rattler goes out and just continues to light it up.
Yeah, I mean, if the plan is, hey, Tyler Shough is our quarterback of the future, and then, okay, we're just not going to throw him to the Wolves. We looked at their schedule. The Saints play some tough defenses to start the year. If you're Spencer Rattler, who cares? You're starting right now. If you go out there and start and you're too good for them to go to Tyler Shough, they just won't ever go to him. I want to throw this at you too, Wolf, because it just popped up while we were talking. It looks like Kaiser White's getting signed by a team that isn't the Cardinals. Do you want to try and guess which team? I don't know that you're going to guess.
Oh, my goodness.
It's pretty out there.
I have no idea.
Titans. Looks like the Titans are signing Kaiser White within the last
It's about
10 minutes.
time. Wow.
It was.
What's going on with Kaiser, though?
Really?
Where it took this long.
Yeah.
You missed all of training camp? Was he hurt?
137 tackles last year.
Man.
Only Buddha had more tackles on the Cardinals than Kaiser White.
Stunning. That really is a mystery to me. And especially you had Nick Rawls, the defensive coordinator, named his kid after him.
It's not like the Cardinals. It's not like Nick Rawls doesn't like Kaiser White.
Right.
They brought him over here
Oh
from
my
Philadelphia.
goodness. The respect that they have for him is off the hook.
So that's it's not official, but it looks like a lot of people reporting that the Titans are going, or they plan to sign him.
Wow. Okay. There it is.
All right. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away? Didn't have to wait around. Didn't get bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place before you can move into your new place. Sounds perfect if you don't have to do that, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. It is the best way to do it, so here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. Who needs extra hassles? Those are awful. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your old home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your old home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick. You can do it right there online. You'll figure out what you have to work with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, with more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and give in everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Game week is finally here, and the Arizona Cardinals play a game that actually matters. The Cardinals open up their season this weekend in the Bayou against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. In other Cardinals news, they named their captains for the 2025 season, including names like Kyler Murray, James Conner, and in his first year back with the Cardinals in almost a decade, Calais Campbell. ASU open up their season this weekend in a 38-19 win over NAU. They will be back in action this Saturday on the road against Mississippi State. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a painful loss yesterday, losing to the Texas Rangers 7-5 in 10 innings. Lourdes Gurriel left the game in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury. Game 2 of that series is tonight with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is noon on a Tuesday that feels like a Monday. Jamal is here with Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal, what do you got? It is you, right? It's like we didn't make sure, but there's nobody else in that room back there, so it's got to be you. Okay,
I'm solo today.
Okay.
All right. Boys,
Yes.
there is NFL football this week.
Okay, Jamal.
Right. You win.
Here we go. The Cardinals open up their season on Sunday in New Orleans against the Saints. What would be a satisfying result against the Saints this weekend for the Cardinals?
Any win, road win. I mean, if they win and it's ugly, I don't really care in the NFL if you win and it's ugly. If they win the game, it's going to be like, hey, they got a road win in the NFL. They got a road win over an NFC team. They're 1-0. So just win and come out of it healthy.
Yeah, I would just say win. With the preseason being what it is and so many coaches not playing their starters or not playing them often in the preseason, I think week 1 in the National Football League is always a wild card. And because of that, I would say no matter who you're playing, just win the game, baby. Just win.
Sticking with the Cardinals, they named their captains for the 2025 season, which takes us to the Arizona Sports poll question presented by Sanderson Ford, as soon as I get it up. Who was snubbed from being an Arizona Cardinals captain? Your options are Paris Johnson Jr., Trey McBride, Garrett Williams, and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, okay, so of those 4, I'm going to rule a couple out, Wolf. This is how we're going to do this. I'm going to knock 2 out, and then you have to decide between the other 2, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to rule Marv out.
Yes.
I don't want any extra stuff on Marv's plate going into year 2. I just want him to be...
He's out as well.
So sorry, Marv, you're out. And I'm going to rule Garrett Williams out, too. Not because I don't think he could be a leader or a captain, but he's only going into year 3. Now, I understand Paris is, too, but to me, the answer here is either Paris Johnson Jr. or Trey McBride. And my answer would be Paris.
Yeah.
But they have Yelda Frohold already on the line.
Yes, I would say Paris Johnson Jr. as well. But, once again, it's not like Trey McBride isn't going to be a leader because he hasn't got the C. He's going to be a leader. Trust me on that.
So right now the results are leading the way by far is Trey McBride with 72% of the vote.
Wow.
Then followed by Paris Johnson Jr. with 24% of the vote. Then Marvin Harrison Jr. with 2%, and Garrett Williams with 1% of the vote. So Trey McBride, the fans are saying.
That's crazy.
Not really a surprise, I think, when you think of everything that he has accomplished and the way that fans look at that. But you got to remember, basically, it was voted on by the players.
Yeah.
ASU began their season on Saturday with a win over NAU, 38-19. Kenny Dillingham described it as an ugly win.
Just happy we got a W, and it's always good to win ugly. That's one of the best things about coaching is when you win ugly and it wakes people up a little bit, and that's great. I mean, this is good.
Where do you guys believe ASU needs to improve the most going into week 2 against Mississippi State?
Line of scrimmage.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Line of scrimmage.
How about that? I shot that out there. Sorry, Luke.
No, but that's the answer. I mean, you got to clean up the penalties. I feel like they will. Look, you may not clean them up by this upcoming Saturday, or you may have cleaned them up, but this might just be a game where, you get penalties called on you. But I think overall this season they're going to clean that up. But yeah, the top 2 things you could have gotten from Saturday were a win, and then a wake-up call because you have a tough game coming up this Saturday.
And I love that. I love the fact they did get the wake-up call. Yeah, the offensive line I didn't think was good enough in terms of protecting Sam Levitt, and I didn't think the Sun Devils got the requisite pass rush on NAU that I thought they were going to get.
Both of those were kind of surprising.
Yeah, so it was, the line of scrimmage, not in terms of running the ball, in terms of actually protecting your quarterback and getting after their quarterback. That was a big disappointment to me.
The Diamondbacks had an up-and-down weekend with a series win against the, division rival Los Angeles Dodgers, but a tough loss to the Rangers last night, and, of course, the injury to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. What I want to ask you guys is, what stood out the most to you guys, the series win against the Dodgers or the tough loss last night and the Gurriel injury?
The Gurriel injury didn't look good. They've just had so many injuries this year. Anytime you win a series over the Dodgers, that's going to stand out to me more than almost anything else. So I'm going to say the series win over the Dodgers.
What are my options again?
The series win against the Dodgers or Lourdes Gurriel going down in the loss last night?
The series win against the Dodgers. That's what I'm going to do.
Guy comes in here. He's doing everything back there. He's putting together Wolfing Down Your Lunch. And Wolf's like, can you give me all 2 of those options again?
Yeah, you know what? As long as it's a positive one. That's Okay, so finally, the top 100 NFL players list. It feels like it took 2 years for the list to come out from 2024. The top 3 players were Josh Allen at number 3, Lamar Jackson at number 2, and number 1 being Saquon Barkley. Do you guys agree with the top 3 players list?
So they have been doing this list for so long.
Thank goodness the list is over.
Well, yeah, because they started it in like April, didn't
yes.
they? This is voted on by the players.
By the players.
And it's just for right now, like going in.
Yep.
To,
Like,
okay.
so based off last season.
How dare they? How dare they vote in a running back
Wolf
at
is
number
livid.
1?
Wolf wanted nothing but quarterbacks in the top 10.
It's awful. I love Saquon Barkley being voted by his peers at number 1. The change of the game, is it not real, Basinonians? Is it not alive and well? It is alive, I tell you. The running game is back in the National Football League, and the fact that players voted Saquon at 1 proves it.
He had such a ridiculous season last year. I don't know how, and trust me, I saw plenty of people arguing with it on social media.
Of course.
But I don't know how you can really emphatically argue with it. If you have, I'm sure there are Bills fans say, oh, Josh Allen, Baltimore fans say it should be Lamar, whatever. Can you really be upset that Saquon won after what he did last year?
Well, we did have people walking around the Wolfley compound that said they should have given it to the offensive line.
Who were those people?
Me and Better.
I just also want to note, Patrick Mahomes is number 5 on this list.
Yeah. Well, Pat, say, suck it up.
Well, there's that.
Pat is going to be fine. He's not going to look at that and burst into a million pieces.
If you were drafting a team right now, like a real team for this upcoming season, Mahomes would be the first pick, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, it's okay. I'll be angry for him.
Okay, good.
Would you take Mahomes, by the way, Jamal?
No, number 1?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying if you were going to build a team right now.
Like if the NFL redrafted each year, like if they were just drafting this year, and you
It'd
don't
be
have to
Pat.
worry about age, contract, any of that, but you're just saying for this year, who are you building?
And you know
the team?
why, too, basically? It's not just because he's so good in terms of his physical talent and skills and how he plays quarterback. It's because of who he is, the man that he is, the player that he is, period.
Talk about a leader. And finally, it just came down, but I thought I'd give you guys a minute or two to actually react to it. You guys mentioned in the last segment, Kaiser White. He is now signed with the team, and he's now with the Tennessee Titans. How shocked are you that it took this long for him to sign with the team?
Very. To the point where I would like an explanation as to why it took so long. Like, okay, if the Cardinals aren't going to re-sign him, whatever, maybe it was a money thing, or who knows? Maybe it was a money thing, and then they brought in guys, and then then it kind of made it tough to break. But 32 teams weren't signing him until September?
It had to be a money thing. It had to be a money thing for Kaiser.
How about Cardinals-Titans at State Farm Stadium, October 5th?
Okay. Here we go. Down here on the farm.
All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Jamal. Wolf and Down Your Lunch down here on the farm this day, brought to you by a farm. When we come back, ASU's 1-0. Any concerns after that victory over NAU? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tori Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. ASU didn't struggle against NAU, but it wasn't the blowout many thought was coming. The good and the bad from the Devils opener on Saturday. We're talking about it on the Burnsy and Gambo Show at straight up 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've played this song on this show.
Yeah. As a region.
How about the fact that football is really back now, Wolf? We had real games this weekend in college. We've got an NFL game on Thursday. We've got an NFL game on Friday. Everybody that you're not expecting an NFL game on Friday and you drafted Patrick Mahomes in your fantasy league, get him in your lineup because they play the Chargers on Friday night. You laugh, but somebody's gonna thank me for that.
Yes.
Somebody out there is gonna be like,
I'm sure.
Otherwise, they're gonna be stuck with I don't even know who as their quarterback, Daniel Jones, because they hadn't set their lineup yet. ASU does win 38-19 on Saturday. Did they blow out NAU? No, they did not. Did NAU have an answer for Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson? No, they did not. And ultimately, that was enough. It's not the only thing that went right for ASU, but it was the main thing. Wolf, do you come out of that with any concerns right now?
Yeah, once again, I think the best thing happened to the Sun Devils that could possibly happen. That they went out there and they won the game and yet didn't play well doing it. I know there's people screaming at the radio right now saying, well, that's not the best way it could have gone. The best way it could have gone is they went out there, they beat them 62-0 and played really well. See, I don't think that is the best way they could have done it. Because to me, I know where they're going, Starkville. I know where they're going, SEC. I know where they're going, road game. I know where they're going. And because of that, I like the fact that now they're on point. They understand. We went out and we played a team that is inferior to us, and they are. No slam against NAU. I thought NAU went out and balled. I thought the kids played really, really well for them. But I'm just saying, ASU has better talent than NAU, Ron Wolfley reporting. And now all of a sudden,
sources.
That's right, Jamal. Now all of a sudden they're going to go and they're going to play an SEC team. Now you can say what you want about Mississippi State. You can talk about it all you want. Where they're going to finish in the SEC, I don't know. But I do know this. They have some really good talent as well. They have some SEC players, and they have better talent than NAU. So ASU better pick it up and ball. And they're on point now because of what happened against NAU. And that makes me feel better going forward.
Yeah, Mississippi State, ASU obviously beat them last year 30-23 at Mountain America Stadium in week 2. And that was kind of the moment, at least for me. I remember having the conversation with people on my phone in the press box that weren't there, that are ASU fans that weren't there. And me being like, look, this team looks different. I know it's game 2, but they're beating an SEC team. And actually, they were winning by more than that a lot of the game. They ended up winning by 7. From that point on, Mississippi State just didn't do well last year. They were 1-0 coming into that game, and they proceeded to lose 10 of their final 11 games. So Mississippi State last year was arguably the worst team in the SEC. But I don't care about last year because so much changes in college football.
Yeah.
That this idea that Mississippi State's just going to be a pushover because they were 2-10 last year. A lot of their starters are back, but there's so much turnover roster-wise from year to year. I think this is a tough game, and I've thought this was a tough game, not just because Mississippi State beat Southern Miss this weekend, just because it's an SEC school and you're going on the road against an SEC team that, unless they truly are the worst team in that conference, it's a challenge to go to Starkville.
Yeah, well, even, again, I think about it right now, and I'm thinking to myself, if ASU goes out with the intensity that they had against NAU, now they got up on them 14-0, but it waned after that. It did. And if they go out and they play that way against Mississippi State, they're going to be in trouble.
That's it right there. That's it. Because what you're saying about how that might be the best thing to happen to ASU,
yes.
Go out there, get that wake-up call, I think there's a lot of truth to that. But I think where ASU fans might be a little concerned is, well, but if they play like that this Saturday, they will lose. Yeah, they probably will. Unless Leavitt and Tyson are just that unstoppable. I wouldn't test it. I wouldn't go out there and play the way you played against NAU, especially on the line of scrimmage, against an SEC team in their building.
Right. See, and I think that has got their attention already. I don't think Kenny's got to build this up. This is something that, again, I want to be really clear on this, Basedonians, because, I'm not looking back and saying, oh, see, I told you so. I'm not. But it's really important you understand the biggest opponent that ASU faced going into the NAU game was themselves. It was. I said that going into it as well. I believed it. Why? Because human nature is real, is it not? Complacency is real. We all get complacent. When we do well and things go well, what do? Do we say, oh my goodness, I'm going to ignore all that and I'm going to even try hard? No. So much of us, we ring the all is well bell. Well, you know what? The bell is ringing now, and it's a wake-up call to ASU. And this is the best thing that I think could happen. They win the game, and they get a wake-up call in the process. And that's why Kenny was saying what he was saying as well.
Yeah, here's Kenny Dillingham after the game. Said they have a lot to work on and correct after that one.
Yeah, we got to hone in. We got to hone in on it all. Like I told the guys, one of our emphasis after our spring scrimmage at Camp T was holding outside the framework of our body. Even though we weren't getting it called a lot, in practice, I was like, man, I can feel it, and I put that as an emphasis of we can't hold, right? So obviously, we didn't make a big enough emphasis of that. I didn't make a big enough emphasis to get it fixed. We as a staff didn't make a big enough emphasis to get it fixed, because anytime that there's, consistently the same problem, right? You can't look at other people. You got to look and say, like I said, you got to look at yourself and say, okay, well, if multiple people are doing the same thing, then it's not a them problem, it's a me problem. And we've got to look at how we're coaching it. We got to really look at how the drills we're doing to teach it to try to get them fixed.
Yeah, try to get it fixed, man. The line of scrimmage is what really bothered me about this game, and in particular, protecting Sam Levitt and actually getting after Pennington, the quarterback for NAU. I didn't think they did a good enough job. Now, I know they had 3 sacks, but to me, overall, Pennington was not under duress.
Mm-mm.
He was not
the
under
way you would
duress,
expect.
the way that you might expect him to be. And they have to improve those 2 areas specifically. They've got to protect Sam Levitt better, and they got to get after the other guy better.
Couple other things from that game, too. ASU had a couple guys get banged up on the O-line. Ben Coleman was one of them. It sounds like he'll be good for Mississippi State,
Yeah.
but there's some guys whose statuses are still up in the air. Justin Watley on the defensive side of things as well, plus Jalen Moss, too. So, just some stuff to keep an eye on. Justin Watley was really good leading up to the season throughout practice. He was a big part of it last year as well. But you're talking about guys in the trenches, and you cannot afford the quickest way to derail any team's season. And fortunately, it doesn't seem like any of these injuries are that serious, at least on the offensive line. But I'm not a doctor, and they haven't given definitive updates on these. But that's the quickest way to derail any team's season is lose your offensive line. So here's Kenny Dillingham afterwards talking about what he saw from his O-line.
I thought our O-line played decent I'll have to go back and watch the tape to see if it was some of the running backs and the pros and the bear, or to see if we're supposed to bump it off, depending on did we make a slip call or were we going 5-0 or whatever the decision was with the pro. Some of those I don't know live, right? And I don't go over there on every single snap. So I gotta figure out those things.
Yeah, it's got to be really, really difficult until you watch the tape, and that obviously is what he's talking about. For me as well, I would say their lack of converting third downs really surprised me.
That was just a weird part of the game.
I mean, you go out, you score 38 points.
460 yards of total offense.
And especially in the first half, it wasn't like you had a lot of third down situations.
They had to run a fake punt that worked perfectly. They clearly saw something from NAU's special teams, because that fake punt, it felt like they could run it all game. But
to go 1 of 10 on third down against NAU, 1 of 10. Wow, that blew my mind.
It's another one of those things that you probably won't get away with that and get a win in many more of these games this season, if any. Take us with you wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, we know the Arizona Cardinals need a strong start to the season, but which specific players on the team need it the most? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Man, I've had the all-on-4 Basinonians, and it is a game changer. Talk about gritting your teeth as you were watching that ball game last night. Well, listen, Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery with transparent pricing and no hidden fees. They make it simple and cost-effective for you. Listen, I've had the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've told you about this before, what a game changer it is socially, I would say professionally, personally as well. Listen, if you want a brand new set of teeth, what you need to do is go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Game week is finally here, and the Arizona Cardinals play a game that actually matters this weekend. The Cardinals open up their season this week in the Bayou against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. In other Cardinals news, they named their captains for their 2025 season, including names like Kyler Murray, James Conner, and in his first year back with the Cardinals in almost a decade, Calais Campbell. ASU opened up their season this weekend in a 38-19 win over NAU. They will be back in action this Saturday on the road against Mississippi State. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a painful loss yesterday, losing to the Texas Rangers 7-5 in 10 innings. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. left the game in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury. Game 2 of that series is tonight, first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, food special, and more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Week 1 of the NFL season approaches. We'll get you prepped up tomorrow. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Tuesday afternoon, which means we are not that far, finally, from the start of the NFL season. Wolf, it's September, which I know is one of your favorite months. I feel like October is your favorite month. October or November is one of these.
Yeah, let's face it, November is really, really cool.
Because that's when a Wednesday's a Friday.
But October, that's right. Boy, I've got the easy button on my forehead, don't I? But, again, I love October. And why do we love October, Base Earnings? Because we all know we have 8 months when it hits October. Yeah, it's still, you can get hot days in October. There's no doubt. But when you hit October, yeah, baby, we got 8 months. And everybody in the country is wanting to come to Phoenix, Arizona when you've got those 8 months in front of you. I love that, man.
I remember, like junior year at ASU, taking some baseball class, so you could tell I was really studying hard. And it was Halloween, and class was ending. I'm getting all emotional thinking about this. Class was ending, and we were walking to some Halloween party, and it was 102 degrees. And I was like, "What? Why am I here? It's October 31st. It's over 100 degrees." But not the case, hopefully, this year. Wolf, has Jamal was he here? Does he know the whole when a Wednesday's a Friday? Does he know your rule on that?
I think he
wasn't like full time before.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, see?
Okay. Oh,
Jamal or nothing. He says nothing.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest days of the year, I would say, is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. When is a Wednesday a Friday?
It is Wolf's
when can you
favorite
bank?
day of the year.
When can you bank on that? It is. It happens once a year, every year. It is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Jamal, this is our way of saying just be ready for Wolf to be checked out around 10:30 on Wednesday heading into Thanksgiving, okay?
Yes. Not as checked out as North Carolina was against TCU.
Oof, what was that?
Yeah, that was awkward.
Goof.
I would have thought
That was-
Belichick's girlfriend would have had that game taken off TV in like the second quarter last night, but she didn't.
Oh, that was so bad. That was hard.
Did you see her standing in the press box with Randy Moss?
I didn't. I
missed that too.
Yeah, that she's in the press box with Randy
Was
Moss.
she like trying to pull the plug on the game somehow? Like, let's cut the power here. All right, to the NFL, Wolf. Obviously, you got to start strong, and especially for the Cardinals with the Saints and the Panthers the first 2 weeks of the season, it really makes a lot of sense if you plan on making the playoffs that you're going to want to win. Honestly, both of those games, at least one of them. But what about individual players that need to start strong? Is there anybody in that regard that jumps out to you?
Yeah, once again, for me, it's Isaiah Adams. I'm looking right at him. I honestly want to see Isaiah Adams get off to a good start. I think it's really, really important when you're talking about his confidence level. I'm thinking of Max Melton as well. I think of Will Johnson, those two guys specifically. Garrett Williams, I'm not worried about Garrett Williams. I think he's going to be great. I think the two young corners and Isaiah Adams, that's where I start in terms of saying, man, I want to see these guys get off to a good start. And the reason being is because I know how important confidence is. Confidence is the currency of competition. You buy and you sell performances based on your confidence level.
I'm not going to argue with any of those, but I'll add another one. I'll add Mac Wilson Sr., who has played in this league, but man, it feels like they're asking a lot of him this season. And he was a guy that I think a lot of us were excited when they got him a year ago because they get him from New England, and you hear everything that they were saying in New England, like, man, how did they let this guy go? This guy was just finally starting to come into his own, and now he's not going to be here with the Patriots anymore. And I thought he was really good for the Cardinals last year. It was a huge addition. But now, I mean, there's no Kaiser White. He's in Tennessee now. You are asking him to wear the green dot. You made him a captain, too. And just you're asking him to also be a great player in the middle of your defense. So I would say Mac Wilson Sr. getting off to a good start would make me happy.
That is so cool as well when you consider the fact that the players voted for their captains, brothers. Think about that, man. That's saying an awful lot about the guys that are in that locker room looking at Mack Wilson Sr. And saying that guy is a captain. That guy is a leader on this team. I think that's really, really cool and bodes well for Mack Wilson Sr. actually doing well this year.
Yeah, it does. That's a really good point. And also just along those lines, and I'll go back and play this cut if I can find it too. How about the fact that Calais Campbell gets voted a team captain and he hasn't played a game yet with this team? Now, look, he's played with the Cardinals in the past,
yes,
but none of these guys were there. The fact that he steps in and is immediately voted, that's the key. Voted captain by his teammates. None of these guys have been his teammates in a game yet. That's how much influence he already has.
You know, not shocked at all when I think of Calais Campbell. When I think of the authenticity, you have to be authentic if you are going to lead. Everyone knows if you're putting it on. Everyone knows that. You're a pariah in an NFL locker room if you're somebody that is acting differently than who he is. If it's not authentic, you are going to be laughed at for the most part in an NFL locker room. He is hyper authentic, if I can use that to describe Calais. He's consistent. He's going to show up and be the same guy as well, and he's accountable. This is the thing I love about Calais and respect about him the most. I think Calais is accountable to himself first and foremost. He doesn't need a lot of guys walking up to him and going, Calais, what are you doing? We need you out here. What are you doing? You need to do better. No. Calais is his own harshest critic, and because of that, he keeps himself accountable.
Here's Calais Campbell yesterday on what it means to be a captain and the responsibilities that come along with that.
Well, first is you got to lead by example. Usually if you got a C in your chest, you got to be, early and on time for all the meetings. You got to, in the other huddle, great enthusiasm, keeping the energy good. You got to, really be generals for the coach. Whatever coach, whatever we're working on, whatever situation it may be. We got to make sure we're communicating and everybody's on the same page and just executing at a high level and just, being accountable and trying to hold everybody, on the team accountable as well.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing. It truly is. It's not easy to look at your teammate and go, get over here. It's not easy to do that, brothers. I mean, you love these guys for the most part. You do. And it's very difficult. You build these deep relationships with these guys in the locker room. Not all of them, but most of the guys in the locker room. You've got a relationship. It's not the easiest thing in the world to walk up and say, dude, look at what's going on. What are you doing? We need more from you. It's not easy to do that. But oh my goodness, sometimes I have seen guys, the look of horror on their face as they've been approached by somebody else. I have been approached by somebody else with that. What are you doing? What? Well, you're right. I have been held accountable by my teammates. And it's something you won't soon forget, Luke.
No, if you care, that sticks with you. And if you don't care, you're not going to be playing for very long. All right, I'll throw another name in there, too, since we were talking about players that need to get off to a good start. And you said Max Melton and
Isaiah Adams.
I
think is really important. Max Melton and Will Johnson.
I think we got to throw Darius Robinson in there too, right?
I think so.
I think D-Rob. So we're just throwing all the defensive players.
We got to come back to this.
Yeah. Coming up next, some news out of L.A. for who's starting at quarterback for the Rams against the Texans this week. We'll get into that next, and we'll go around the league. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're going to tell me ASU's going to have a fluke or a trend, I'll pick trend, okay? I'll say they're going to be trendsetters rather than revealing that last year was a fluke. I think that's the way more likely outcome for a lot of the reasons that you just said with Sam Leavitt and his skill set. Man, the margin for error on this one, anything other than successfully defending your Big 12 title is going to invariably open up to people to say it was a fluke that happened last year.
Burns and and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Purchase a Stranger Things special event ticket pack for Friday, September 19th and receive an exclusive hat and D-backs versus Phillies game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/strangerthings.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Arizona Cardinals season opener is days away. And on Tuesday, you'll hear the first of our weekly conversations with head coach Jonathan Gannon. You'll hear from the coach at 3 o'clock exclusively on the Burns and Gambo Show.
All right, Wolf, let's go around the NFL here, and we'll start with Mike Garafolo with some NFC West news of pretty high significance.
Sean McVay making the announcement that Stafford will start the season for the Los Angeles Rams. Will he finish the season? I can't tell you that. Matthew Stafford himself can't even tell you that. This is something that potentially will have to be managed for the entire season. I know that Jimmy Garoppolo, their backup quarterback, has been put on the ready. Every backup quarterback around the league is always put on the ready, but this is particularly one where they want to make sure that Jimmy Garoppolo is ready from week to week because they just don't know what they're going to get from Stafford's back day in, day out, morning in, morning out. Don't know how he's going to wake up. Don't know what's going to happen in the middle of the game. But for now, they did everything they could to manage it. Matthew Stafford did to manage it, and that has put him in a position to start against the Texans this weekend, and that will happen.
The Los Angeles Rams are going to be in the market for a quarterback after this season. Ron Wolfley estimating.
No, I think you're probably pretty
I
right.
mean, I kid you not. I do not understand how they could go into this season. They knew that Stafford's back was a little off.
Yeah.
Which I know you can say, well, they got Jimmy G, Wolf. That's why. Yeah, I think they're going to have to do better than that.
But you know what, though? That's a reminder of how tough it is to just go do better, at that position. Because you're right. The Rams are built in such a way where, they were the only team that really even pushed Philadelphia in the playoffs last year.
Yes.
They have I think they have a Super Bowl contending caliber team around Matthew Stafford. They're not my pick, but I'm just saying, they have that sort of talent around him. But, if you don't have the quarterback, then you're probably only going to go so far. Now, they have him. He's going to play. It sounds like in the opener against the Texans. But it feels like if they could have addressed that, they would have addressed that.
Do you have any idea how rickety and fragile the back is?
Especially for...
You don't even have to get hit sometimes for you to, oh, my back. You don't have to. Trust me on that.
You could just turn too quickly. You could, anything. And at that position, I don't know.
Trying to start the mower. You're pulling the... boom, and you jerk your back out.
I thought that was your dance moves, the pulling the mower right there, but no.
Oh, man.
we need to play
that
some
would be a
Return
little
to the Mac.
too over the top for me to yank like I'm pulling a mower out of my dance floor.
That is true.
I move one way, man. There's just one way to do it. Doesn't matter what the beat is based on. It doesn't matter. It's the same steps, the same movement. Doesn't matter. Because when a man loves a woman, he does that stuff.
This is why you watch on YouTube to see Wolf demonstrating his dance moves right there. But I will say they always make that joke of all the different dance moves you can do if you don't know what you're doing, and one of them is starting the mower. Wolf starting the mower is so intense that I don't think you could do that on a dance floor without punching somebody in the face.
That's funny.
Yeah, look, this has to be the most significant injury right now in the NFL, doesn't it? Because you're talking about a quarterback of a team that is a contender.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you don't have your quarterback, what do you really have? We're going to find out, because I think he's going down at some point.
Well, even if he doesn't, how effective can you be if you can't twist?
Well, he's got the arm, though.
Yeah, I guess.
He's got that magic arm.
But it's not like he's Mahomes and he's so much better than everybody else.
He has had incredible arm talent since he came into the league, though.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
He's a good quarterback.
But you're saying you need a base in order to throw that.
If you want to win the Super Bowl, you need your quarterback to be able to move a little bit, is what I'm saying.
Oh, my back.
not a great way to go in. But it sounds like he's going to play against the Texans, so keep an eye on that, obviously, if you're a Cardinals fan or
it's
a
not
Niners
like the
fan.
Texans don't have a pass rush.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, good news. You're good to play. Who are we playing? Houston. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
So, Matty, can you say three-step drop?
We got you, Devontae Adams. Isn't that enough?
His corners are going to be sucking up on the outside. Trust me.
Yeah.
Because they're going to try to get the ball out of there quickly.
This is another back issue. I could already hear the cut somewhere. It's not out there yet of Jerry Jones trying to pretend like this is why they moved on from Micah Parsons. But he does have a it's not why they moved on from Micah Parsons. It was an ego thing with the Cowboys. But he has a joint sprain in his back. So that's something to keep an eye on because, again, you're talking about now one of the best players on another team. A team a lot of people think is a Super Bowl, favorite at this point in Green Bay.
Do you think Jerry is hoping that this sprain becomes more than just a sprain? I told you.
Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Do you not think we knew what was going on?
Well, that would require a couple things. One, for Jerry to know that Micah Parsons is dealing with a back issue, which I doubt that he even does. And two, for him to know that it's Micah Parsons and not Michael Parsons.
Yeah.
So we're a few steps away from Jerry being in on this part of the story.
Embarrassing. It is. Michael.
Unless that was like the most dismissive trolling of all time. Yeah, we're getting rid of you. I don't even remember your name.
It's brutal.
I don't even know your name.
It's brutal.
The story I'm looking at on ESPN says, Wolf, you're a doctor. You'll know what this means. Micah Parsons has been dealing with an L4, L5 facet joint sprain in his back. And
the L4, L5.
may receive an injection before Sunday's game against the Lions.
He's getting an injection.
How much?
You know what? That's probably the first couple of seconds. That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt until the juice gets in there. The L4, the L5. Put it in there and suck it up, baby.
Do you know what the L4 and the L5 are? I mean, those are vertebrae, aren't they?
Yeah. They are, Luke. It's vertebrae.
The way you said that led me to believe that you don't know much beyond that, which I don't either. But the way you were like, yeah, everybody knows that. Come on, move on.
The L4 and the L5. We all know it's your spine.
Yeah, well, usually when you see L5, that's next to the Browns in the standings. Oh, they've lost 5 in a row, so this is a little bit different.
That was good.
So look, keep an eye on that. Micah Parsons doesn't sound like his status for the game against Detroit is necessarily in jeopardy because they can do that injection, but...
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Micah, look, there goes Elvis. Stab it in there.
Yes. Nothing is
what
more...
did you say? Oh!
Nothing is more distracting in 2025 than the thought of seeing Elvis run by.
He doesn't even know who Elvis is.
He's going to be like, what? And then you
Google it, my young Micah.
I don't remember what I was going to say now. What's the learning curve, though, for a guy like Micah Parsons stepping in on that defense? He's Micah Parsons. He's one of the 2 or 3 best defensive players in the NFL, but he hasn't played in Green Bay's defense, and he hasn't even been on the Packers.
It's a great question.
And their game is in 5 days.
We're going to line him up on the edge, and we're going to let him go play. Go get the quarterback. I'm sure at some point in time he's going to also play off the ball, but we'll see. That's a great question.
It feels like he gets to Jared Goff at least once in that game, doesn't it?
Yes.
How much have you moved Green Bay up in your well, I guess we can save it for the power poll.
They're a better team. They're a better team. Let's put it that way. How much better? We'll see.
You're going to make
starting
us wait
tomorrow.
Wait till tomorrow
That's
for
right.
the power poll. Okay. Is that a vertical tease?
I don't want you and Jamal ripping me off.
Make sure we have Green Bay on the power poll because there's a chance Wolf might have them there. All right. So when we come back, what does a successful week 1 look like for the Arizona Cardinals? Beyond just a win, what does it look like? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I think this thing is lined up like bowling pins for the Cardinals to take advantage of their first 2 opponents of 2025. All of this is going to be in the mix Sunday in New Orleans, and it's a very, very, very important day for everybody. You go take care of business, it's going to go a long, long way in this market to make people think, okay, this football team, they've got it together now. And now it's time to go collect victories.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. That's right. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Maybe you're looking out your back window and you're looking at that pile of dirt. Maybe there's not even a pile. Maybe it's nothing but dirt. And you're thinking, right there, that's where we ought to build our pool. Well, you need to go with the name Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools and Spas. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the compound, Basinonians. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty, it ensures your investment is going to be protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Game week is finally here, and the Arizona Cardinals play a game that actually matters. The Cardinals open up their season in the Bayou against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. In other Cardinals news, they named their captains for the 2025 season, including names like Kyler Murray, James Conner, and in his first year back with the Cardinals in almost a decade, Calais Campbell. ASU opened up their season this weekend in a 38-19 win over NAU. They will be back in action this Saturday on the road against Mississippi State. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a painful loss yesterday, losing to the Texas Rangers 7-5 in 10 innings. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. left the game in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury. Game 2 of that series is tonight with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Week 1 of the NFL season approaches. We'll get you prepped up tomorrow. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
You know, I said that once to a dude on the field.
What kind of reaction does that get?
He looked at me like I was absolutely nuts.
Maybe he was looking at you like you were Iron Man.
And of course, Basinonians, that's exactly what you want your opponent to think you are. Nuts. It actually will help you on a football field. Trust me on that.
I don't even remember where we're going here after that. Oh, actually, this was a really good question that Jamal brought up in the pre-show meeting, okay? So I'm going to throw it to you,
Just
Wolf.
think about that.
Okay.
On a football field.
On a football field.
You stand up and you say, I am Iron Man! You scream at him after you knocked him on the ground?
Okay, well, there's some context. At least you knocked him on the ground. You weren't just doing that before the kickoff.
Yeah, well, I've done it before, too, where I didn't knock him on the ground. I just hit him right in the face.
Okay, but you hit him. Well, you weren't just, like, standing there.
Well, I'm scared, and he hasn't hit me.
That's true. I don't know which one's more disturbing.
I'm just saying, it works. Do it, my young crunks. That guy's out of his mind over there.
There's going to be like 80 kids across the state playing high school football this Friday yelling, I am Iron Man.
No, God has gifted me and given me this ability, and I'm going to use it to his glory by knocking you down as hard as I possibly can.
And quoting Ozzy Osbourne.
Yes, interesting.
Why not? The question Jamal brought up in the pre-show meeting, also known as pre-app, was would you be happy with a Cardinals result similar to what ASU just did? Like if the Cardinals go out there and hold on, I got Wolf's like, next, what else we got?
Is it a win, Luke? Did they win the game? We're going to put that into the positive column for the Arizona Cardinals.
Wolf's like, I'm done. Let's get back to things you can yell at people on a
Next.
field. Well, Jamal, I tried. It was a good question. I thought it was a good thought-provoking. No, like just the idea of the Cardinals go out there, but it's ugly, but you win. And yes, obviously you would take the win. I would almost be more tolerant of it with the Cardinals than I am with ASU because I understand New Orleans. New Orleans might be the worst team in the NFL, or they could be middle of the pack. Who knows?
Yeah.
But there's a chance that they are really bad this year, the Saints. So the Cardinals are obviously, I don't know what the line is, but I'm sure they're fairly heavily favored. But in the NFL, any game you win, it's hard for me to look at that and say, well, that's not going to translate to next week because it's the NFL.
Luke, I would disagree with you in regard to ASU. I think when you're talking about 18, 19-year-old kids, college kids, man, you'll take a win any way you can get a win, and it's more understandable that they could go out and play down to their competition as opposed to playing up when you're 18, 19 years old. We're talking about being in the NFL. Nobody should take you by surprise when you play in the NFL.
But if the Cardinals go out there and have like a kind of an ugly-ish win, let's just say it's similar to what ASU did, I'm not going to come out of the game being like, okay, are they ready for Carolina? To be fair, I'm going to be coming out of the game asking if they're ready for Carolina, even if they win by 70, because they never seem to be ready for Carolina. But you get the point, though, right?
The Carolina Panthers, they own the Arizona Cardinals for whatever reason. Just knock it off. Stop it.
The Cardinals are the third biggest favorites in the NFL this weekend.
Oh, wow.
They are 6.5-point favorites.
Okay.
Denver is a 7.5-point favorite over the Titans at home. And the Eagles are 8.5-point favorites over the Cowboys. So also at home, the Cardinals are definitely the biggest road favorite of the weekend.
Okay, there you go. You know, honestly, it is going to be very interesting to see how they play. We've been talking about the offense, and the onus is on the offense to go out and win a game against a New Orleans Saints defense that gave up an awful lot of yards last year. I want to see them move the ball, move the sticks, convert third downs, and score points, especially in the red zone. We know how important that is. It's going to be critical that they do that, they execute. I really don't care as much out on the field. It's in the red zone, offensively and defensively, where the Arizona Cardinals, I want to see them play well, specifically.
Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday was asked what he has learned about preparing for a Week 1 game as a head coach.
Yeah, I mean, I told him today, and we'll get into it on Wednesday when we put up, game plans and all that stuff. But, we got to take care of us. It's the team that typically makes the least amount of mistakes, wins Week 1. So a lot of known unknowns, and we just got to handle us.
I love that. He's so spot on. It really is. You cannot beat yourself. It's the one thing about the National Football League. You can't beat yourself. Let's just say, hypothetically, the Cardinals went out with the same kind of intensity that ASU did against NAU. If they go out and commit 12 penalties in this game against the New Orleans Saints, if they do that based on innings and go 1 of 10 on third down, they're not winning this game.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Absolutely.
The NFL, you can't do that.
No, you can't, and so they better not. And I would assume they don't do that on third down, and I would hope that penalties aren't an issue. I mean, those are the sort of things that you can't read too much into one game. But if you come out of this game and you play a clean game, if you're the Cardinals, some of it is out of your control. I understand that with officiating just in general. But if you play a relatively clean game, you don't turn the ball over, you don't take a ton of penalties. You're going to take some, but you don't take any catastrophic penalties, and you just beat the Saints, I don't know, soundly. You win 31-14.
Beat the Saints! Yay!
We're going to have to bring
Still,
that back.
it honestly is. It's just one of the best things ever, man. Beat the Saints! Yay!
We're going to have to play that to end every show this week or something.
Okay.
But if you can do that, you feel pretty good about this team going forward, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a step in the right direction. We know the first couple of games, they feel like you got to win those games. I'm not going to call it a must-win until it is a must-win. Then we'll call it a must-win.
You cannot call week one of the season a must-win.
A must-win.
Need to win.
I think need to win is about
to win.
Yeah, and I would not even go longer on the need
to win.
I don't think you need to go that long. I think it's a need to win.
Maybe even shorter, just like a need.
Well,
need.
No.
Ned?
No.
Need?
No, I wouldn't go that short.
Okay, so need. So it's like a full need.
It's need.
Need to win.
To win.
Let me just run through the schedule for everybody. That's like, why are they so...
Was that really necessary, Luke, that we broke that down like that?
I don't know. You started it, so I just kind of went with it. Before the bye week, Saints, Panthers, but then you go to San Francisco, you play Seattle on a short week, then you've got Tennessee, Indianapolis, Green Bay. So 2 of those games look pretty tough, Green Bay and San Francisco, although they beat San Francisco last year. But you start to look at those other games, you're like, okay, New Orleans, Carolina, Tennessee, Indianapolis. If you stack all their games this season, and I know this stuff changes over the course of the year, especially in the NFL more than any other sport, but right now, on September 2nd, if you stack their games, those are probably their 4 easiest games on paper, and they're in their first 6 games.
Yes.
Because when you get out of the bye week, you go Cowboys, okay, who knows? In Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville, at Tampa, Rams, at Houston, Atlanta, at Cincinnati, at the Rams.
Yes.
That's much tougher.
And then, of course, there are the elements to the game of football. This is what I really enjoy, based on it as a former analyst. I really enjoy the elements of the game of football, the matchups in the game of football, the situations of the game of football. I love that. Specifically, I would say the matchup with this offensive line and this offensive line protecting Kyler Murray, how important that is going forward. And to me, it's a building block. It's something that we have to see them develop. We have to see them get better in terms of protecting Kyler Murray so that we can build chemistry between Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr. If your protection's going to break down, if you're not good in protection, forget about all the chemistry in the world.
Yeah.
Because now it becomes very difficult to try to build that when you can't have any consistency in terms of protecting your quarterback. The offensive line and protection specifically is going to be critical that it gets better from week 1 all the way through the season.
That's a good point because that chemistry isn't there yet. To the point where I'm not saying they don't have any, but it's not like the Bengals don't block for Joe Burrow. They just don't. But he still knows where Jamar Chase is on the field, and he can still get him the ball because they've had that chemistry going all the way back to college. If they don't block for Kyler Murray, I don't think we're going to see that chemistry evolve, which is really just me repeating what you said in a different way. Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here, and we want you in the stands starting now through the end of next week. We're giving you a chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page and click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Try to win tickets. Coming up next, yet another injury for the Diamondbacks. How much more can this team take? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com, Basinonians. Listen, I've been part of some great teams, and when it came time to upgrade my backyard, I wanted a team that I could trust. That's very important to me. That's why I called Legacy Green Solutions, and man, they have delivered for us in a big, big way. I'm talking premium, American-made artificial grass that looks and feels like the real thing. It's perfect for the kids. The dog, of course, Baron, loves it. No mowing, no mess, just clean, green perfection in the backyard. And Legacy, they handle everything. Design, install, cleanup, you name it. These guys are the pros. Certified installers, no shortcuts, and they back it all up with the best warranties. They've been family-owned for 25 years, and you can feel that. They treat me and my yard like it was their own. That's rare. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. It's our first visit this football season with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf, did you get the haircut?
Yes.
Okay, well...
You know what, YouTube? I need to do that.
Well, I'm just...
The next beautiful part of the program, I'm going to take the hat off.
Okay.
You just go hatless for the last half hour.
Well, because you said this during a break earlier in the show to me and Jamal, like, hey, I got the haircut. You guys aren't even saying anything, but you're wearing a hat.
This is
how
awesome, man.
And headphones. How are we supposed to
Didn't
know?
you see it in prehab? You didn't
I
see
don't
it?
remember
Yeah,
any in
okay,
prehab.
okay,
Do you remember that, Jamal? Did we even do that today?
While you were sipping on
what is
your
prehab?
tea. Oh, my throat. Oh, I can't talk.
Does anybody have any sandpaper I can drink to finally get this fixed?
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Jamal? Sorry,
Look,
I asked
you
you a
need to
question.
suck it up.
Hey, I'm here, okay? I'm here. Don't you worry about me. I'm here.
All right, Jamal, were you going to answer his question?
This is a new bit on the show. We
Yes.
ask Jamal questions that we talk over him so he can't answer. Jamal, do you even remember what the
were you
question
going to
was?
say?
The question was, do we remember prehab?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
What was that?
Exactly.
3 hours ago?
Okay.
Even longer now, almost 4.
Yeah.
Do we remember what we're going to talk about here? How about the Arizona Diamondbacks and the injury to Lourdes Gurriel Jr.? It almost feels like, I mean, that was a bad one. It was a great play by Blaze Alexander, and then Lourdes gets hurt. You know, he's such a big part of this team. You can tell he's a big emotional part of the team. He's been playing really well as well. So just, I'm so over seeing Diamondbacks trainers on the field this year. I say that. I was over it in May. There's been so many times that we've seen. I feel like I know all their trainers on a first-name basis at this point.
You know, and once again, you're talking about injuries happening to difference makers. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., especially this past month, August, how good can you possibly be in August? You know what? Lourdes Gurriel Jr. just set the bar for every Diamondback coming from now until Kingdom Come.
Pretty good month of August.
You know, so it's a situation where you're losing guys that are producing in a big, big way. And they have all season long for the most part. And now, though, we're seeing something. Something has happened, Luke, since the trade deadline. Something has happened inside the clubhouse. I don't know if it's the fact that guys are getting the opportunity to play. Guys that were not getting the opportunity to play are now getting the Blaze Alexander, by way of example, getting the opportunity. By the way, Blaze, show us you can be that guy. Show us you can be the every down guy or the every play guy or the every game guy. Show us you can be that guy. You know, I just think it's really interesting to see this team compete. I was talking about this before. They went 4-3 on that road trip before last night's game. 4-3 on the road trip. The 3 games they lost by a grand total of 4 runs. They're hyper competitive.
Against
They're
the best
in
teams
every
in
game.
baseball.
Yes.
Against the best record in baseball this year and the defending World Series champs. Those are the teams.
It's amazing to me, man.
I want to go back. I was trying to do the math on Lourdes Gurriel Jr. You talk about his August. So he played in 29 games, but 2 of them he didn't play. Like, he just came in late. One of them he didn't even have an official at bat. So one of them he walked. One of them he had 1 at bat. So the other 27 games, let's say, 7 home runs. Oh, that's good. We've seen that sort of. 32 RBIs.
32.
So if you're thinking
stunning.
like, well, how good was it? Well, 32 RBIs in a month is pretty good.
That's incredible is what it is, and yet that's what he was doing. And again, this is the kind of injury that is a game changer. A guy that's hot like Lourdes was hot, a guy that was producing, and now he's done. And it did not look good to me. It did not. Now, I don't think he tore a ligament. I don't think so. But to me, he could have really torn some cartilage.
I haven't seen anything official yet today. Here's Torrey after the game.
It looked to me, I watched only one replay on the tablet. Looked to me like he planted that right foot to get out of the way. They're both closing in on the ball, and those 50-50 balls. There's an art to doing it, and Blaze started to call it, but he wasn't calling it until he knew that he had it. And I think they were both going after it and getting ready to call it. Gurriel heard it, and he tried to peel out of the way, and I think that's what ended up happening. Yeah.
But there was no collision or anything, right?
No, they didn't touch. They did not touch. Yeah. This is a non-contact injury.
Boy, that was such a great thing. It was non-contact as well. Isn't that right, Blaze Alexander? That would have been oh my goodness, he full extension.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous
laid
catch.
out to make the catch. Boy, how athletic is Blaze Alexander?
Yeah, just throw Blaze in the outfield. Now he's making plays
goodness.
out there too. One more from Lavello on Gurriel.
So Lourdes Gurriel has some right knee pain, discomfort, and there's no diagnosis right now. He is set up for imaging tomorrow, and we're say some prayers for him tonight. It's a situation where we're going to hope for the best. I don't think it looks great, but before I'm going to speculate, I'll just say park it neutral for 24 hours or until I see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully we get the best news possible. But it doesn't look great.
Could be his patella as well. Could be the patella tendon.
You talk about how much better the Diamondbacks have been in August. He's kind of been not the only face of it, but one of the faces of it, don't you think? I mean, their winning percentage since the trade deadline, if they had won at that percentage all season, they would definitely be a wild card team.
I would say, you know what, honestly, I love the fact you brought this up, because since the trade deadline, if there's one guy you could point to as the tip of the spear for what is different about this team, it's Lourdes.
Yeah.
It is 32 RBIs in the month of August. He's seen buried batting seventh.
Almost
batting
kind of
sixth or
forgotten about
seventh.
this year.
Just kind of forgot about. And, this is something I was talking to Jody about. I do wonder about this, basically. Suddenly it's like Lourdes understands, oh, yeah, wait, I am a guy that has produced in the past. I am a guy that has done really well. I am a guy that used to hit in the 4-hole. I am that guy. And I'm wondering if the responsibility is creating an intensity that may not have been there before. Now, again, there's no excuse for that, base earnings, and I'm not even saying I'm right. I'm not. But it just seems like there is an edge to the Arizona Diamondbacks that was not there before the trade deadline.
If you think we're over-exaggerating the post-trade deadline thing, and I understand it's been 30 games now, but 30 games isn't nothing. We're coming up on like a quarter of the season almost since the trade deadline. But their winning percentage, even with these last two losses since the trade deadline, is .566. Okay, that if you could do that all season, you would definitely be a wild card team.
Yep,
you'd be in first place in the AL West. You'd be right there in the AL East and AL Central for first place in those divisions. You'd basically be a game behind the Dodgers for first place in the NL West.
Wow.
.566 winning percentage is not bad. And
that's with those two losses.
Yeah, because when I looked at this the other day, it was before those two losses, they were over 600 winning percentage since the trade deadline. And they've played some pretty good teams. And when you consider that they were 7 games below 500 prior to that, it's hard to not wonder what happened, like what flipped. You traded away probably your best pitcher this year in Merrill Kelly, with Corbin Burns hurt. Right. You traded away 2 of your top hitters, and all of a sudden you're winning more games.
Yes,
against good teams.
How is that happening? Guys are getting the opportunity to go out and compete. The desperation is there. Think of desperation over a 162-game season. Desperation in baseball doesn't feel like that's really conducive.
I'm guessing that goes up and
to
down.
being well and doing well in baseball.
The other guy we should mention, I'm sure we'll talk about him more later this week, but Zach Gallen made 6 starts in the month of August. Okay, so this is since the trade deadline. He faced the A's, the Rockies, the Rangers, the Guardians, the Reds, and the Dodgers. This is pretty good, some decent lineups in there. Really good with some of them. 2.57 ERA. 28 strikeouts, 9 walks. 35 innings.
Tell me the trade deadline wasn't weighing on him.
It's really hard.
It had to be.
It's really hard to be like, no, players don't care about that stuff when you see those numbers at 2.57 ERA against. I understand Colorado's not good, but those other 5 teams can hit. And especially the A's, they play in a stadium that's like the size of this studio. So there's a lot of runs scored in that stadium.
Zach Gallen's kryptonite, the Rockies.
Yeah. And even against the Rockies, he pitched well. All right. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, what does ASU need to fix quickly before Saturday's game in Starkville? We're going to ask our Arizona Sports ASU reporter. Damon Allred joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I was thinking about the Cardinals and whether they should have gotten involved in this. And I don't know where you stand on this. For me, the answer was a hard no and was a hard pass on Micah Parsons for this reason and this reason only. It's going to cost you multiple first-round picks to get Micah Parsons if you're the Arizona Cardinals or anybody. $188 million. It's not the money. It's the picks. I need those picks in case I need a quarterback. I need those picks in case it's time to hit the reset button on Kyler. And unless I'm sure that I don't need to hit the reset button on Kyler and my quarterback situation, I need to keep my inventory just in case it's time to move.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, man. Affordability and selection are back at Tim Hobick Santan Ford. That's right, the Labor Day sales event has been extended, Basinonians. That's right. $10,000 off 2025 Bronco Sports and $5,000 off Explorers. Maybe you're into leases, okay, Basinonians? Maybe that's what you want to do. Well, they have leases starting at $319 or 0 down, 0 APR, and 0 payments for 90 days on select new Fords. It is Tim Hovick, and he's got over 1,300 vehicles ready for you right now. The inventory is packed. It's the Santan Ford Labor Day sales event extended with affordability and selection for you. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. See santanford.com for details. That's santanford.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Game week is finally here, and the Arizona Cardinals play a game that actually matters. The Cardinals open up their season in the Bayou against the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. In other Cardinals news, they named their captains for the 2025 season with names like Kyler Murray, James Conner, and in his first year back with the Cardinals in almost a decade, Calais Campbell. ASU open up their season this weekend in a 38-19 win over NAU. They will be back in action this Saturday on the road against Mississippi State. And the Arizona Diamondbacks came away with a painful loss yesterday, losing to the Texas Rangers 7-5. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. left the game in the 6th inning with an apparent knee injury. Game 2 of that series is tonight with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Yeah. Sometimes we laugh.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. ASU didn't struggle against NAU, but it wasn't the blowout many thought was coming. The good and the bad from the Devils opener on Saturday. We're talking about it on the Burnsy and Gambo Show at straight up 2 o'clock.
Just be quiet, David Charles. Baby! Had to nail it. Did I nail it, Jamal? I think I nailed it.
You absolutely nailed it. That was perfect.
That's offbeat, too, man.
Yo, it was very offbeat. That's for true. Jamal is enabling you.
Now it's time for the lawnmower dance.
I hope somebody pulled that off you, too. Now you'd have to turn and do it the other way, too, if you were dancing.
Man. Yeah, right.
Broke the mic.
I think I
ASU...
could do it as well with the left arm, though.
ASU, well, there's still a half hour left. ASU won. ASU, as Dave Burns just said, didn't really struggle, but they didn't look great. And they proceeded to drop a spot in the AP poll, because I'm looking at it right now, and South Carolina and Illinois both ahead of them.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt, too. If you listen to some of the national analysts, they're a little down as well on ASU.
Well, maybe they should put them on national television.
Which I think is great, once again. Underdog, that's right. We are the underdog. We do. You're right. We should have beat them by 50. We are the underdog. Desperation is a wonderful master when it comes to the game of football.
Damon Allred's here. He's our Arizona Sports ASU reporter. Damon, what's going on, man?
How you doing? Happy to be here.
I'm good. I'm gonna start with I'm just gonna start with a really big question. Anything that happened Saturday concerning going into this Saturday's game in Starkville?
Honestly, the injury stuff is the most concerning for me.
Right.
You see two offensive linemen leave and not return. It sounds like Ben Coleman will for sure be good for this week, and sounds like right tackle Maxi Onachor is still to be determined. Other than that, I think there were a couple guys with scrapes and bruises. Justin Watley is a TBD. Jalen Moss is a TBD. Obviously, we didn't really get to see Moss's impact because of how, his couple targets that looked like good opportunities. They just didn't connect on those. There was one on the sideline and then one in double coverage where it looked like just a defender got in front of the ball. But I think that really the lasting impact from last Saturday is they have to be better. I mean, sharper at the very least.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask you, Damon. What was your impression? What's your overall impression of how they played on Saturday?
It felt like they didn't play to their standard, to be honest. And I think a lot of that comes down to vanilla looks on offense and defense. But, you know, like you were saying off air before we came on, it's a team that is talented enough to make NAU look bad, even just playing straight up vanilla stuff.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen. I think that Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson looked about how they should look. And I think that Kyson Brown, Raleek Brown impressed as well from a run game aspect. But I don't think other than those four that there were a ton of guys where you feel like, okay, they did their job on Saturday.
Talking to Damon Allred, Arizona Sports ASU reporter. Damon, you mentioned Jalen Moss in there briefly. Look, I don't know if we should read anything into this, if it was just because it was the first game, it was against NAU, whatever. I really thought that we would see more guys involved in the passing game than just Jordan Tyson. I know, the running backs got involved too, but as far as receivers, it was just Jordan Tyson. With Malik McClain, I think, had 2 catches for 5 yards, but 14 completions to receivers, 12 of them went to Tyson. Do I read into that, or was that just one game?
I think it's just one game. You know, Kenny was asked about the fact that NAU didn't really double Tyson at all. And from a money ball aspect of just taking what the defense gives you, I think going to Tyson in single coverage is generally a good idea. But
it seems to work pretty well.
But I think that there are other guys too. I mean, Malik McClain, the illegal touching continues. I mean, you think back to last year's Texas Tech game where it was his first real opportunity to make an impact in a regular season game for them. And he catches a 3rd down conversion, but it gets called back because of illegal touching. Then Saturday, he has a chance to make a big play. It gets called back for illegal touching. Mm-hmm. And then later, he has another opportunity to make a big play, and it gets called back for ineligible man downfield.
Great.
And so it just feels like, man, you'd love to get this ball rolling with Malik McClain, but it just is struggling because of these few reasons. And then the other thing is Jaron Hamilton. For him to only get 1 snap, I think was pretty shocking considering the camp that he had. I mean, he was one of the stars of fall camp. Like arguably moments where he was the 2nd best receiver on the team. Now, coming in from Alabama, there's obviously an adjustment in the system. Jalen Moss has less of an adjustment because of what Fresno State runs, being much more similar to what Marcus Arroyo runs here at ASU. I just think that it was weird to see so many targets go to Jordan Tyson when you knew that you had this upgraded receiving core. You wanted to see what they could do, and you just didn't get that opportunity, and you hope that can come this Saturday against Mississippi State.
But once again, man, if you're talking about not doubling them up, not actually
maybe just
trying
keep
to
feeding them,
that's hard to do. 1 of 10 on 3rd down. How do you process that, Damon?
That and the 12 penalties are the things for me that I really got hung up on Saturday. And, I think you guys have mentioned it already, 12 being the most in any Kenny Dillingham game so far. I think that they did a better job in the second half. I think it was up to 8 or 9 in the first half, and then much fewer in the second half. So at least there was that aspect of, okay, they nailed this down. Mississippi State, I know that they're picked to finish last in the SEC. We saw a team that was picked to finish last in its conference last year. We know that those preseason picks don't really mean that much. Mississippi State has gotten a lot better. They had a weirdly, eerily similar first week to ASU where they were a state school playing a directional school in-state. The big difference being they were on the road versus ASU was at home. But for them to also double up their opponent and some sloppy things show up, I think it's weird just for those two things to go so similarly. But you think about Mississippi State has Blake Shapen back at quarterback, the one-time ASU football and baseball commit, which is a fun fact. Blake Shapen only played 4 games last year, and he played pretty well in those 4 games, including against ASU. I think that his return has people kind of forgetting what Mississippi State can be when he's at the helm.
Yeah, that's a great point. This is a game, and I'm glad you said that because I feel like only a few of us have been saying it. If you just because you say a team is the worst in the SEC, doesn't make them the worst in the SEC. And even if they're the worst in the SEC, it doesn't make them bad at football, especially when you're going there. Damon, great stuff. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, guys.
That's Damon Allred right there joining us in studio. None of this Arizona Sportsline stuff. He walked right in here.
That's right.
Listened to Wolf try to sing a Drake
Did
song.
it with a square John through the shoulders back as well.
Coming up next, which Arizona Cardinals could go from good to ideally great this season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
The D-backs had a very D-backian series of games over the long weekend.
Peak frustration. It feels like this baseball season has gone on for 13 years.
It's a Sisyphean type feel.
It really does carry that feel to it.
Keep pushing that rock.
You know what that is? Sisyphus?
Of course I do.
Okay.
I've been called that many times.
Bickley and Morana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Jamal, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. The Labor Day sale has been extended at Brooklyn Betting. The Labor Day sale has been extended at Brooklyn Betting. Everything in store and online is 25% off now through September 9th. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Basinonians, tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. And remember, we are the Woo Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Betting. That's right, our hybrid Brooklyn Sedona Classic for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. What you do, you go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies. Right about now, It's your boy, you heard, back again. DJ Man.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Week 1 of the NFL season approaches. We'll get you prepped up tomorrow. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Well, the hat is off.
The hat is off, basically means, and of course you can see that I got a haircut, YouTube. Trimmed it down a little last night, as a matter of fact, and it looks a little messed up. But
well, you've been wearing a hat for 4 hours.
I have been, yes.
What was the final straw to get? Was the Warrior Queen just like, hey, we're not doing this anymore?
No, it was me.
Oh, okay.
I look like a complete unmitigated freak walking around the compound. It's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, you didn't seem to totally mind it, though.
It was the longest I think I've had it in maybe decade. Yeah, maybe 10 or 12 years.
Wow.
Yeah, it was long, man. I was wearing it up like Don King, walking around. Didn't really care. Just felt like doing it.
Not quite like Don King, but yes.
But man, I had to get it cut, so I did.
I'm looking at another list. All right, it has the Cardinals 18th. This is ESPN, but I'm not concerned about where they have them. Although that's another example of somewhere putting them in the middle of the league. They went through their biggest strength. This is their NFL preview piece. Biggest strength, biggest concern, QB stat to know, and then bold prediction. Well, they also have how to win your fantasy league based on each team. But I'm assuming you already read on that.
I like
Wolf.
this.
So I give you real quick.
I did not read this.
Well, biggest strength, they have defensive front. Biggest concern, Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. being on the same page. QB stat to know. That's a long stat. I'm not going to read all that. How to win. That just seems dangerous.
Luke was editing.
That feels like Luke butchers a stat on the air.
Yeah.
Like Wolf normally butchers stats.
Yes.
But then their bold prediction for 2025 is that nickel corner Garrett Williams is going to lead all slot defenders in yards per coverage snap allowed. He wasn't that far off last year. His 0.7 yards per coverage snap in 2024 per NFL Next Gen Stats ranked second behind only Derwin James Jr. at 0.5.
Wow.
Again, last
really
year was his first
something.
full season ever, Garrett Williams. Last year was his first full season, really.
Yeah, once again, you have to wonder where this defense is going to go. It's going to be a work in progress. That much we know. It is. There's so many moving parts they have, especially inside that box on the defensive line. There are so many moving parts. How are they going to impact the back end? That's what I want to know. There are defensive coordinators that have, in the past, they have built their team based on the back end forward. But for the most part, I would say in this iteration of football, in the year 2025 of our Lord, I think for the most part, it's from the front and back that teams are being built for the most part. The Arizona Cardinals, the most improved by far and away, the most improved, Rome, as we all know, is the defensive line. How improved is that going to be, Luke?
And that's the beauty of the season finally starting. We can all look and say, oh, the Cardinals' defensive line, that's better than it was last year.
Yes.
Great, but what does it look like on game day?
Yep.
On Sunday against an NFL team? And yes, the Saints are an NFL team. And now here we go. I mean, we mentioned this at the start of the show. We'll say it again. Once football starts, you go June, July, August, you're like, hey, how many more days till training camp? How many more days till preseason? But once the season starts, you're like already behind on your Christmas shopping. Like Thanksgiving's like tomorrow, basically. That's how quickly it goes once the season starts. Going back to Garrett Williams, would you say anybody on the Cardinals last year made a bigger jump than he did?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
There isn't anybody.
Yes.
I can't even think of who.
Talking about year
close.
1 to year 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the only reason I asked that is I'm looking at this now trying to figure out, and this doesn't even have to be year 1 to year 2, but who this year could make a Garrett Williams-like jump on this team individually?
Wow.
There's a lot of players going from year 1 to year 2.
Yeah, there are a lot of players. Tip Ryman comes to mind immediately. Tip Ryman was what I've seen in preseason, what I've seen in practice for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, we've got to see it in a regular season game. But the way I feel about Tip Ryman and how much better he's gotten in year 2 than what he was in year 1. And it makes perfect sense. He laid the foundation last year for, okay, how good can you possibly be? Well, we're going to find out in year 2. So I think Tip Ryman is going to have a massive impact on the Arizona Cardinals. I do. Their ability to run the ball out of 12 personnel and throw the ball out of 12 personnel. And what are you going to do about it, Mr. Defensive Coordinator? And run down situations. It's a huge advantage for the Arizona Cardinals.
I'll also throw this name out there, making the jump from the previous year to last year, because I'm sure people are screaming this at their radio right now. Trey McBride obviously made a huge jump. But I will say, McBride the prior year, it's pretty good. Yeah. 81 catches for 825 yards and the 3 touchdowns, but without even having Kyler all season back in 2023. So it's hard for me. Trey McBride made a huge jump last year. He would probably be second, but as far as the distance of the jump, I still think Garrett Williams is number 1 last year.
Yeah. No, I think that's probably a good way to go if you're trying to look at guys that made the biggest improvement. I think I'd have to agree.
How about you're going to say Marv, so I'm not going to ask that question. I'll ask it this way. Take Marv, set him aside. He's the obvious answer, okay, of who you want to make the biggest jump this year.
I see.
Who's number 2 on the list?
Wow.
And why is it definitely Isaiah Adams?
I was going to say, let me think. Who does that have to be? I think we all know why. You have to protect one. You have to protect QB1. You have to protect Kyler Murray. Without protection, there's not going to be any hope of that chemistry developing between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., as it must. Because that, to me, as I've said many times, that is the biggest improvement that will change the fortunes of the Arizona Cardinals. I kid you not. That alone, the ability to throw the ball down the field. So what do you have to do? You have to protect Kyler Murray. I have to say Isaiah.
It's hard to really disagree, especially since I threw the name out first. But like Darius Robinson,
He threw it out there because you know where I was going to go.
Well, I think that's the right answer, though. Because, look, if you can't protect Kyler Murray, it doesn't really matter what his chemistry is like with Marvin Harrison Jr., unless their connection is legendary. And as he's getting sacked, he just knows where Marv's going to be on every play. It's not really a recipe for success, though. I used the Joe Burrow-Jamar Chase example earlier.
Yeah.
Look how great those two are, and the Bengals still don't win a whole lot of games.
Yeah, you have to be able to protect. And by the way, Basinonians, get ready. Get ready for the Arizona Cardinals to be blitzed maybe more than any other team in the National Football League.
Why?
Because of Kyler. Kyler's got to prove he can handle that blitz. Kyler has to prove that. This is something that a lot of teams did, especially go back and look at it in the second half of the season. Brought a lot of pressure against Kyler Murray, and it worked. He's going to have to beat it, prove that he can beat it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an NFL team, why would you not until he shows he can beat it?
Correct.
Darius Robinson would be another name to throw out there, and it would be great if he takes that jump. But as detailed already, they've added a lot to the defensive line. Not that they don't need Darius Robinson. But if Darius Robinson, if he just goes from whatever, he makes a little bit of a step up, they've got other defensive linemen. If Isaiah Adams doesn't take a step forward, I mean, you can play Will Hernandez. It's not like you don't have any other players on the team, but it's just like they need that. It would be great if he took a Garrett Williams-like leap this year.
Luke, take us home.
Okay. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Jamal, and only Jamal behind the glass today. Great job today, Jamal.
Peace and strength.
For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvise here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Homeowners, did you know Arizona had more homes that didn't sell in the last 6 months than in the last 2 years combined? Thousands of sellers were disappointed with no sale. Don't let this happen to you. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, and with my guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or I will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carolyn seller must agree on price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The newest AP poll has dropped for college football. Arizona State has been knocked down a peg from 11 to 12. Other Big 12 teams represented include Iowa State at 16, Texas Tech at 24, and Utah at 25. Devils will play their first road game this Saturday against Mississippi State in Starkville. Diamondbacks have Game 2 of their series against the Rangers. They're hoping to put a tough extra inning loss behind them And hoping for good news regarding outfielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Exited last night's game via cart due to a knee injury. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury are back in action. Just 5 games left before postseason play. They host the Indiana Fever at PHX Arena. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text CHARACTER to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Welcome back from Vegas. Look at you with all the energy today. Look at that.
Yeah, I hate Vegas. I really just don't like Vegas at all. My kid was out at they had some games with their club team out at UNLV. Batting practice Friday, game Saturday, Sunday. I actually came back yesterday morning. But man, I don't know. I do not like Vegas. It's hot like here, but it's much worse than here. So much traffic. Although, my hotel room, we had a little balcony and I could see the Sphere. You know that
the Sphere.
Yeah. What's it called?
It's not the Sphere. It's the Sphere. The Sphere.
Right, and that was pretty cool. Like they had it like it was like a beach ball that it was like promoting the Wizard of Oz, all these different colors.
Was it like an eyeball?
Got a kick
Was
out
it
of
like blinking at you? Sometimes it's a giant eyeball.
It looks like it's rotating and everything.
Pretty cool.
And it was pretty cool. But I hate Vegas. I wouldn't live there. I wouldn't live there if it was free. I wouldn't live in California if it was free.
If it was
Those
free?
two places I wouldn't live
Just
if it was free.
Totally free?
Just free, I wouldn't live there.
You just rent free,
Nope,
mortgage free?
Everything.
No?
Here you go.
Food is free, gas
Nothing.
is
I wouldn't
free?
live there.
Wow.
I wouldn't live in those two states.
I don't know if there's anywhere I would live. I wouldn't live if it were for free.
Right,
for absolute free.
Alaska.
It cost me nothing. It cost me nothing to live in Alaska. I'd probably live in Alaska if it was cost me nothing.
You wilt in those winters. You would be.
I do have very thin Arizona blood. That's true. I was born and raised here in the desert. Speaking of the desert, Saturday night was the place. And although it's a little delayed because it's Tuesday, we hope everybody had a good Labor Day weekend. It's time to react to our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Down as Levitt wants to throw. Pressure coming. Sam tries to get away and does, and runs for a first down and a lot more to the 30, 20. Levitt may go. He's going to take it all the way in for a touchdown. On 3rd and 4, a 52-yard touchdown run by scrambling Sam Levitt.
Not that very many of you got to see that particular play in the second half of the game.
Oh, man. Well, I have an update on that, so...
or you want to? Well, let's save it. We'll say because we're here to. We'll talk about the game and then we'll talk about the broadcast later because that was obviously a mess. Look, the game itself won comfortably by ASU.
Yeah, it was never in doubt.
But it was never in doubt. But it was very obvious they were not at their best on Saturday night. That was very clear watching that game.
No, but what I'll say to you, and I'll say this with certainty, okay? I'm going to say this with certainty. Kenny Dillingham did not open up the playbook against NAU. He's got a road game against an SEC team this week in Mississippi State. If you think that he expanded the playbook, they held a lot of stuff back in this game. All right, they held a lot of stuff back that they didn't want to show Mississippi State. So I thought they played fine. You take away, there were some big plays that got blown. Brown had a 75-yard touchdown off of a swing pass holding penalty. You had a big play to McClain, ineligible downfield. You had a 3rd and 6 for good play to McClain, penalty, illegal touching because he was the first to come back. They shot themselves in the foot. And if they didn't do that, they win by 40, and nobody's thinking anything. And even at the end of the game, I'm going to my notes here because I was able to watch the game. You're up 31-13, comfortable. Levitt throws an interception with 5:07 left. And ASU gets the interception back, but they gave up a late touchdown with 20 seconds left. It was 38-13. They gave up a touchdown run with 20 seconds left. I'm not at all concerned about ASU. I watched the game. They're really good. They didn't play their best game. They had a lot of penalties. They shot themselves in the foot 4 or 5 different times. The pass protection on Levitt would be my biggest concern. If you say, okay, what are you concerned about? I thought the offensive line did not play well. There were too many times that the defensive players were in the backfield on Levitt, sacking in. They sacked him on twice. 2nd and goal sack, 3rd and goal sack, had to kick a field goal. That's got to get cleaned up. So my concern is I didn't like the offensive line's ability to protect Levitt. But other than that, I don't think there's much of a concern. They're fine.
Well, look, I think there's a real difference here between saying I'm concerned about what I saw on Saturday night and it was a sloppy effort. You don't just because it wasn't the best football game for ASU doesn't mean you have to be concerned by it. It wasn't. It wasn't the best game for them. They had 12 penalties. You mentioned it. The number of big plays that it took away. There was way too much Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson and needing Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. I thought on Saturday night you should have had to need Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson that much.
Yeah,
to
you
beat
pointed
NAU.
that out. You pointed that out. Those guys should have been out of the game in the third quarter.
That was the 6th most catches by a wide receiver in program history on Saturday night. You shouldn't need that out of Jordan Tyson to beat NAU.
I agree.
And you shouldn't need the kind of effort you had out of but to sit here and say I'm concerned about it, no, not concerned about it. We all would have felt comfortable with a blowout. We all would have felt a little better about a blowout. But this is probably, honestly, and maybe this is me spinning it a little bit, this is probably better for Kenny this way because it gives him some ammunition, right? Gives him something to kind of ride the guys about and watch and film study and yell about and get upset about and things like that. This gives him
coaches like to do that.
And you're right. You're right about, and you were gone on Friday. Kellen and I were talking about this. There was no way they were going to show NAU everything. Kenny had said all week, we're going to do it.
Nope.
Oh, we're not holding anything back. Of course you're going to hold something
Saving
back.
it for Mississippi State.
Of course you're going to hold something back. You're not going to show NAU everything
almost
on a Saturday
all of it.
night.
Like they were very basic and vanilla, I thought. Kenny's playing chess. He knows what he's doing, okay? You're not going to go up against NAU and, put most of your playbook in there. You're going to save a lot of that stuff so Mississippi State doesn't see it. You don't want to give them an opportunity, to prepare and put stuff on film and work on that stuff. So they'll go into the Mississippi State game with a whole lot of their arsenal that Mississippi State's not going to be ready for.
Yeah, after the game, Kenny Dillingham talked about the fact that Sam Levitt gave himself a C+ in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Sam's hard on himself. Sam's going to be his hardest critic. That's just who Sam is. He's never going to be satisfied. But he had a really good football game. He had some really good checks there early, getting us into the right plays. He extended plays. He had some unbelievable throws into the pressures that we were struggling picking up. So I thought he played well. And I think he's only going to continue to play better as the season progresses.
And as far as the heavy number of targets to Jordan Tyson and how much it seemed like they leaned on that on Saturday.
Yeah, when you're an exotic team like that, you don't double players, right? Because you're so exotic. You can't be, run a bunch of exotics and double certain players. So if they're not going to double, if that's not their plan to double, our best guy, then we should probably just keep getting him the ball. Other teams that, their plan is more double-oriented on a player, then we need more guys involved. So I think that's going to happen naturally throughout the season. I don't think it's going to be forced. I just think that just kind of happened based off the flow of the game and how they were playing defense and what their plan was.
I totally agree. I mean, if they're not going to double Tyson, you keep going to Tyson. That's fine. I mean, he had the touchdown on the screen pass that made it 14-0. That was a big play. He was dominant throughout that game. He was really dominant. Put the game away. They were able to put that game away later on the touchdown to Tyson. A great catch. Just a great. I know most people weren't able to see it at that point, but it was a terrific throw. 2:42 left in the game. A terrific throw, and he got under it, and he just cradled it in. A terrific play by Tyson. Made it 38-13 at that point, and then NAU tacks on a late touchdown at the end.
Yeah, no, like I say, it's not, but it also wasn't. Let's put it this way too. While it's nothing to be concerned about, there were far more impressive things that happened in the Big 12 over the weekend than what ASU did.
Yeah. No, we're going to talk about
it. What Utah did on Saturday night was very impressive. What TCU did last night, say whatever you want about Bill Belichick and his ability to coach at this level, that was very impressive what TCU did to North Carolina. Yeah. There were a couple of standout kind of moments in this conference, and none of them are really authored by ASU. But it's fine. It's going to be. Here's the problem: when you go through the run ASU had last year, and you accomplish the things, everything ASU accomplished last year. You look at that 28.5-point spread, and you think, okay, you should cover that. And when you don't cover that, what happened today? They got dropped in the AP rankings by 1. They're now the 12th team in the country instead of 11th because they weren't that impressive against NAU. They went up in the coaches poll number 10. It kind of left people, okay, that was fine.
Do the polls matter?
No.
Win the Big 12, you're in.
Yeah, they don't matter.
Dropped a spot, went up a spot. I mean,
they don't matter. But if you don't correct what you did on Saturday, then it very much matters.
Oh, yeah. You have to win
It very much matters if you don't correct the things that went wrong.
You don't have to win these next 2 games again. But you kind of want to win these next 2 games. You miss it. You should win these next 2 games. You don't want to put any doubt in anybody's mind. So you beat Mississippi State, come back the next week, you win that game, and now you start the Big 12 Conference 3-0.
You don't have to, but it would be a big letdown if you didn't.
Yeah, Mississippi State's not good.
No, they're not good. They're not good at all. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we've arrived. The NFL season is here. How important is Game 1 for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll talk about it next as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team. They are available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. You know why? Because they're in the Valley. Yeah, they're not an 800 number in another state. They're not going to not pick up the phone on a Friday when you call them at 4 o'clock in the afternoon because it's 7 o'clock on the East Coast where some of these other teams are, and they've been off for 2 hours. You can reach them on a weekend. That's what you get when you work with a local mortgage company. The Lund Mortgage Team is helping a lot of people. Home equity rates are down across the board. So if you are looking for a home equity rate, the Lund Mortgage Team can help you. What's a home equity? Well, you want to refinance. You don't want to refinance because you don't want to change your interest rate. You're one of those people, you have a really good interest rate, but you want to remodel the house, you want to put some money into it, you got things you want to pay for, you could go through a HELOC. Yeah, the rates are lower. They're much lower than refinancing and changing your interest rate. You don't want to do that if you've got a good rate. Call the Lund Mortgage Team. They'll help you. 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season. So give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So bring your MRI and your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free, so don't wait. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can call them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus, superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Bailey Leisure. Arizona State football drops an AP poll after underwhelming win over NAU. D-backs outfielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is carted off the field versus the Rangers. And Kyler Murray and 6 other players are named Cardinals captains for the 2025 season. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Excited for week 1, so it's here. So a lot of work to do, big time challenge. Name the captains, told them in the team meeting. So let's see, it's a list. Kyler Murray, James Conner, Budda Baker, Mac Wilson, Calais Campbell, Yelda Froholt, and Joey Blunt, voted by the team. So 3-3 on offense and defense and 1 special teams.
That's Jonathan Gannon yesterday. You'll want to stay with us. Jonathan Gannon will be joining us for his weekly visit coming up at 3 o'clock today.
Yeah, let's go.
Normally we'll do that on Mondays, but obviously yesterday being Labor Day and things like that, and we appreciate Jonathan Gannon will be joining us a day late to kind of accommodate the fact that we had
Was he
yesterday
pissed that we had yesterday off and he couldn't do a show?
You know, GG,
he's working. He's working.
I really doubt he takes a day off during football season.
Yeah.
Like a day off. I doubt he takes one unless it's during the bye weekend. Even then, he probably doesn't. But that's him announcing the captains yesterday. And after all the preseason and all the training camp, it's finally here. It's game week. It's the New Orleans Saints. It's opening up on the road. It's Spencer Rattler. It's what many people think is the worst or second worst team in the National Football League that you're opening with. It seems like it's either the Browns or the Saints, depending on who you want to listen to, right? Like a lot of power rankings are coming out. A lot of, everybody trying to put things in order. And just about everybody has the New Orleans Saints as one of the 2 worst teams in the NFL this year. It's about as soft of a landing as you could ask for if you're going to open your season on the road.
Yeah, that's why it's imperative that you don't blow this game. You got to win this football game. I was looking at that, predicting the 5 worst teams in the NFL, and the Cardinals have several opponents on here. The Browns are listed as the worst, then the Saints, the Titans, the Colts, and then the New York Giants are listed in that group as the 5 worst. And with New Orleans, they say, look, another team with the quarterback situation, that's less than ideal. And this one's worse than the Browns. And so intriguing battle between Shuck and Rattler. Spencer Rattler gets the nod here. They go, there's some talent. You got Kamara, you got Chris Olave, you got Rashid Shaheed. But they say, you got a rookie coach coming in, new staff. They have one of the older rosters in the NFL. They don't have a lot of top end talent. So this is a team that you're looking at and you're like, okay, like if you want to go to the playoffs, you don't lose to the Saints.
No, you don't.
Like if you're going to be a 500 team, you could lose to the Saints. If you're going to be one of those, bubble, but if you want to be a playoff team, you don't lose to the New Orleans Saints. I don't care where the game is. You don't lose to the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, and going to that point about not caring where the game is, it shouldn't matter that much. But I think that is the one thing about this game that does make me a little bit nervous, is that in terms of environments to go play in, the Saints can be kind of a raucous environment. It's New Orleans. It's every single weekend is a party in New Orleans. Hell, every single day is a party in New Orleans. So because of that, and because it's the opener, I would imagine it's going to be a pretty charged up crowd. But yeah, getting off to a fast start is imperative for the Cardinals. We all know it. We can sit here and talk about the end all we want. And I know for both of us, the end of the season is very important because the end has not gone well for the most part in the Kyler Murray era. I mean, it even predates the Jonathan Gannon era in terms of how they've ended seasons. But the only way you get to the end mattering is to play well enough at the beginning to make the end matter. And some of the worst teams in football, at least in the early prognostications, the Cardinals have, and the Cardinals have early. They have the Saints, They have the Titans. I was looking at another power ranking today on ESPN. They've got the Panthers as the 28th best team in the NFL. The Cardinals play them in week 2. They've got the Falcons on the list. They've got, so it's why Doug Howler, and he joked about this on Twitter. We like Doug. He's a friend of the show. We cite his work all the time. He covers Arizona sports for The Athletic. Every writer at The Athletic was charged with coming up with a bold prediction for the upcoming NFL season. And he tweeted his out, and he said, I told you it was going to be bold. It's bold. He's got the Arizona Cardinals as the last undefeated team in the NFC, starting the year 6-0 against, so it'd be the Saints, the Panthers, the Niners, the Seahawks, the Colts, and the Titans.
Yeah.
Starting 6, which is it bold? I mean, it's because of San Francisco and Seattle in there. That's probably what makes it bold. Is that you think you're going to sweep both of those teams?
The key to that is you'd be 3-0 on the road.
Yes,
you'd be 3-0 on the road,
2-0 in the division,
and you would have you would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you would have 2 wins in the division, San Francisco and Seattle. So, like, to me, like, that's Now, you set yourself up when you're in that situation. Remember when the Cardinals were 10-2, and it was like, okay, the division's yours. You have a chance for home field advantage throughout the playoffs, and then they laid an egg at the end, and they had to go on the road and play the Rams, and they got shellacked in that game.
Even last year when you were 6-4, and I don't know if you had it in the palm of your hand,
but 6-0 is like
6-0 is 6-0. They start the season 6-0.
6-0 is you better play a home playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, you start the
you
season
better have a home
6-0.
playoff game.
You're setting that bar really high, and you're setting yourselves up to fall really, really hard if you don't live up to that with the second half of the season. Now the schedule, with the Micah Parsons trade, the Packers just got a whole lot tougher. You still wouldn't have played the Rams twice. You still got to finish with games, in Cincinnati against the Bengals.
And the Rams on the road.
Yeah, so it's finish is tough, but you start 6-0, absolutely. It's going to change the narrative. It's going to change the talking point. It's going to change the expectation.
Perception, yeah.
It's going to change all of that, and it's going to put you in this position of, once again, having to prove it in the second half of the season, which is where this organization hasn't. But you got to get there first. And the only way you get there first is by taking advantage of what looks like a very easy schedule to start the year.
Would you rather have that schedule in the beginning of the season or the end?
I asked you that question a couple of weeks ago, and I can't.
I'd rather have it in the beginning.
I can't. You'd rather have the tough stuff at the beginning?
Let me get the momentum going. Let me get some momentum because it's. I'll never forget the Rose Bowl year, one at a time. All of a sudden, you start believing in yourself. Every game, every win, you start believing more and more in everything that's being taught to you. Whenever you start believing that you're the team that can't be beat, other teams look at you differently. So, I think I'd rather get off to the great start. I'd rather have that schedule where I have the chance to go 6-0. Look, 5-1. Yeah. So, is 4-2 not acceptable with that?
Oh, it's acceptable.
Is 4-2 okay?
Oh, it's okay. Honestly, against that schedule, 4-2, I think, quite frankly, is the minimum.
Okay, 3-3 would be a disaster.
I think
right?
4-2 is the minimum against a schedule like that.
Okay,
3-3.
3-3 not acceptable.
3-3, you lost to somebody you really shouldn't be losing to. You either lost to the Browns, you
Carolina.
lost to the Panthers, you lost to the Titans, or you lost to the Colts.
Yeah.
Unless you make up for it with the win against one of your division teams, which I suppose you could. But 3-3, you lost to somebody you probably shouldn't lose to. And so I think 4-2 with that schedule, given how tough it gets in the middle and how much tougher it gets at the end, if you want to set yourself up to make it matter the most, I think you need to go 4-2 at the minimum. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would love 5-1. 6-0, you'd be jumping for joy. But 5-1 would be great. 4-2 would be the least I would expect. Yeah.
Okay. You want to hit the breaking news sounder for
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Breaking news, according to our own Alex Weiner, who is down covering the team right now.
Lourdes Gurriel.
Diamondbacks. Lourdes Gurriel has a torn ACL.
Yes, torn ACL. So his season is over.
Yes.
His season is over.
His season is
and
over.
Next
and
year
how much
jeopardy.
of next season is going to be over, too?
Torn ACL. There are some other roster moves. I broke those earlier today. They were recalling from AAA Reno Taylor Rashi and Kaiser Sose. Connor Kaiser. Connor Kaiser, the shortstop, and Taylor Rashi have been recalled from AAA Reno. They've optioned Juan Burgos to Reno. We broke that news on the signings earlier today, and then the news just coming down. Lourdes Gurriel, ACL tear. This season over, next season he will miss the majority of next season.
I would think it's going to be the majority of next season.
Yes.
No word for sure on how much of next season, but now the Arizona Diamondbacks go into next year.
Another,
needing so many things, and now they need a corner outfielder as well.
And now just another blow to a team that just cannot. This season cannot end fast enough because of the injuries.
No.
The amount of injuries this team has suffered is unbelievable.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo show podcast brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We go inside the Diamondbacks clubhouse. Positional versatility. How's that keeping Blaze Alexander in the starting lineup? We'll talk to Blaze next on Arizona Sports.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. And this is the time. We've had some really rough weather. Even yesterday, the lightning surges around my area were crazy. Then the dust and the wind picked up, and then I had some heavy rain for a while. And your AC unit is outside. It's trying to get you through. It's hot. It's humid at times. You need to get your AC unit checked out. You want to have it checked out by the experts at Christian Brothers. They're all about making sure that you get through the summer, the brutal summer heat. It's still here. It's going to be here for a while. If you need to have your AC unit repaired, that's what they're all about. They're not in the business of trying to sell you something you don't need. And there are companies out there that will do that. But Christian Brothers, no, that's not the way they roll. They are all about integrity. They're all about making sure that your AC unit is up and running. And they'll do everything they can to repair your unit, get you through the summer, and give you more time to evaluate what your options are. And they do it at a fair price. Christian Brothers has been around the Valley for 49 years. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks play Game 2 of their series against the Rangers tonight. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks announced that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. suffered a torn ACL during last night's loss. He's been placed on the injured list, and his season is now over. The Snakes additionally recalled Taylor Rashi and Connor Kaiser to the big league roster. Juan Burgos has been sent down to AAA Reno. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The newest AP poll has dropped for college football, and Arizona State has been knocked down a peg from 11th to 12th. Other Big 12 teams represented include Iowa State at 16, Texas Tech at 24, and Utah at 25. Devils will play their first road game this Saturday against Mississippi State in Starkville. And the Phoenix Mercury are back in action. Just 5 games left before postseason play. They host the Indiana Fever at PHX Arena. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Our guest for this week's Clubhouse Call-In is none other than Blaze Alexander. Now, I do want to make a note here. We recorded this interview about an hour ago, before the news of Lourdes Gurriel Jr. had come down. It just came down in the last moments or so. He's got a torn ACL, and his season obviously is done, and certainly it's going to impact next year. So we did this interview with Blaze before we found out about Lourdes Gurriel, but obviously with Blaze playing the infield and the outfield, we started off by saying we're not exactly quite sure how to introduce you.
Just a player, man.
Just a baseball player.
Just a ball player.
Whatever you need, Skip. I'll do whatever it takes. Center field. How freaking awesome was that last night to go get to play center field the first time in the major leagues?
It was really cool, honestly. You know, I played a couple games down in Reno, but, you know, not in the big lights, you know, out at Chase Field. And, yeah, it was a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, but so different, right? Infield to outfield. I mean, you've got the read on the ball is so important. Left shoulder, right shoulder, so important. You made an incredible diving catch last night. We'll talk about that in a minute. But just how familiar are you with playing the outfield, considering it's so much different than the infield?
Yeah, you know, really not familiar at all. You know, I never played, you know, when I was younger. I was always on the dirt, you know, even high school and, yeah, you know, in the minors coming up. Yeah, I was just always on the dirt, and I rotated from the middle infield, third base, and yeah, this year was kind of the first year they introduced it in spring. You know, I didn't get too many reps out there because of my oblique, but as soon as I came back from you know, my rehab process out in Reno, you know, a couple of my first games out there, you know, I started in center field, and yeah, it's cool. It's definitely different, man. You see the game way different from out there. You know, everything's in front of you. But yeah, man, I'm enjoying it.
Now, if I'm you, I'm going up to like Alec and Corbin, you know, after the game. Like, that ain't so bad. Like, that's pretty easy. Why do you guys make it seem like it's so difficult out there? That's pretty easy.
Yeah, super. I mean, those guys make it look really easy. So, you know, outfield, you know, you run the ball down, you know, be athletic, get the ball, hit your cutoff, man. It's kind of how they kind of dumbed it down to me. And, yeah, you know, those guys are great guys to talk to. You know, even Dave McKay, you know, in my opinion, the best outfield coach in the game, best first base coach in the game, and just super knowledgeable. And, yeah, you know, I couldn't really
be in a better spot, to kind of learn center field and just pick their brains a little bit.
I had the sound turned down, but it looked like pregame you were showing everybody the glove in your locker in the clubhouse. What was the story behind that? So did you not have an outfielder's glove? Did they need to get you one? What was the story behind that, Blaze? Because I could see it, but I couldn't hear.
Yeah, no. So I have an outfielder's glove, but it's been put away for a little while now. Honestly, when I played in Reno, it wasn't too broken in. Spraying that glove like crazy with pine tar, just trying to get the ball to stick. And I didn't even use that glove. One of our pitching coaches, Gorzalani, his kid, I'm going to botch the age, maybe like 13, 14, but he actually gave me that glove to use yesterday. So that's what I'm riding with
way.
now. So,
oh my God,
that's great.
So you never used that glove before. You make this diving catch. I would have went to Alec when Berger hit that triple. I'm like, I would have ran that down. I would have held that guy to a single. Alec, what are you doing letting that thing go to the wall?
Hey, if the ball gets past those guys in the outfield, man, it's a true triple. Those guys do a heck of a job out there. Fast, get the ball in quick, and but yeah, I'm enjoying it, man. I'm having a lot of fun.
So to turn it to a serious note here, then, with what happened last night with Lourdes, from your perspective, I saw your explanation after the game that you didn't really know he was hurt until you saw Geraldo running out to the outfield. Yep. What have you since come to learn about that? And in the 24 hours or less since, what's kind of been your delayed reaction to what happened last night in the game with his injury?
Yeah, definitely a bummer. Gurriel, he's one of our guys. He's, in my opinion, like our big four. Him, Cattell, Corbin, and Geraldo. And for him to go down, it sucks because he's kind of in a way taking me under his wing a little bit. Not as much like outfield, but just offensively at the plate. I feel like we do kind of similar things, getting our foot down, and I love Lourdes, man. That's my guy. I love seeing him in the clubhouse, his kids running around and stuff. So I don't know. I'm at the field now. I'm sure when I walk in the locker room, maybe I'll hear more about it, but really nothing. I know I sent him a text as soon as the game was over, and he responded just appreciating it and all that. Just let him know I was praying for him, hoping hopefully it's something minor and he's able to come back. But yeah, just really unfortunate. I was pretty. I made that diving catch. It was a pretty high point, man. I was kind of floating on cloud nine a little bit. Staring at the crowd. The crowd was going nuts, and yeah, I just started running in. I see Perdomo running back towards me. I'm like, what is going on? And
right.
I saw him, on the ground, pretty emotional, in pain, and it kind of honestly broke my heart,
Yeah, tough situation. You make a great play like that, and it's not even a contact injury. He just pulled up a little bit, and he ends up getting hurt. I want to ask you about your ability to win over Lovello. Last year, some high leverage situations defensively, a couple of miscues, but you have done such a great job after the oblique injury, working yourself back, getting in the lineup, playing a bunch of defensive position, playing great at third base, now in the outfield. What have you done to kind of win back his trust?
Nothing. I think just really just kind of trust my abilities, man. I think last year I was just super excited, man. I just wanted to make the play, wanted to kind of show things off, and that's cool and all, but that's not what big leaguers do, So I really slowed the game down and just trusted my ability. I know I have the tools and everything. The thing that separates is the mental side, and I keep going back to slowing the game down, and it's slowing the game down, breathe. I've been in these situations, no matter it's like first and third stuff, all that, it's the same game in the minors, it's just bigger lights here, bigger crowd. And once I was able to slow that down, I'm just playing ball now. I'm just playing ball, having fun, dancing with my teammates in the dugout. And I'm just, yeah, I really can't say no. I'm just having a lot of fun.
Yeah, Blaise Alexander is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. From your perspective, I would imagine the answer would be third base because that's kind of how we know you as. But given the promotion of Jordan now on the team, they certainly have not shown any hesitancy whatsoever to move you around. Are you still ultimately more comfortable at third, or are you comfortable wherever it is that gets you 4 at-bats every single day and a chance to impact a baseball game?
Yeah, I think I'm more familiar at third base. I had kind of had that run. When Gino left at third base, kind of got settled in there. But I feel like I'm a guy that could take on those challenges. If left-handed pitcher, we got to get certain guys in the lineup. Like, throw me wherever, man. I just want to be out there contributing, playing. Lawler's a great player. He's going to be a great player. He's obviously going through struggles, and he's not the first guy. He's not going to be the last guy. And just like I said, I don't care where I play, man. I just want to be out there, playing with my hair on fire and just trying to win games.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. Gino had a nickname like Good Vibes. I mean, I think you're bringing you're bringing a lot of energy to the team. You could see it in the way you play in the dugout, the way you're involved in every play and the games. I know there's no nickname for you, but do you feel like that's a role that you have, being an energetic guy to pump everybody up?
Yeah, I think I've kind of taken on that role. We're playing baseball. How can't you be happy? It's the game is hard, man, when everyone's pressing. So if you could kind of loosen up the vibe, get everyone, feeling good, smiling. I haven't really seen Corbin dance that much. Me and him were dancing in the dugout, and we're just being loose, man. And like I said, I think we're having a whole lot of fun in this, in the clubhouse, together. We're going on, team dinners, and like it's just a a really good vibe. We're trying our best. We want to go out there and win every game, and make the fans happy, and I think the more we have fun, the easier it is for us to just go out there and perform.
Fun vibes, Blaise. You want to get instead of good vibes, Gino. Fun
awfully
vibes.
Close to good vibes,
man.
Yeah, we'll work on that. We'll get with the nickname department there in R&D and see what we can find out for you, Blaise. We need to get a nickname for you. We'll work on that. I don't know, Blaise is.
I'll let you guys figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, just Blaise as a name is pretty cool. The name is so cool. I don't know if you really need a nickname when your name is Blaise.
We have a lot in common. Like, he never played center field. He goes out there and nails it. It's like me. I never did radio before, and you guys are all you're all experienced guys, and
you've been doing this for 30 years.
I know, but I broke in. I'd never done radio before in my life. Now I've done it for 30 years.
I don't know if that's the compliment we're looking for here. Yeah, Blaise, we appreciate it. Continued success has been a lot of fun, especially the last month. You've just been absolutely raking. We appreciate the time. Continued success, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
Burns and Gambo, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Blaise.
You got a place. Thank you.
Yes, have a good one.
Clubhouse Colin here on the Burns and Gambo Show with Blaise Alexander. When we come back, ASU sellout crowd at Mountain America Stadium on Saturday night in their home opener for the first time in forever. They were the only ones able to watch the second half of the game live. We'll talk about that streaming disaster next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time. Bickley and Marana mornings.
I think this thing is lined up like bowling pins for the Cardinals to take advantage of their first two opponents of 2025. All of this is going to be in the mix Sunday in New Orleans, and it's a very, very, very important day for everybody. You go take care of business, it's going to go a long, long way in this market to make people think, okay, this football team, they've got it together now. And now it's time to go collect victories.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and we all know the Arizona sun can do a number on your house, and if your home is 15 years or older, chances are good you need new windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great summertime special at Advanced Window Products, where you are going to get a $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. Advanced Window Products, a family-owned, locally operated company with a great vibe. Their approach is to treat customers as friendships. They offer the highest rated windows in the state, the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that's because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They have their own factory where they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. And remember, purchase 10 windows, you get a $2,500 discount. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here with a poll question that is very topical to what we're about to talk about. Strange how that works. Probably not a coincidence.
It's almost like it's on purpose.
It's almost like it's deliberate. Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
What's our poll question today?
Our poll question today is, which of these bothered you more regarding ASU's win over NAU? Is it ASU's sloppy performance or the fact that you couldn't see the second half if you were watching it on ESPN+?
Easy, the second half. Easy, not being able to watch it in the second half. I mean, they didn't play.
I can't wait to talk about this because I didn't get to experience it the way you guys did.
It was so frustrating. It was so frustrating. I'm gonna bet the numbers on this one. I'm gonna say 82% on the broadcast voted for the broadcast.
78%.
56%
okay.
We
voted for the broadcast. Yeah, that means that 44% are going with ASU's sloppy performance.
The penalties were sloppy. It was
a lot of people were at that game, so they probably didn't care about the broadcast so that's how they voted.
Yeah, but a lot more were trying to watch it at home, and so Thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work on this because we got Jonathan Gannon coming up in 10 minutes. I watched the first half live, and I went to go watch the second half on Sunday morning with my coffee, and quickly found out it was not available. It was a bunch of black, pixelated screens. The commercials were fine. I could kind of make out the audio of what was going on in the game, and then I got online and found out it was an everybody problem. No, in real time, live, nobody could watch that game in the second half.
No, it was, an absolute disaster. I was lucky and fortunate that I got a condensed version that was on YouTube. So I've got my notebook. I got all my plays. I got them all written down.
When did you become aware that everybody else had a hard time watching? Because you still can't watch it on ESPN Plus without it being damaged.
I saw the responses the night of the game.
Okay.
And then the next day I knew there was a problem. So, I mean, Twitter is a powerful thing. You know, there's a lot of people responded on this. So I go, okay, I know there's a problem. So I was able to get like a condensed version of it on.
So you watched it
on YouTube? I watched most of it. Yeah,
I couldn't watch the second half of the game.
I've got 2 pages of notes here on all the plays. You know me, I like to write down all the plays.
Yeah, if only I could read your notes.
There they are.
If only I could read that crazy psycho killer scratch you've got there. Yeah.
I had a crystal clear, like condensed game on YouTube, like a condensed version of it. Wasn't every single play, but it was most of them and the plays that mattered, so I was able to watch that. Now, I did speak to ASU today. Here's what I can tell you. The Big 12 has been in close contact with ESPN about the streaming situation. Multiple events had technical glitches, not just the ASU game, but multiple events on ESPN. Now, ASU is going to be on ESPN2 this weekend. Then they're going to be on TNT the next. They are not expecting that they will be back on ESPN Plus again this year. Now, it's not definite, but it's unlikely, based on them being a good team, that they will be back on. Now, what they are asking for, what ASU is asking for, is to please put a clean feed of the game up on the ESPN Plus archive so that fans could go back and watch the game if they choose to. So that's all they're saying now. Okay, you can't, you can't spilt milk, put it back in the glass, right? Or something like that, right? You can't. What's the spilt milk one?
Cry over spilt milk?
No, but is there something about the glass? You can't put it back in? Or
you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube?
I got the wrong ones.
Yeah, so you're putting your crying spilled milk back in the toothpaste tube is what you're doing. Yeah, it doesn't work. What you said to Blaze Alexander is correct. It's a miracle you've made it this far as a professional talker in your life. I'm really.
He was like a bat out of lightning.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how you've done it. But,
no, it's one of the really. I'm astonished too because I am
in the toothpaste tube. Yeah, no.
I'm very uneducated when it comes to that.
You can't cry over spilt milk.
You can't cry,
and you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
So it's the toothpaste, not the milk, getting it back in. You can't do anything about the broadcast Saturday. You can't do anything about it. So what you can do is you could say, hey, listen, put a clean version up. On your archives in case there are people that weren't able to see the second half and want to go back and watch the beautiful touchdown pass to Jordan Tyson. Now, again, there is a YouTube version you could watch, and it's very clean and it's very clear. You'll see almost all the plays that matter if you wanted to do that. But ESPN Plus absolutely dropped the ball, and ASU's pissed.
They should be.
And the Big 12 is pissed.
They should be.
Yes, they're both pissed.
They should be very upset. Kim Scadaboo took to Twitter about it. He wasn't able to watch it, and he wanted to watch it from wherever it was. He was in New York.
My question is why? I mean, I know it's NAU, but really, ASU's they were in the playoffs last year. Why are they on a streaming service?
Yeah, it's NAU. It's NAU. I mean, I don't know what other platforms the rest of the Big 12 was on. I mean, obviously TCU had a big game.
I watched the whole. I watched most of the Utah game from Vegas.
Okay, but that game was on ESPN, or wasn't it?
I watched it.
ESPN, but it was.
I watched the game.
But was the Kansas State South Dakota game? I don't know. I don't know what platform.
Yeah.
I need to go back and look and see what all the platforms the games were on. But yeah, that's an easy. It was NAU. It's just not. It was expected to be a 30-point blowout, and they probably didn't want to waste it on any of their prime channels, so they put it on ESPN Plus. I feel bad for ASU, but mostly I feel bad for ASU fans. This has been the most hyped season in forever for ASU. That's a really bad. Forget about the game for just a second. Everybody wanted to, on a Saturday night, celebrate the return of ASU football after this amazing season. Mm-hmm. That sucked. Like in real time, to not be able to watch it and to not be able to enjoy it, that's because of people are grumpy enough as it is with streaming services, and I have to go here to watch this. I have to go there to watch that. I have to buy this service and buy that service. When you pay for these services and they don't work,
right?
I mean, it's like, what am I paying for?
Yeah.
What am I spending my money on if I can't even rely on being able to watch the game?
Who was it that messed up the one of the NFL games last year really badly? One of the
Netflix, I think. Was it
Netflix?
Was it Netflix on a
Christmas
game?
The fight, and Netflix messed up the fight.
Oh, the fight was a huge mess.
The boxing match was a disaster.
Yeah,
and then they met the like
if you're going to do it this way, all right, if this is the way you're going to make me live as a sports fan, then get this stuff right.
You can't get it wrong.
You can't get this wrong.
Too many people are relying on you to show them the game.
Yeah.
Too many people care. Total disaster by ESPN Plus. Disaster.
Yep, indeed. And ASU has every right to be pissed. When we come back, our first weekly conversation with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. They're getting ready for week 1. You'll hear that conversation here exclusively on Arizona Sports next.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And if you are looking for somebody to help you with your vision correction procedure, nobody does it better than Dr. Jay Schwartz. He handled my LASIK surgery many, many years ago. And I tell people to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself was getting that vision correction done by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. The Team Eye Doctor for your sons and your D-backs, ready to help you right now with all of your eye care needs. Dry eye, glaucoma. Do you need glasses or contact lenses? Do one of your kids need glasses or contact lenses? You cannot pick a better place to go for your eye care needs than Dr. Jay Schwartz. Locations in Mesa, Glendale, and Scottsdale. And when it comes to vision correction, nobody does it better. He's performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures. The most advanced LASIK technician in the Valley is Dr. Jay Schwartz. Call him at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Every day, teachers in Arizona open their playbooks to help their students succeed and cross the goal line to their dreams.
Thank you for making our dreams come true.
To show our support for their dedication, SRP will give 2 teachers $500 each for their classrooms every time the Cardinals get in the end zone. SRP Touchdowns for Teachers. When the Cardinals score, teachers win. Learn more at srp.net/teacher.
Check it out, the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and camera control for easy access. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. New and existing customers can trade in any phone from one of our top brands in any condition for the new iPhone 16 Pro with Unlimited Ultimate. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks play Game 2 of their series against the Rangers tonight. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks announced that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. suffered a torn ACL during last night's loss. He's been placed on the injured list, and his season is now over. The Snakes additionally recalled Taylor Rashi and Connor Kaiser to the big league roster. Juan Burgos has been sent down to AAA Reno. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action. Just 5 games left before postseason play. They'll host the Indiana Fever at PHX Arena. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Special guests, food specials, and more.
Your home for everything Cardinals. Everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No bull.
Welcome back. It is the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Now, normally we're going to do this on Mondays at 3 o'clock. But with the Labor Day weekend and everything, Coach Jonathan Gannon of the Cardinals, kind enough to alter his schedule to join us today on a Tuesday instead. And with that appreciation, joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show, Coach Gannon of the Arizona Cardinals. Coach, hope you had a good weekend, man. Thanks for coming on with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm fired up to be on the show.
We are fired up for the season.
Huh?
Let's go. This is going to be exciting. I cannot wait for you guys to kick off against the Saints on Sunday. But let me ask you this. 3 years in now, what's different about you? What's different about the way you prepare? What was different about the preseason compared to the beginning? What's changed with you over 3 years?
You know, I not a lot. You know, I think what's changed is we try to, tweak and nip tuck as much as we can for, to gain an advantage for our players. You know what I mean? What's the best thing for the players? And I think that's ever evolving every year, so I'm kind of authentic to who I am and how we do things here. But I think our process, we change it, a lot, and it's not major changes, but hopefully for the betterment of our team. But I'm excited about, some of the changes that we made this year going into OTAs and training camp and preseason and all that. And, just really fired up to get rolling here on a true game week starting tomorrow.
All right, now you got to get ready for the Saints. I think we've kind of knew for a little while it was going to be Spencer Rattler. When did you start putting in a game plan for the Saints? How long's it taken? And, with Rattler having 7 games of experience instead of Shuck, is there any difference there?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you look back at, but they, just like any week one, there's kind of the known unknowns of, they got a new staff, a new play caller. So we go back and look at everything. We turn over every stone just like every pro team does. But you just got to understand that week one there's a lot of unknowns, and that they're unknowns. That's the cool thing about it. So adaptability will be huge, this week and in game. And ultimately it's going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes. So we got to play a good, clean ball and do what we do and worry about us.
You mentioned the unknowns. How does that get magnified with a new head coach and new assistants and everything just kind of having a new coat of paint to it?
Yeah, huge. You know what I mean? Because you look at, Kellen's has been awesome his whole career, but you look at the success that he had at Dallas and then with the Chargers and then with Philly, it's like, man, what do we look at? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And all those teams are different. All those players are different. Now you put them into New Orleans with, the quarterback that he's going to play with and the people around that he has around on his team. It's going to be different. You know what I mean? So we just got to do it, like I said, a good job of playing good, clean football, taking care of us first of all, and then having some adaptability in game.
Jonathan Gannon, our guest here for his weekly visit on the Burns and Gambo Show. You talk about adaptability, and I'm curious, one of the changes that you acknowledged you had made over the course of this preseason was playing your rookies more in the preseason games. For you, what does that payoff look like this week, and what does that payoff look like in week one when it comes to that kind of deliberate change that you guys made in your plan of attack?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, the thought behind it was our rookies are a little more game ready walking into Mercedes-Benz Superdome on Sunday. So a lot of those rookies are going to play a lot of snaps for us in different roles. All of them have different roles right now, but we need them to all play well. They got to make sure that they play winning football for us. So I think they're ready to go. They're excited about it. They'll be nervous. I understand that. They'll be nervous. There'll be some mistakes made. But hopefully that they feel pretty good about going through their routine on game day. When that national anthem sings and I always tell them the Jets fly over, now it's a dome, but the Jets fly over, there's nothing like week one in the NFL. So they'll be anxious, they'll have some nerves, they'll be excited, their adrenaline will be rushing, their heart will be pumping, but at the end of the day, relax and play football. So I'm excited for them though.
We had Kyler on a few weeks ago. I asked him 3 questions. One, elevating the player of the guys around him, trying to be more consistent at the end of the season so you guys could win some of those games. And I asked him about the explosive plays down the field in the passing game. And not that he took exception to it, but he said we had a lot of explosive plays in the running game, but he seemed a little frustrated with not having the big plays in the passing game. I know when Bruce Arians was here, it was no risk it, no biscuit. We're going to take 5 shots down the field no matter what. What's your philosophy on the big plays down the field in the passing game? Will we see more of them this year?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to generate some more. That was an emphasis for us when we look back at even the first 2 years, but last year as well, because, again, we understand explosive plays go into the double positive, which are huge stats when you look at a football game. Who wins? I call it the double positive, which is the blend of the ball and explosive plays. You have a really good shot to win the game. So I always say we're going to have to do whatever we need to do to win the game. But I do think that we need to be explosive in the pass game when we need to be. And I feel really good about where we're at right now. Again, you don't know how they're going to decide to play us, but if we have those opportunities, we got to make them count.
Were there plays left on the field last year when you went back and you looked at all the film where did you miss a lot of big plays down the field?
I wouldn't say missed a lot. I think just when the opportunities arise, I think we got to be efficient with those type of plays. And they can come in all different ways. They can be on schedule. They can be off schedule. They can be in certain down and distances, certain situations. So I feel good where we're at with the game plans going. I know that we've done a good job with it in training camp. So we'll see if we can make it happen.
Has Kyler looked any different to you at all this preseason? Do you want him looking any different at this point in his career, or do you want him to be steady and consistent in terms of what he's showing you guys every week?
Honestly, steady and consistent. I told the whole team that if he plays his game, we're going to be a tough out. I know that. So I think it's just, and that's not putting more pressure on him. It's just go out there and do what you do. And that means run the show, have command, use your arm, use your legs, use your brain. outthink people and outplay people, and we'll be good to go.
You talk about making alterations every single year. Your defensive scheme, Nick Rawlis, obviously it's unique. There's been a lot of talk around the league about how unique it is. Do you keep altering that on the fly to keep it unique, or is it unique enough as it is that you can keep it as it is?
I wouldn't say it's unique. I think it might be a little bit different. Yeah, I think we alter it based upon who we're playing. So this week it's going to look a little bit different, because it has to put your guys in position to make a bunch of plays and ultimately play good defense and win a game. So I like where, our staples of how we're doing things, where I think we've really taken a jump is with just our technique from all the positions being a little bit better consistently with our technique. And we'll put the pieces together and use guys and put them in good spots, but that might be a little overblown. How we're not really, it's not like we're reinventing the wheel about anything. Okay. Defense is defense, but I would say I always have my eye on how we play. As far as our mode of play, which do we run the football? Do we out-hit people? Do we knock the line of scrimmage back? Do we tackle? It comes down to fun. Do we beat blocks? Do we cover people? Do we get on the right people? It comes down to fundamentals, man.
When you look at the ability to stop the run, there were some games like the first Seattle game, you guys shut them down. And the second game, Charbonnet had a big game. They ran all over you. Do you feel like you're better suited to stop the run with the personnel you have this year?
Yeah, I think, we got to make sure that we put our guys in the right positions and we play good, sound football, and it goes into what I just said. It's like we got to make sure we have good block destruction. We play with the right leverage. We hit the right gaps. We tackle, and we got to get to the ball. So I think that, we got to do a good job. One of our defensive philosophies is affecting the passer, right? And you're talking about the run game. How does that relate, JG? Well, if you don't stop the run, they're not going to let you affect the passer. So, it's not the old adage of stop the run is the key to victory every week, but we do got to make sure that we can get them in behind the sticks and stop the run game to get it in his known pass as much as we can.
I was looking at a stat today, Pro Football Focus, talking about Kyler's weakness being pressure. And we know with a clean pocket, he's great. He's dynamic. He's top 10 in the NFL. But under pressure, he ranks really near the bottom. What have you guys done this year to shore that up, to give him more protection, cleaner pocket so he can make plays?
Well, I would say technique, one, with our O-line, and then we got to make sure that we're doing a good job. The other guys in the route get into their route quick and understand that the clock's got to speed up a little bit. And that's just from playing with each other and knowing ball and making sure you trust what you're seeing, applying really your rules. So feel good about that. I always talk to the quarterback about that. Some guys are going to want to defend him in a lot of different ways. You can, because of his skill set, there's a lot of different ways that guys, it's not like, hey, this is how you defend him. Because you watch the course of his career, and since we've been here, guys choose different tools to use against him. So we just got to have the wherewithal, know our answers, and be efficient.
Coach, we are very excited about the opener coming up on Sunday. I'm sure you guys are too. We're really looking forward to it. We're really looking forward to our Monday chats with you after every single game. So thanks for coming on.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Have a great week.
You got it. Be good.
We'll see you.
Jonathan Gannon for his weekly visit, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show again next week. We'll talk to him on Monday following the Saints game. Coming on the back end of that conversation, is this the year the Cardinals make the playoffs? And if it is, why is this the year the Cardinals could make the playoffs? We'll talk about it next as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
You've been listening to In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No Bull, your home for everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Listen to what folks are saying about Nobull.com.
Nobull.com. Search and even start buying your car online.
And every deal has a personal touch, like working with a friend or neighbor.
Nobull.com. With new and used vehicles for every budget.
Specials, low payments, and this is huge. Quick financing. Just go to Nobull.com.
Shop local. Shop Earnhardt. Shop Nobull.com. Simple as that.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Join the Bird Gang in Dallas for Monday Night Football this season through Cardinals Premier Travel. Cardinals Premier Travel will be hosted by Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson.
Let's rock. It's time to fly today.
Travel packages to the November 3rd game will include destination transportation, 4-star hotel accommodations, pre-game tailgate experience, lower-level game tickets, and more. For details, visit azcardstravel.com. That's azcardstravel.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements you see on social media or TV. Start enjoying life with the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer, so don't wait. If you've got low T, why not get started for free? Book your video appointment today and start for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game. Presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey, it's Wolf. What should we be expecting from Marvin Harrison Jr. in Week 1? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
In some ways, it's still one of the most remarkable things about the Arizona Cardinals. Since Kurt Warner's career ended that day against the New Orleans Saints.
The Saints, they battered them. They beat them.
On January 16th, 2010.
Didn't they have a bounty against him or something?
Yeah, that was a bounty gate. Yeah.
Bounty gate.
Since that day, January 16th, 2010, the Arizona Cardinals have played 4 playoff games. 4. That's it.
Okay, since the last Warner game against
Since the last Warner game against the Saints.
Okay.
January 3rd of 2015, they lost to the Panthers. That was the Ryan Lindley game. January 16th, they beat the Green Bay Packers. That was Carson Palmer's first ever playoff
Ryan Lindley,
win.
you've got a game named after you, my friend. There's a
Just
game named after
the Ryan
you.
Lindley game. Congratulations. January 24th, 2016, they lost the NFC title game at Carolina. And then, of course, the one and only playoff game that Kyler Murray has ever played in, January 17th, 2022. So it's been 4 years since they've been to the playoffs.
Okay.
It's been 10 years since they won a playoff game. We all know what's on the line this year. We all know what the standard is for success. You got to get back to the postseason. You just haven't been there enough in the last decade and a half, right?
No,
you just
no.
haven't.
No, but you also have to, again, you got to build it the right way. I feel good about the way Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon are going about this. Redoing the roster. You want sustained success. You don't want to be a flash in the pan. Hey, we made the playoffs with a very old roster, and now we got to cut everybody, and then we're out of it. You want to build something that has, long staying power.
Yeah.
Not 20 years, but, 5 years, you make the playoffs 4 times. You have one down year.
But you also got to meet your fans in the middle on this one, too, right? Like, you want to do it the right way, and you want to do it with sustainability, but you play in a league where teams can turn it around fairly quickly, right? Where teams
the worst to first
are out of the playoffs and get back into the playoffs on a fairly regular basis.
But the Kansas City, the Buffalo, like what the Eagles are
sure,
right
of course.
now.
That's what everybody dreams of.
You're building something that, you know the Bills are going to be in the playoffs. You know the Chiefs are going to be in the playoffs. You know Philadelphia is going to be in the playoffs. You're trying to build something that's got a little staying power.
Theo Mackey of AZ Central, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'll go back and check their website. I think today he dropped a 5 reasons why the Cardinals won't make the playoffs, and maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Oh, I saw one that was
5 reasons why they will.
Why they
can
contend.
contend. I think he's got his 5 reasons why they can't contend or they won't contend.
Fun.
So he's looking at it from both sides of the equation. But we'll start with why they can, because he's got 5 reasons here, and I think there are a couple that really pop. Number 1, and this to me is the biggest one, the defensive front finally has high-level talent. It's the most important thing about the Cardinals.
Yeah, I talked about that with Gannon, that second game against Seattle. Zach Charbonnet just tearing them apart and got to be able to stop the run. And, and he talked about how their top 5 defensive linemen by snaps were Zaven Collins, LJ Collier, Dante Stills, Roy Lopez, and Naquan Jones. And none of them has ever finished a season with more than 5 sacks. And he talked about that. Now you look where they are. You look at the talent that Nick Rallis has, the ability to rush the passer, the veterans that you've got on a team. You've got an absolute stud in Josh Sweat. Hopefully he'll really pop this year. You bring back Calais. You've got Dalvin Tomlinson, is a great football player. Baron Browning, who they traded for last year. They liked him so much, they brought him back. Darius Robinson, who wasn't able to make a big impact last year because of the injuries, he's got a full season behind him. He's healthy. We can't wait to see what he does. There's a lot of talent, but there's also a lot of depth. So I do think that would be the number 1 reason.
I was going to ask Jonathan Gannon about how rotational he was going to get with his defensive line in week 1, because I just think they have so much talent up front that he can afford to be rotational with that talent. I think this is a potential top 10 defense in the National Football League, not only because of Nick Rallis and all the attention he's getting, but because of the personnel that they have. Number 2, and it kind of goes hand in hand with number 1.
Yeah.
The Cardinals are built to generate turnovers.
That's exactly what I've said all along. Over the last 2 years, they didn't have a pass rush necessary for their secondary to succeed. We've talked about that. I mean, your secondary's on an island by themselves because you can't develop a pass rush. The quarterback's got extra time to throw. Corners and safeties can only stay with their guys for so long. So it's important to make sure you have a pass rush. That should lead to more turnovers because quarterbacks are going to want to get rid of the ball a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and that goes hand in hand with number 1, having the upgrade on the talent. Now you should be able. Now it's putting a lot on Will Johnson and it's put a lot on Max Melton, but they also have some very talented safeties back there as well. Hopefully one leads to the other. The offensive line could be a legitimate strength of the Arizona Cardinals. This is one where Teos goes so far as to suggest that they could have, and these are his words, a top 5 left tackle in the NFL and 4 above average starters next to him on the offensive line. If that's the case, it could potentially take this offense to the next level in terms of their ability to run the football the way they want to, the way they're designed to, if they really have one of the better offensive lines in the NFL.
We've talked a lot about the high price being paid right now with the left tackles. And I think that by saying Paris Johnson is a top 5 guy, you saw what Slater just got. You look at the top tackles in the game and the amount of money they're being paid, and I think Paris Johnson is well on his way to being that guy. I think he's well on his way to being one of those guys that get paid. Top 5 puts him in that category. You're gonna pay him among the top 5
which is fine.
left tackle, which is fine. You want
Gladly
that.
write that check.
That's a better problem to have than not to have. The rest of the line, I think there's a lot of talent there. We'll see what happens with Isaiah Adams. I think he could be really good. I think Paris Johnson's got the ability to be here for 10 years. I really do. The rest of the offensive line, I think they're good players. No superstars, but I think good players.
I think the question is at right tackle, Jonah Williams and his ability to stay healthy. And if not him, then it's going to be Kelvin Beachum. He's getting up there. And if not him, it's going to be Josh Fryer, who's an undrafted rookie. I think that's the one spot of the offensive line, because you've got Will Hernandez to fill in if something happens to Evan Brown or Isaiah Adams. I feel good about that depth there. Right tackle would be the one. A little worried about that spot on the line to see what that's going to be. A
lot of the early 2026 mock drafts have the Cardinals taking a tackle.
I don't doubt it. You're going to love this one. Downfield passing game has nowhere to go but up.
Because they don't throw the ball down the field.
Kyler Murray calls that egregious.
That's egregious.
That's egregious, says Kyler Murray.
The play's not there. I have to hand it off. We have explosive plays in the running game.
Yeah.
I brought this up to Gannon. Bruce Arians had the no risk and no biscuit. We're going to take 5 shots down the field. Now, some of the reasons you want to take those shots down the field, too. Now, he called it a double positive. Was that what he called it?
He called it a double positive.
A double positive
yes.
With that, and he defined why he thinks it's a double positive. But look, you could also draw pass interference penalties. Sure, you could have the ball intercepted, but it could be, punts or less. You throw the ball 50 yards down the field and a guy intercepts it and you tackle him, it's like a 50-yard punt. But you also have the chance of either making a catch or getting a pass interference penalty. To me, this is something that has to give here. They have to go down the field in the passing game a little bit more.
And as you would expect, Teo has all the stats that kind of point out that it's not egregious and that it was a problem last year for the Cardinals. Then finally, number 5, the Cardinals have a cohesive philosophy. They are all on the same page. Monty, Gannon, the assistants, the players, they know who they are. They know what they're trying to do. They know what they're all about.
They've got organizational advocacy.
Oh, God, don't bring that.
Isn't that what it was?
Don't bring up that phrase.
They're aligned, Burns.
They're aligned. Don't bring up that phrase either. God, I hate both of those.
A connected team is
that one's fine, because at least they won with that mantra. All the other ones were disasters. None of them worked out very well. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand.
Especially if you go to Europe or something, I'll go with you.
There you go. On the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, wherever you get your podcast, the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. And it's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Another blow for the Diamondbacks that will roll into next season. How does the loss of Lourdes Gurriel Jr. impact the Snakes now and in the future? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What do you mean,
right.
U tight end?
The U tight
to me,
end.
That's the move.
Right, that's the guy that's moving. That's the secondary tight end. The guy that's typically off the ball, maybe on the backside.
Well, what's the U stand for?
It's just a letter. It's just a letter. You can call it whatever you want to. It could be a U. It could be an F. I mean, it's just a letter. Yeah, that's just.
I love this.
It's just a letter. I don't know. It may be something to it, but it's just a letter in my mind. Just like the receiver, it could be a W, the right slot. So.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union and why you should do all of your banking with Global Credit Union and not a standard bank, because Global Credit Union is one of the largest credit unions in the country. Global Credit Union, at the end of the day, answers to their members. You, me, the people who make up the membership of Global Credit Union are the ones that kind of set the rules and the guidelines, whereas banks, that's Wall Street and its shareholders and its stockholders. It's certainly not their members. I know that for sure. And this is why Arizonans, more and more Arizonans, are becoming members of Global Credit Union. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. Last year, Global Credit Union members saved collectively $195 million last year. 10 branches throughout the valley. The easy-to-use mobile app. It's just a better way of doing it when it comes to checking accounts or savings accounts or loans. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations, the Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury made with 5 high-density foam layers. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Mitch Varell, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks have Game 2 of their series against the Rangers tonight. Prior to the game, we learned that the Diamondbacks outfielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. suffered a torn ACL during last night's loss. He's been placed on the injured list. His season is over. Manager Torey Lovello, speaking with the media now, went on to say that Gurriel potentially faces reconstructive surgery for his knee. The Snakes additionally recalled Taylor Rashi and Connor Kaiser to the big league roster. Juan Burgos has been sent down to AAA Reno. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the latest AP poll has dropped for college football, and Arizona State has fallen from 11 to 12 after their first week. Other Big 12 teams represented include Iowa State at 16, Texas Tech at 24, and Utah at 25. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. It's our first visit this football season with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
The 2-2 from Nelson.
is swung on. That's barreled towards left center, slicing away from Blaze. He lunges and makes a diving catch into the gap and saves the day from potential extra bases. Unfortunately, Gurriel is down and is clutching his knee. And what happened to Lourdes?
Torn ACL is what happened to Lourdes. Season is done. Possibly next year, too, for Lourdes Gurriel. We don't know for sure. Torey Lovello is meeting with the media right now. Bob Nightingale, Alex Weiner, and others are live tweeting what he's having to say. And basically, Torey has said he's facing potential reconstructive knee surgery. Any timeline right now is going to be 8 to 12 months.
He's out for next year.
Yeah, but he's going to be out for most of it, certainly. If he comes back, it's only going to be for a month,
this season,
maybe.
This season's just about over. If you're talking about a 12-month timeline, it's no spring training, I don't. It's just unfortunate because think about how many guys that they have right now that aren't going to be back next year. Burns,
Martinez, Puck.
And now Gurriel.
There are other, like the Blake Walstons of the world. There are other, guys, further down the food chain a little bit. But, look.
The blows, they've taken a lot of blows this year. I've never seen anything like it. I actually feel bad for them. They put a $190 million payroll together. They've got 18 guys on minimum contracts right now, and they've got about $90 million in salary on this team.
And they're still competing.
They
They
just Dodgers 2 out of 3.
4-3 on that brutal road trip with 4
Gallen
against
was
the Brewers.
great. Gallen was great. Erod was great. You're playing good baseball, but you're just really hampered. Now, the terrible part is how many guys just lost for next year, too.
Yeah.
Those guys, like key players, are lost for next year. It's like, okay, all right, like bring Merrill Kelly back, see if you can have Gallen back, and you got your 1-2 punch there. You won't have Burns. Now you got to figure out the bullpen because it's been a mess. Yesterday was a disaster. Yesterday was a typical Diamondback game. Typical game. You've got a 5-3 lead, 3 outs to go, you blow it.
You're down to your last
and then
strike.
you lose an extra inning.
You were down to 1 strike from winning that baseball game. Yes, it was a very typical Diamondback game.
Diamondbacks up 5-3 in the ninth, they lose the baseball game.
Next year becomes so complicated for this team because not only is Lourdes we might have seen the last of Lourdes Gurriel Jr. as a Diamondback.
Yeah, next year's the last year of his contract.
Next year's he's got a player option for next year, and then it's a club option after that. So assuming he picks up the player option, which probably will, going into next season, if he doesn't return next year, then that's probably the end of Lourdes Gurriel's career, which is kind of A.J. Puck, I think, is in the same situation where depending on when he comes back, maybe we've seen the end of him. Here's the complicating part is that if you're going into next year, and I've been a big advocate of, hey, you've got Cattell, you've got Corbin Carroll,
Perdomo.
You've got Perdomo. You kind of have to try to keep winning and going for it.
Yeah, you do.
You've got so many holes to fill if you're Mike Hazen. You need a power-hitting, run-producing left fielder, which don't come cheap. You need starting pitching galore, which don't come cheap. You still need bullpen arms. Maybe you've solved some of that with the trades that you've made and what you've done.
You know what the answer is, though.
Money.
You're going to have to trade one of your star players. You have to trade somebody. You're going to have to trade a top prospect, or you're going to have to trade somebody on the roster right now to kind of shuffle that around a little bit.
Yeah, it's either that or spend.
I don't think that's going to happen.
And they're already paying guys, despite, Corbin Burns on the payroll next year. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., he's on the payroll next year. A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez.
On the payroll.
They're all on the payroll next year. So
you're going to have to trade. This is not
like Lawler, Cattell.
You
ain't trading Perdomo. You ain't trading Corbin Carroll.
Either McCarthy or Alec Thomas.
That's not going to get you a ton of return.
I know, but I got to shuffle the deck. You said it.
If you're trying to be competitive, you're going to have to trade a big piece.
Yeah, that's Cattell if you want to be competitive. You'd have to.
But are you competitive if you trade Cattell?
I don't know, because you weaken yourself at second base to make yourself better somewhere else.
You weaken your lineup. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
I know you are. Could you get 2 players for him?
Hence the difficult situation you're in.
It's very difficult. Locklear hit a home run last night, but I'm not convinced that he's your first baseman.
I don't know what would lead you to convince.
Lola can't hit Major League pitching. He just cannot hit Major League pitching. Something happens. That turns into the pumpkin at midnight. He just can't hit Major League pitching.
Look, as much as I want them to compete next year and to try to compete next year, it's almost getting to the point where you just wonder if that's just not a realistic option for 2026. As much as it sucks to say that right now, given the blows that they've taken in terms of the money that they're doling out to guys who are just not going to be available, are they forced into next year being a rebuilding year, whether they want it to be that or not?
So I don't know. I know that their owner is going to be 83 years old, and he wants to win, and he's committed to winning, and he puts his money where his mouth is. This guy, Ken Kendrick, will spend the money if he believes the team can win.
And I know
but he's not 70 anymore. Okay?
Right,
He's going to be 83 years old.
And I know they're losing a bunch of payroll, but they still,
Montgomery's
price
gone.
goes up, and Corbin's price goes up, and they're guys who are arbitration guys whose price is going to go up. I mean, you can't just bank on the fact that you're dropping all this salary, and maybe it's enough. Merrill Kelly's back in town with the Texas Rangers. I saw he met the media. Is like, yeah, coming back is always on my mind. Okay, maybe you bring back Merrill Kelly and it doesn't cost you a ton. Maybe you're able to work out something.
You're not
with
trading
Zach Gallen.
Gabby Moreno. I don't think you're trading Gabby Moreno.
Well, he'd be another
you
one.
need
I
a
hadn't
first
thought of.
baseman.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of him.
You're not trading your shortstop.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know who's at third base. I mean,
is it
Lola or Blaze Alexander? I mean, what's Lola's numbers in the major leagues this year?
0 for everything.
Yeah, with how many strikeouts?
19 strikeouts.
Like
0 for 30 with 19.
He did lasso that fake bull though, so he's got that going for him.
I don't know if
and
that
he's made a couple of nice plays over at third, but it's a rough start for Jordan Lawler's not providing us any comfort.
Alec Thomas
now
in
at
center,
all.
Corbin, or you need a left fielder, you need a first baseman, and you need a starting pitcher, and you need a bullpen. You need a lot. You need a lot.
It is remarkable how sideways this plan has gotten on them. And how even here at the end, despite a typical bullpen loss last night, and the walk-off loss on Sunday against the Dodgers, which was a heartbreaker, I'm not saying they're relevant in the playoff race. They keep competing. They should have won that game last night. There's a bunch of games they should have
The sad
won.
part is they did everything right, and they got credit throughout Major League Baseball for doing it the right way. Here's the Diamondbacks. They made the World Series, and they invested. They did what everybody wants their teams to do. They did everything right, everything, and they're taking it on the chin because they've been decimated with injuries. Decimated. So that, you probably need a new pitching coach. You got three guys. Although Gallen got his ERA under 5, I think, but three guys with ERAs like in the 5, right around 5. That's a problem. So that's got to get fixed too.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the first week of Big 12 football other than ASU, how did it look across the country? Who should ASU be worried about the most? There's one team that comes to mind in particular. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And my guy, Stuart Willis. Well, you've probably seen him on Saturday and Sunday morning television, the Asset Preservation Hour, helping people understand the importance of their finances, the financial plan, the retirement plan, and the tax plan. If you've got a financial advisor and he hasn't gone over the tax plan with you, big mistake, big mistake. He's pushing it off, just making sure you get your commission every single year. Got to have a tax plan. Why? The vast majority of us are putting money away tax deferred. And one day that bill's going to come due. So you're knocking on a door and you're going to owe taxes on that money when you start taking it out. That's why you have to have a tax plan, because there's better times to take it out and worse times to take it out. The key is that you want to be able to keep most of the money you made. You want to be able to keep as much as possible. And that's what asset preservation does. 5 locations in the Valley. They offer free portfolio reviews. You might be saying, I only have a 401k and some investors. That's a portfolio. You're good. You can meet with them. 602-877-PLAN. Give them a call. You can meet with the same guys that are helping me with my financial plan and my retirement plan. That's 602-877-PLAN, 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Luke. What's the best way to fix the Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen? We're going to ask their assistant general manager, Mike Fitzgerald, joins us tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, ASU 1-0 on the season. Took a little bit of a hit in the AP poll. They moved down a slot after their not so impressive win against NAU, but fine, it was good enough. They moved up a spot in the coaches poll. In category of topics I never thought we'd be talking about in 2025, the fact that we've even devoted a few minutes to talk about the rest of Big 12 football and how they did in week 1 just kind of reflects our love affair with ASU football and our expectations of this season. Because I don't know about you. Look, there was a lot of great college football on this weekend. A ton of great college football. Texas, Ohio State, LSU, Clemson.
I'm surprised.
Notre Dame, Miami.
I'm surprised how much college football I watched, but I was also... with my kid, he had 1 game each day. I sat in a hotel room and I watched a lot of college football. Besides taking him to this Area 15 place, and they did the John Wick experience, and that was kind of cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the John Wick experience. Chased by assassins. There's a bounty on your head. It's like, they loved it. They said it was one of the coolest things I've ever done.
Oh, that sounds cool. I'd like to
but
check
outside of
out.
that, I watched some Ohio State, Texas. I watched a lot of the Penn State game. I watched the Utah game. So I did watch that game. I got to watch a lot of college football.
And I guess that's my point, is that I'm not trying to sit here and deny that there was great college football on this weekend. There was. But because of the expectations on ASU, I was drawn to the Big 12.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to see, Iowa State had a very impressive win. Texas Tech clobbered an underwhelming opponent. But there's no doubt the 2 teams from the Big 12 that popped the most from over the weekend are 2 teams that ASU will see here in the next month and a half. Utah goes on the road, destroys UCLA.
Destroys them.
Just destroys them. And then last night, TCU goes on the road, and in front of Michael Jordan, Lawrence Taylor, Roy Williams, Mia Hamm, God knows anybody else who was there to celebrate North Carolina's return to relevance and Bill Belichick, TCU obliterated the Tar Heels last night, and immediately You look to those two teams and Iowa State, given the fact that they're 2-0 and what they've done. And in the early projections, you think maybe they're the threats in the Big 12. Maybe they're the teams you got to worry about.
I did actually tape the game last night, the North Carolina game. But it was a blowout, so I don't know if I'll even watch it. I did watch the Utah game, and I was blown away by how good they were. The Dampier kid was unbelievable in that game. They annihilated UCLA. They were up 23-7 and then 30-7, and they just blew them out. But the Dampier kid was really good. He's one of those dual-threat quarterbacks. He runs, he throws. The Snowden kid is really good. They're going to be back, okay? They're going to be back. So that's right away my initial response is that was the only power conference win in the conference because that was the only one that they had because...
Well, no, TCU beat North Carolina last night.
TCU
beat North. You're
right.
I think you got that off of a story before.
They were 0-3. They were 0-3 before Utah won, then TCU won last night. But they had been 0-3 because Baylor obviously got beat by Auburn, and they had lost the first three, and then Utah came in and beat UCLA. But only judging from that, very impressed with UCLA, very impressed with Utah, very impressed with their quarterback. That's a team I think you're going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, and then TCU, and I only watched a little bit of last night's game. I saw North Carolina score in their first possession. The place goes nuts. Everyone thinks Bill Belichick. And then they didn't do anything after that.
Nothing.
TCU stuck it to North Carolina after that in every single way you possibly could.
70 new players. Nobody should have expected Belichick to turn around a college program that quickly.
No,
but they got annihilated in that football game.
And you know what? It's not even about Belichick necessarily. It's any time you go on the road and you beat a Power 4, Power 5 team on the road like that. Like I know ASU this week, they're expected to go into Mississippi State. They're favored by 8.5 points. Mississippi State's not very good. But just the fact that you go and you take care of business and you destroy a team like that on the road, I don't care what the state of North Carolina football is or UCLA football or even Mississippi State football. That's hard to do. Right? To go on the road on a Power 4, Power 5 trip and completely destroy a team like that, I mean, it's demoralizing. It's demeaning. And what TCU did last night was impressive. So now you fast forward to ASU's schedule a little bit. It's at Mississippi State this weekend, home against Texas State on September 13th, and then right out of the chutes, at Baylor, home against TCU, at Utah, home against Texas Tech. And those 4 games, especially now with how TCU played, you have to look at those 4 games and think to yourself, that is a significantly important chunk of the season for ASU right there. To get out of that with 3 wins would really set yourself up very, very well to compete for another Big 12 title.
Sure. It's and you know this. The schedule's daunting. All of these teams are going to be gunning for you.
Yes.
They're all going to be gunning for you. Like the Mississippi State. That's why I don't think that Kenny opened up the playbook against NAU. They're going to go into Mississippi State. This hostile environment. Mississippi State. They're not a good football program. They opened up with a win against Southern Miss, but they're home and it's SEC territory. And Kenny made fun about it being an hour and a half away from the field because all their hotels are casinos and they've got the cowbells going on. Like some girls walking around with the cowbell to try to get them ready for the environment that they're going to play in.
Every trainer on the team today was walking
Every
around
trainer,
with a
yeah.
cowbell. Yeah.
Just keep playing the cowbell.
Here's Dillingham today on the cowbells.
When you think of Mississippi State and Starkville, it's an unbelievable college town. We got an unbelievable atmosphere, right? Fans are awesome. They're all in, which is what you want, right? I've lived in a college town in Auburn. It's one of my favorite places I live. So Starkville, I've recruited Starkville. I actually lost to a recruit who was from Starkville to Coach Levy, who wrote my butt. In the recruiting show, he was committed to me forever to Florida State, and Coach Levy got him to flip to him. So it's a great environment there, and we're trying to simulate that environment as much as we can. Obviously, you can't simulate their fan base and their excitement in that environment, but you can be as close as you can. So we're just trying to simulate the passion of that city and that place, and it's awesome.
All right, it's week 1 of the season. Kenny's already lost his voice.
Yeah.
It's already gone. It's already
What's
shot.
the appearance fee for Will Ferrell these days? He hasn't been doing much. $50,000 just coming around, bang around a cowbell for an hour?
You know what he was doing yesterday?
No,
what?
He was sitting front row at the Cubs game.
Will Ferrell?
Yeah.
Was he?
He was.
$50,000, come around and just play the cowbell for an hour during ASU practice.
Fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell. They're banging on the cowbell to the sounds of your favorite song.
One of my favorite songs ever.
absolutely.
Probably
Don't
my
Fear the
second
Reaper.
favorite song of all time.
Christopher Walken, maybe we could see if he could do it too. I got a fever. I mean, fantastic if we could get that done. So, I mean, other highlights are Iowa State's 2-0 so far. K-State had to rally in the last minute just to beat, what was it, North Dakota? I mean, like a minute to go in the game. They're about to lose to North Carolina. They rally and score a touchdown there. Baylor, as you mentioned, losing to Auburn. Okay, that's something to kind of keep in mind. Oklahoma State this weekend has Oregon. Mike Gundy and Dan Lanning are already taking shots at each other over how much money Oregon spends on football.
Right. They spent $70 million. And Dan Lanning's like, look, we're committed to winning, man. We're committed to winning.
Iowa State has a tough matchup against Iowa. Like, I mean, these are things that I think as college football fans now, you got to do. If you're an ASU fan, you got to pay. I don't think we expected to be here, but here we are. And you have to pay attention to the teams that you look at as threats. And I think early on, I think Baylor will still be a threat, but I think early on the threats have been kind of identified.
They got their asses kicked by Auburn in that game. I mean, the score wasn't indicative, but Auburn had 51 rushes for 308 yards and 4 touchdowns, 6 yards per game on the carry. So Baylor, they did not play very well. They did not play well offensively, defensively. So that was a little bit of a disappointment for them. But I did think that, and you know me, I like to watch. I like to focus on one game and watch the entire game because I get a really good feel for a team when they do that. I mean, I watched a lot of the Miami game with Carson Beck and the job that he did. I watched a lot of Penn State because I think this could be Penn State's year. They played Nevada, not a great team, but they looked really good. But the Utah game was one I really focused on, and just to see, and I was impressed. Like, I know it's UCLA, but I was impressed by them. But what do we say this is going to, right? There's 5 different teams that can win this conference, 5 or 6 that can win the Big 12.
Yeah.
Like, every game is of the utmost importance.
When we come back, 4 o'clock, it's reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We'll get you caught up on things going on in sports with Laura next on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks have Game 2 of their series against the Rangers. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks announced that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. suffered a torn ACL during last night's loss. He has been placed on the injured list, and his season is over. Manager Torey Lovullo went on to say before the game that Gurriel potentially faces reconstructive surgery for his knee. Gurriel is getting a second opinion. The Snakes additionally recalled Taylor Rashi and Connor Kaiser to the big league roster. Obviously, Gurriel was one of the roster moves, the other being Juan Burgos, who was sent down to AAA Reno. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. Listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The newest AP poll has dropped for college football, and Arizona State has slipped down just one spot from 11th to 12th overall. Other Big 12 teams represented include Iowa State at 16, Texas Tech at 24, and Utah at 25. Devils will play their first road game this Saturday against Mississippi State in Starkville. And the Phoenix Mercury are back in action. Just 5 games left before they begin postseason play. They host the Indiana Fever at PHX Arena. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, drink specials, and more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, halfway home on this Tuesday. Hope everybody had a good 3-day weekend. We're back.
Unless you had a 4-day weekend.
Unless you're like Gambo and you had a 4-day weekend.
Yeah.
I hope you had a nice 4-day weekend.
Yeah, it was decent. Good. Well, like I said, I took my kids to that Area 15 in Vegas because we were out there for baseball at UNLV. I saw Matt Williams featured all over the place. Your old buddy Matt Williams at UNLV. That's where he went.
Really?
Yeah. By the way, it's like Shea Stadium. A plane flies over that baseball stadium every 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not familiar with the Area 15 thing. I'll have to look that
Area
up.
15.
With the Keanu Reeves.
John Wick experience.
Don't know what that's about at all.
Yeah.
You heard of that?
No, I thought he was making an Area 51 joke
I thought
for
it was
a
Area
while.
15. There's like a whole bunch of stuff to do for the kids. And part of it is a John Wick experience in which you play, like, there's a bounty on your head. You have to escape. There's real actors coming after you. You don't know it at the time. They're shooting at you. They're chasing you. You've got to hide in a van. You've got, like...
Wow.
My kids are like, that's the coolest thing I've ever done in my life.
Wow.
They're like, it's probably one of the best experiences I've ever done. I had Quinton and his friend Madden with me.
Need to look more into this. I have no idea what this is about.
They were
no
so
aliens,
excited.
just assassins.
No, assassins. There's a bounty on it's all taking place at the Continental Hotel. It looks just like it. It looks just like the Continental Hotel. There's the elevator and everything. And then when you go up, you're actually in like a movie. You're part of a movie.
Okay. Things to do in Vegas.
It sounds pretty cool.
That
I'd
does.
also recommend the Mob Museum if you've never been.
Really? Did you go to the Mob Museum?
The Mob Museum's great.
You should have gone. You're probably in it. There's probably a picture of you in there somewhere with your uncle or something.
Is it too close to home, Gambo?
Yeah, it might be a little cutting a little too close to the quick on that one for Gambo. Yeah,
well,
a little bit.
I mean, I do have some memorabilia.
I don't like the use of memorabilia in that sentence.
What does that mean? I don't know.
I mean, I have stuff like, Frank Sinatra gave a coat to my Uncle Tommy, who was a captain in the Colombo crime family, and I have the coat.
As long as it's not somebody's body part or
No,
something. Right,
no,
yeah.
my Uncle Tommy knew Sinatra very well.
I've got a decomposed hand, that my uncle once. Yeah, no, it wasn't anything like that.
No, my Uncle Roy DeMeo had the most kills of anybody in the mafia.
That's what we thought you meant when
my
you said
Uncle Roy DeMeo,
souvenirs or
some hand in a formaldehyde or
right,
something.
Yeah. Okay, this got gross real quick. What's going on in sports, Lauren?
Yeah, all right.
This got nasty on us here.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, well, I'll just play this soundbite from Tori Lavello a few moments ago discussing Lourdes Gurriel being out for the season with a torn ACL.
The initial news is not great. It looks like he's going to get some second opinions. We're going to keep our fingers crossed through the entire process until we know exactly what's going to happen, but it looks like there's a little bit of a reconstruction that's going to be needed. I had a few-minute conversation with him today when I got here, and he's I'm trying to understand why it happened and what the next several days and months and weeks and months and potentially a year will look like. And we talked about it, and I hurt for him. I could tell he was hurting, and I told him that we're going to be okay, because what we do here is we pick one another up, and don't worry about what we're doing. We got you.
Hottest player in baseball in August. One of the hottest players in baseball in August.
How do you look back and try to figure out what happened? He just awkwardly landed trying to avoid Blaze Alexander and tore his ACL, non-contact.
Yeah.
This season has gone that way for the Diamondbacks. It just has.
I keep trying to think about what it means for next year, and something you said really stuck in my head about how Ken Kendrick is not getting any younger. Will he continue to spend to try to keep this team competitive? Because they're just missing so many key guys that are going to bleed over into next year. It's going to require a massive financial outlay to keep this going, at least so it would seem. And so does Ken want to do that, given how much he's... I don't know, because now you need a corner outfielder. You need at least 2 starting pitchers.
I'm going to say a first baseman.
You need a first...
I'm not sold on Tyler Locklear or
You need a
Pavin
first
Smith.
baseman. You probably need to invest in your bullpen a little bit, even though you've got some parts down there. I mean, it's... At some point...
You've lifted 3/4 of a team right there.
Yeah, the bill is just too big, for you to stay competitive next year. And I don't know if financially they're going to be able to do it or not.
Trade. They're going to have to trade. You don't have the money to just sign everybody in free agency. You're going to have to make trades.
Yeah, I wonder if that Cattell deal, we'll see. We'll see if that means anything with that.
The D-backs, they play Game 2 against the Rangers tonight. Pre-game starts right here at 6. And Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday, and he announced the team captains for this season.
Excited for week 1, so it's here. So a lot of work to do, big-time challenge. Named the captains, told them in the team meeting. So let's see, it's a list. Kyler Murray, James Conner, Buda Baker, Mac Wilson, Calais Campbell, Yelda Froholt, and Joey Blunt, voted by the team. So 3-3 on offense and defense, and 1 special teams.
Cool for Calais. That's got to be
To
like
come in and be
full circle type stuff for him.
Yeah.
I read from Darren Urban's story. This is the 6th time he's been a captain in his career. So really cool for him, and really cool for Yelda Froholt too. I can see why, when he's not busy pillaging villages in the off season, I can see why Yelda Froholt would be voted in as a team captain on that team. I bet he's a real leader in that room.
I wonder if he's got a cousin named Floki.
We'll have to ask him.
Did you watch Vikings?
No, I did not watch.
You didn't watch Vikings?
No, I didn't watch.
Oh, your wife doesn't like violence.
Yeah, no, my wife's not big on stylized violence like that.
Oh, my wife watches that with me.
Yeah, no, my wife's
all
not big
for the
on
violence.
That'd be again. It
A violent
all
reset.
circles back. It's a very violent reset.
I can watch violence like on a show like that, but God forbid I'm watching a medical drama and they start to operate on somebody. I'm like this. I got my hands to my face. Is it over? Is it over? Did they cut through it? I can't look. I can't look.
Duality of John Gambador.
I can watch somebody under the guillotine, off with his head.
John Wick is fine, but the pit is too much.
I cannot watch a medical drama where they take the little knife and they start opening up the guy. I'm like, I can't look. I can't look. I can't look. I can't look.
Oh, God. All right. And a little bit of medical news here. Packers linebacker Micah Parsons has been dealing with an L4, L5 facet joint sprain in his back. Before trading Parsons last week, the Cowboys prescribed him a 5-day plan of various anti-inflammatories and had him on a physical therapy program. And Adam Schefter's reporting yesterday that he expects Parsons to get injections just to be able to play week 1 against the Lions.
Wow, okay, so not a great start for Micah Parsons in a Green Bay Packers uniform?
I'm devastated.
I'm sure you are. But still, you read off those medical terms like a real pro over there, Lauren.
Thank you.
Like your Dr. Koval joining us here.
Exactly. And I closed my eyes the whole time, so I didn't know. Kaiser White goes to the Titans.
Kaiser White goes to the Titans.
Yeah.
See him week
4,
5?
5?
I think it's week 5. Week
You're
5
right,
or week
because
6.
because it's
They had the back-to-back
week 5.
division games on 3 and 4, so I think it's week 5. Yeah, Kaiser White will be back here. Good. I wondered. Well, that took a long time for him to find a home.
Finally, somebody signed him.
Yeah.
Kind of wonder why.
And some NFC West news yesterday. Rams head coach Sean McVay told reporters that Matthew Stafford, who missed most of all of camp with a back injury, is expected to start Sunday's opener against the Texans.
Cynthia Freeland did her ceiling and floor thing with the win projections for each team in the NFL.
Yeah, Cardinals, 8.5 to 11 something, I think?
She had a huge variance on the LA Rams in terms of their ceiling and their floor, and she said basically it's because of Matthew Stafford. Like their ceiling is very high, their floor is very low, and it all depends on whether Matthew Stafford plays or not.
Stafford gets hurt and misses most of the season. They're probably winning 5 or 6 games.
She had 6. I believe she had 6 as their floor.
Stays healthy the entire year. They could win 11 and 12, win the division.
That was her ceiling for them. Yeah, it was crazy to see it.
And ASU football got the win over NAU on Saturday, 38-19. They'll face off against Mississippi State on Saturday at 4:30 on ESPN2.
ESPN2, not ESPN Plus, but
No
ESPN2.
plus sign here.
No more pluses.
And then I do not believe they'll be on ESPN Plus again the rest of the season. I spoke with people at ASU today. They are not expecting. I won't say it's 100%, but it's unlikely that they will be on ESPN Plus again this season.
We got a tweet from a longtime listener, Jake, who pointed out to us that what was on ESPN at that time was Cal versus Oregon State, I believe.
Yep.
Well said, Bernstein.
I mean, it's like,
well said.
come on. I mean, really? Cal versus Oregon State? But whatever.
I mean, even if it's NAU, it's still like Sam Levitt, who's a Heisman candidate.
It's still the Phoenix TV market. It's still a team.
Right, what the hell does Cal and Oregon State have?
I don't know.
Don't know. And ASU, they did slip 1 spot in the AP poll today. They are now ranked 12th overall. And there's a new number 1 in the AP poll because Ohio State beat Texas 14-7 in the truly grueling offensive showdown that we all expected. Ohio State's now number 1. Texas slides all the way to number 7.
Forget about Arch Manning. How about Matt Patricia's
defense
debut as the defensive coordinator for Ohio State? He stuck it to Arch Manning in that game.
He did.
They stuck it to Arch Manning in that game.
Boy, I tell you, that's a brilliant. That's your first game. Like your first game is against Ohio State. There, like wow, like okay, it was a close game, but he didn't play well at all. Like he'll be fine. Like he's gonna be fine. I don't think anything hurt him, but he didn't look great. I mean, people are like, oh, winners and losers from week 1, losers Arch. That's a tough place to go play and win a game against a great program.
I'd tell you, the game that I watched a lot on Saturday that we haven't brought up
Penn State?
time so far. Nope.
Oh.
Alabama and Florida State. Oh, boy, did they look mediocre. Did Alabama
Florida State beat them?
Looked painfully average in that game.
Yep, I watched.
Kalen DeBoer, like, boy, you somebody said the word tarmac is going to be on your wiki page if you don't get that fixed in a big hurry, because that did not look like Alabama football at all. Florida State stuck it to that team.
Yeah, I remember tweeting my friend like, hey, Florida State looks good. Miami looked good.
Yeah.
Miami did look good.
Miami looked good against Notre Dame.
And
that transfer
Carson
quarterback, remember that guy? That guy used to play for Georgia. He actually played on a team that doesn't drop passes, and look what happens. No, it was nice. He played on a team that no drop passes.
Nice.
Last year, Georgia, they led the country in drop passes. Not him. He's great. But, he plays for a team. No drop passes in the game, and he excelled.
Well, we'll see if he can keep it up over there in Miami. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Hey, Cardinal fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands starting now through the end of next week. We are giving you the chance to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Click on the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opening tickets. Again, the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Can the Arizona Cardinals exceed the expectations in front of them? That is what we're talking about next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The D-backs had a very D-backian series of games over the long weekend.
Peak frustration. It feels like this baseball season has gone on for 13 years.
It's a Sisyphean type feel.
It really does carry that feel to it.
Keep pushing that rock.
You know what that is? Sisyphus?
Of course I do. Okay. I've been called that many times.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here to tell you about the law firm of Berg Simpson with knowing full well, man, there are so many choices out there. There are so many attorneys that you could hire if you've been involved in an accident. Why Berg Simpson? Because Berg Simpson is just different from the rest. Over 24 of their lawyers have been named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. Over 12 of their lawyers have been named in the Super Lawyers publication. They are consistently listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. So as you're driving around and you're seeing billboard after billboard, sign after sign, and you're trying to figure out what distinguishes one from another, Berg Simpson stands above the rest for all the reasons and so many more that I just mentioned. If you're ever in need, you can let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our Shade Pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Week 1 of the NFL season approaches. We'll get you prepped up tomorrow. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
So this being the week of the opener in the NFL, the Thursday night opener, there's a Friday night game this week, I think the one in Brazil. Then, of course, Sunday, the Cardinals are taking on the New Orleans Saints to open up their season. Just about all your major websites are getting all their predictions in for the upcoming season, and most of them follow a pretty consistent path when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals. 8 wins, 9 wins, 3rd in the division, 4th in the division. That's where by and large, you sent one today from the Athletic that I think had them 8 and 9, last in the NFC West. I've seen others that have them at 9 and 8. I've seen a couple at 10 wins. Very few people predicting them to go to the postseason. Very few people saying playoffs. It's been pretty standard in terms of the national perception of the Cardinals. They're good. They're getting better. Jonathan Gannon and Monty Austinford have done a nice job turning things around, but they're not quite there yet. That's kind of the general overall perception of this football team.
Two things. The belief in Kyler Murray is just not there, that he's able to elevate everybody's play and get them there. That's number one. And number two, the late season collapses. I mean, you can't ignore it. Like, you can't ignore every season that they collapse late in the season, and Kyler's a part of that. So that has to change. Until that changes, nobody's going to pick him. I was looking at the Athletic preview. Retooled 49ers and revived Rams headline a deep division. They admit it's a deep division. They got the 49ers in first with a 10-7 record. Then they got the Rams 10-7 as well, tied for first place. Then they got Seattle 9-8, and in the last place they got the Cardinals 8-9. You know, they said they've made steady improvement. You know, they aim to make the playoffs for the first time. They've upgraded their defense. They talked about Buda and Jalen on the back end, and but they just don't believe in them enough to put them anywhere other than the last place in the division.
Everybody's very nice about them.
Right.
There's one thing I've got, like, all the predictions, they're very complimentary. They say very nice things about the team and the direction. And
you're
the
really
trend.
smart, you're really funny, you're really pretty. I just can't go out with you.
Exactly. It's like, what's and that's exactly, like, it really is. It's a lot of niceties. It's a lot of compliments.
You have pretty eyes, you have nice hair.
But at the end of the day, I
can't pick you.
I can't pick you. I'm not going to choose you. I'm going to choose San Francisco because they're prettier. I'm going to choose L.A. because they're prettier. Now, Cynthia Freeland, no different. She's got her win projections, and like I say, she's got San Francisco winning the division. She's got the Rams winning a wild card. She's got the Cardinals third. But in the middle of all of this, all right?
Yeah.
We found somebody who went beyond just saying, you're nice, we like you, but we don't think you're good enough. And this was, again, on the Athletic website. They polled a bunch of different decision makers anonymously on a bunch of different topics around the NFL. And the one question that stood out the fray the most, name 3 teams that will exceed expectations this season. So every anonymous voter was allowed to choose 3 teams.
Right.
The Arizona Cardinals, New England Patriots, and Las Vegas Raiders all got the most votes. And they
same publication that picked them to be in last place.
Yeah, but
now says
a different pool of people who's doing it, right? The publication was one of their NFL writers who picked them last. These are 25 anonymous executives around the NFL.
Patriots, Cardinals, Raiders.
Who are looking at the Cardinals and saying, they'll be better than people think. They will be better than people think. Now, how much faith and stock and belief do we want to put in the 25 anonymous NFL executives is up to you. It's totally up to you. I think they're going to be better than people think. But I thought that last year too. And for a while they were, until they weren't. I think
this publication says the Cardinals have been at the top of this list 2 years in a row.
Yeah,
so last year,
a year ago, they were on this
Yeah.
list. I think that, and we've talked about this already. We're going to talk about this a lot. I think the dramatic improvements they've made on defense, I just don't think people are prepared, I hope, for how much better they're going to be defensively and how much that's going to change the equation for the Cardinals. How this isn't a Kyler Murray thing every week anymore.
Okay, but inside of that, there are still questions about an extremely young cornerback
without
core,
question, yes.
and whether they can. Is there a shutdown guy on the team?
Right.
We just talked about it with Kenny Dillingham at ASU. Why'd you go to Jordan Tyson? Well, they didn't want to double him, so we kept going to him. Like, if the Cardinals don't have a shutdown guy, then teams are going to go to their best weapons all the time until you make adjustments. A lot of adjustments to make sure that those guys are doubled, and you put in a safety over the top, and you do, different schemes to make sure you take that guy out of the game. I think Max Melton's going to be good. I think Will Johnson's going to be great. Like, I like them, but they're young, they're inexperienced, they're really untested. And, Starling Thomas is not here, and Sean Murphy Bunting is not here.
Yep.
So there is that. I think that their defense is much improved. I love what they did. I love what they did in the draft. I love what they did in free agency. I believe it should be much improved. Their safeties are great.
Mm-hmm.
But there is the one question on the cornerbacks.
And there's no question that no matter how much better you or I or anybody else might think the defense is going to be, and I agree with you, by the way, especially about Will Johnson and like seeing how he acclimates himself to the early season and things like that. At the end of the day, while your quarterback, maybe you're not going to be as QB reliant as you have been in the past, every team is reliant on their quarterback to make a play, to win a game, right? Like, you can have the best defense in the world. Your quarterback is still going to have to make a play or two or four or five for you to win a game.
You are going to face 3rd and 7 sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you can't totally quarterback proof your team, no matter how hard you try. I got my granddaughter. She's like walking around the house now, so we've got the house all baby proofed. We've got the cabinet locks and the things in the alley. You can.
You're back to that.
We're totally back to that because she comes over all the time. And she's like wall walking and furniture walking. So, we've got all the
electric
outlets
sockets
covered, all the cabinets kind of locked up and everything. Yeah, so you can baby-proof a house. You can't quarterback-proof your team. No matter, at some point, your quarterback, and that's going to be on Kyler. I really don't think they're going to need Kyler to be great as often as they've needed in the past for them to win football games.
But they will need him to win football games.
Of course, yeah.
They will need him to win games.
Yes, of course.
Look, the thing, I'm not worried about it so much, but you don't want the Cardinals' cornerback room to turn into what the Diamondbacks' bullpen is. You can't have that one obvious weakness that brings the whole team down.
No, and hopefully their pass rush makes up for that a little bit. When we come back, we all wondered how ASU was going to replace their bell cow last Saturday. Plus, speaking of cowbells, how do they play into this Saturday's game? That's good, Mitch. Well done. That's next as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Diamondbacks baseball.
His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
One thing I know for sure, I hate when that little light comes on in my car and it's time for me to get it serviced, because immediately I see that light and I think, okay, there's 2 hours of my life I'm not going to get back. There's 3 hours of my life I'm not going to get back. Getting your car serviced in such a busy world, man, I want it to be quick. I want it to be done. I want to move on, which is why I love what Liberty GMC has with their service drive. Now, Liberty GMC, it's where I bought the car. They're great. They're awesome. Their dedication to a fast car buying experience is fantastic. They are equally as dedicated to a fast car servicing experience. They've added a late night shift to their service department, which means you drop your car off by 8 p.m. the night before. It is ready the next morning. You're not wasting any of your time. You're not wasting any of your day. It is a superior service drive experience that you're going to find at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks play Game 2 of their series against the Rangers tonight. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks announced that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. suffered a torn ACL during last night's loss. He's been placed on the injured list and his season is over. Also before the game, manager Torey Lovullo went on to add that Gurriel potentially faces reconstructive surgery for his knee. He plans to get a second opinion. The Snakes additionally recalled Taylor Rashi and Connor Kaiser to the big league roster. Juan Burgos has been sent down to AAA Reno. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The newest AP poll has dropped for college football, and Arizona State has been knocked down a peg from 11 to 12. Other Big 12 teams represented include Iowa State at 16, Texas Tech at 24, and Utah at 25. Devils play their first road game this Saturday against Mississippi State in Starkville. And the Phoenix Mercury are back in action, just 5 games left before they begin postseason play. They host the Indiana Fever at PHX Arena. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. It's our first visit this football season with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show on this Tuesday. If the question is, how did ASU replace Cam Skattebo at running back in week 1 of the 2025 season? The question is difficult to answer for two reasons. Difficult to answer, number one, because half of the people didn't get a chance to watch the second half of the game because it was blacked out on ESPN. I don't know how they did it because I couldn't watch the damn game. All right, so there's that. And number two, it's hard to answer the question because running backs as a total in that game carried the rock 14 times. Total. 14 carries among the running backs in the win against NAU.
Kyson Brown had the most, 7 carries for 73 yards. He also had 6 receptions for 72 yards. The Army transfer Udo kid had 2 carries for 19 yards. There were some big plays that were brought back because of penalties. Sam Levitt had some really great runs. I mean,
he was tied as the leading rusher for the team. I hope that's not the answer on how they're replacing Scadaboo.
No, you don't want. But Levitt has that ability. He had the big 52-yard touchdown run on a 3rd and 4 with 12:24 left in the third quarter to made it 24-6. That was a big play. He had the 18-yard touchdown run right after the 4th and 3 to Tyson. He ran it in from 18 yards. So he was able to really, help the running game quite a bit. The way you would expect Kyler Murray to help the Cardinals running game. I thought, Brown had a really big run for 20 yards that, helped them set up a field goal. Levitt, unfortunately, was sacked on 2nd and 3rd down. They didn't feature it a whole lot, but they're also not going to show. So, look, going to win on the road against an SEC team is hard. I don't think Mississippi State's any good, but it's still a hostile environment on the road, SEC, not an easy place to play.
Yep.
Kenny Dillingham, he wasn't showing much at all in this NAU game. He wasn't. Saving a lot of it for this game against Mississippi State. But I thought there was a lot of explosive plays down the field. 3 of them, unfortunately, got taken back because of penalties. So I don't know that the NAU game is a great indicator of what life is going to look like without Cam Scadaboo.
No, I'm glad you kind of led the conversation in that direction because I don't think it is. I don't think it is a great indicator for one of the big reasons that you just said. We all, not to call Kenny Dillingham a liar, but when he said at the beginning of last week that it's a fully open playbook against NAU and they're not going to hide anything. I think there was a little bit of eye rolling behind the scenes like, okay, come on. I mean, do you really need to empty the playbook against NAU? You shouldn't need to. So I think there's a lot about what they're going to do that's still very much undiscovered in terms of how they're going to do it and who they're going to do it with. But it does seem as if there's, at the very least, a pecking order to how it's going to be done. Kyson Brown 1, Raleek Brown 2, Kanye Udo 3, right? That at least early on.
Maybe.
It's, I mean, the Udo kid, I got to admit, maybe because he was kind of a trumped up, ballyhooed, transfer coming in, I kind of thought he was going to be more of a centerpiece, but everything you read during the fall camp in Camp Tonizona was that it's more about Kyson Brown than it is about Kanye Udo, that it's just going to be more about, now we'll see, maybe that changes, but for now it certainly seems like Brown is more in the driver's seat when it comes to replacing Cam Scadaboo.
I mean, that play, and I know you weren't able to watch it. YouTube, again, for those people, until they're able to get this thing fixed, I mean, there is a condensed version of the game on YouTube that you could go look.
I woke up on Sunday morning and I'm like, all right, I couldn't watch it the night before. Surely by now they've got it. Wasn't there.
I was literally FaceTiming my friend from the game during the third quarter just so he could watch.
Were you really?
So you could watch?
No,
well, I was at the game.
So you were there, so
he's
could
like
watch.
holding up his phone. Right, like, okay, there's the game, and you're FaceTiming your buddy so he can watch the game.
Good news is ASU and the Big 12 are on top of this, okay? The main goal is to get it on ESPN Plus archive so people could watch it. If you haven't been able to see it, there is a pretty good version on YouTube of the game, condensed game, where you could see a lot of the plays. So, I was able to watch the whole second half and all of that stuff that way. I mean, if you tell, like, the 75-yard touchdown on the swing pass to Brown, there was a holding penalty that wiped that out. Like, that was a great play. That was a great explosive play that we weren't able to see, what they were able to do. The one thing they did do, when I say that they didn't use the whole playbook, they did have that fake punt, man.
Sure, yeah.
That was a great play. Down the sideline with Brown, that was a terrific play. It set up the touchdown to Tyson on the screen pass that made it 14-0. So they did break that out a little bit. Like, okay, we got to get a little separation
but
here.
I'm sure there's
from
a lot
NAU.
more in there.
There's a lot more that they did not use. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm sure it opens up, and you're right. As bad as I think I saw where ASU already opened up as an 8.5-point favorite on the road against Mississippi State. They're no good. This was a game that, remember last year ASU led 30-3. and then they kind of let their foot off the gas, and they let Mississippi State get back in the game. This was one of Cam Scadaboo's monster early season games last year that kind of indicated that he might be different. So
yeah, he had 262 yards on 33 carries in that game, 7.9 yard average. It was the second most rushing yards by a double running back next to Eno Benjamin, who had 312 in 2018. Dominant first half. You're right. They were up 20-3 at the half. They were up 30-3 early in the second half. Then Mississippi State scored 20 unanswered points, and all of a sudden it's a football game.
Yeah, ASU let it back in it. Their intensity level, they've let it up, and so Kenny, part 2, the rematch. Now it's in Starkville. They go there, and even though they're no good, it's a Saturday night. It's SEC. It's going to be loud, which is why just about every single person with the program today was carrying around a cowbell at practice today, ringing them as loud as they could when they were trying to call plays.
I think it was decent today. I anticipate it being very, very difficult. Like I said, this is a great city. It's a great fan base. Starkville loves their football team. And so we're trying to simulate it as much as possible. So it's going to be a great challenge for us because, they got a great fan base.
You can go back and watch the videos that some people posted online. I mean, it's crazy. Like, Relief Brown is back there fielding a punt, and he's got 6 people around him just ringing cowbells as close to him as possible, just to try to simulate that kind of environment.
Sure. Sure. Whatever you could do to just try to get yourself a little bit of an edge, whatever you could do. Mississippi State won their first game. Again, SEC team on the road, very difficult to go in there and get a win. But, ASU is the better football team, and if they're prepared. Now, you got to fix some things, right? You can't have those penalties. You got to have the center snaps have to be better. So they've got to get better at that.
I'm glad you brought that up. That is because that's something I meant to bring up here too. That is something that they have been looking at all throughout the month of August. And that is something that they're going to need to keep looking at more going into these games because they cannot jeopardize any of these games because they can't get the center quarterback snap combo right. They just can't.
Yeah. So, Coleman was a guard, and a very good one, and they moved him to center. And he's had a little bit of problems with the snaps. There was some chaos. They didn't anticipate NAU doing some of the things that they did, so there was a little chaos there. They feel like it's more about communication than anything else, that they've just got to have the communication be better. So apparently, they're working on that. I don't anticipate any changes at this point. They do have a kid named Helton.
Wade Helton.
Yep, who is a redshirt freshman who could be the center if they decide to move Coleman back to guard. Coleman's just a good player, but they tried to move him to center. So far, it hasn't looked great. But you're right. You don't want to lose a football game because you have a bad snap. It ends up being a fumble, and you lose a game because of it.
I think, it's crazy to say that this is something to watch, but I think in the early part of the season, this is really something to watch for ASU because they were convinced that Ben Coleman could make the switch and he could be the center and that he could handle it. And maybe he still can. But if he struggles on the road against Mississippi State, that could be a position where you see a switch. And again, it's not going to cost him a starting spot. He'll just slide over and play left guard. But if he can't get the snaps right, and there was one in particular that was very, very costly for them in that game against NAU, as you point out. So that it's something that I think bears a lot of watching over the next game or two because a switch could very well be coming on that one potentially. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Jordan Lawler is 0 for 30 this season with 16 strikeouts. Is there a panic button for us to push? And should we push it? Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think they're going to take Blaze and they're going to move him all over. The fact that he can actually play outfield, play the center field, play second, play third, play wherever.
Yeah.
That's a huge help in this situation, but he's going to get his at-bats.
He really is the Ryan Nelson of the hitters, where it's just like, we need Ryan Nelson to step in, okay, and then he just keeps doing it.
Just prove it, will you,
doing
please?
it, yeah. Well, just prove it 17 times,
Yes.
Ryan. Oh, you did, okay. Well, Blaze, you got to prove it 17 times, just like, oh, you have,
And
okay.
by the way, that play he made once again in center field, that dive, that was awesome.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The weather. The weather started getting rough. The tiny ship was lost. No, what you don't want is your roof to be lost with the weather. And a lot of people right now, you struggle with the monsoons, the heavy winds, the dust storms, the rain, the thunder, the lightning. Is your roof ready for the task? Is your roof ready to get you through these next few months? If you need a repair on your roof, JLC Roofing offers free estimates. free estimates with JLC Roofing. They've been around for 3 generations right here in the Valley, from the grandfather to the father to the son, a family-owned roofing business. Think about that. A lot of companies sell out to the big corporations that aren't even located in the state of Arizona. JLC is locally owned and operated for generations. The second largest roofer in Arizona, too, by the way. Not a small company, because people trust them because they're here in the Valley. They can either replace your roof, and they offer $1,500 off a full replacement roof for our listeners when you mention my name, or you can get a free estimate, because many of you just need a repair. A small repair, maybe just a few $100, can get you through and save your roof from having the big, costly new roof done. So call JLC Roofing at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks A Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's back. Bunker to Bunker's 14th annual Fall Frolic, Saturday, September 27th at the Arizona Biltmore Golf Club, benefiting Phoenix Children's Hospital. Play a fun 2-person scramble. Enjoy a tasty breakfast. Win big in the raffle and mulligan drawing. Plus, get a bounce-back golf round. It's just $134 and open to everyone. But hurry, space is limited. Sign up now at bunkergolf.com. That's bunkergolf.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here with an update on our Twitter poll question. If you missed our conversation with Jonathan Gannon, by the way, we're going to replay that coming up in about 15 minutes or so. And get ready, because Jonathan Gannon is going to join us every single Monday during the football season or the day after the Cardinals game. So we might have him on a Friday every now and then or a Tuesday. That being said, what's our poll question, Lauren? Let's get an update on it.
Our poll question today is, which of these bothered you more regarding ASU's win over NAU? Was it ASU's sloppy performance, or was it ESPN Plus's streaming issues?
ESPN. It's got to be the streaming issues.
ESPN Plus.
That was very frustrating.
It's got to be. It was so...
People were pissed.
Well, it was taunting you when you're looking at the black screen, and then all of a sudden you're hearing the announcers go, and Sam Levitt, he's running. He's at the 30. He's at the 20.
Yeah.
He's at the 10. Touchdown. You're like, great.
That wasn't even the most insulting part. The commercials played fine.
Oh, God.
We're like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Sure. Sure, yeah.
Glad you're getting your promotional material in there.
Show us the commercial
ESPN Plus, like, we made our money.
Yeah, show us the commercial for Pepsi, but don't show me the football game. Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah, easily. The black, and it's still there. It's I went back to try to watch it on Sunday morning. You're telling me it's still there, and they're
The Big
still
12
working
is
with
in
it?
The Big 12, NASU, in communication with ESPN Plus. They had a lot of glitches. It wasn't only that game. A lot of their programs that day had glitches, but it's unacceptable. And the Big 12 and ASU have reached out.
They announced that other broadcasts were having streaming issues in the moment, too. I didn't care.
Oh, I know.
I'm trying to watch the ASU.
It's like when your kid comes back with a bad grade, and you're like, but everybody else, I don't care about the other kids.
Yeah, I want to watch this game.
I care about
right
your
now.
grade.
I don't care.
Right.
And 55% of our audience is in agreement with us saying the ESPN Plus streaming issues were more frustrating than the sloppy performance.
I wasn't thrilled with how they played, but I'm not overly concerned about it.
No, I'm not concerned at all. I mean, they had a bunch of penalties, took away some big plays. They would have won the game by 40 if not for those. I was more concerned with the offensive line's inability to protect Levitt because I thought he took some big sacks that he shouldn't have taken.
I didn't like Levitt being in the game as long as he did.
I agree.
You know? Like, it
I
just
agree.
felt like that's a game where you should be up comfortable enough.
Yep.
You can put Jeff Sims in there at the fourth quarter, and you should be fine. And they weren't. From what I'm able to gather, they weren't able to do that. I couldn't watch the game, so I couldn't tell you
Jeff
that.
Sims,
for
Phil
sure.
Sims, Chris Sims, anybody named Sims should have been in that game. the board game Sims
Just
or whatever
not
it is.
Sam Levitt. In the meantime, and I think he's in the lineup again tonight. I haven't looked to be sure. Can you guys give me a confirmation on whether Jordan Lawler is in today's lineup? I think I saw his name in there. Jordan Lawler does not have a hit so far in 2025
This is
for the
ridiculous.
Diamondbacks.
This is crazy.
He's starting at third base tonight.
He's 0 for
Is he batting
11?
ninth. He's 0 for 11 this call up.
0 for 11.
He's 0 for 30 on the season. He's got 16 strikeouts in his 30 at bats this
It's
year.
almost
as a
like he
Diamondback.
cannot like there's such a big difference between AAA and the major leagues, and for him it's even bigger. The jump from AAA to the major leagues has proven to be extremely difficult for him. Now, again, it's harder for other players. I mean, there is a jump. There's a jump. But there's a history of guys that were great in the minor leagues and couldn't play in professional. The biggest one for me was Hensley Bam Bam Mullins for the Yankees. One of the greatest AAA players ever, couldn't play in the major leagues.
We were looking for Bam's last week.
I mentioned him.
We mentioned him.
Oh, we did.
Oh, yeah, we mentioned Bam Bam.
I was like,
yeah,
come
we
on.
mentioned-
No, I
that
mentioned
is
him. Bam Bam
a
Mullins.
classic one.
Oh my
for
God,
you,
he was
and
one of
if
the
we
greatest.
missed it.
He just raked in AAA. Columbus could not play in the major leagues. Is Jordan? I mean, the sample size is getting larger, Bernsey.
Yes.
I mean, the sample size is getting. He can't hit major league pitching.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking about this, knowing we were going to talk about this here. Normally, I'm very patient about stuff like this, and I'm all about sample sizes and things like that. If the question is, are we worried about this? You can firmly put me in the yes category. Yeah,
I think we should
I'm
be.
worried about this. I'm worried that Jordan Lawler, and the phrase that I like to use, you talk about Bam Bam, a 4A player, just too good for AAA and just not quite good enough for the majors. It's almost in some ways the worst thing you can say about a big league player. Like you're in between, you're always going to be in between. And if that's who Jordan Lawler is, and here's why I would slide myself over into the concern level on this one. So much of the future plan depends on him being good.
Yeah.
He's not some garden variety player in your system. He's a top prospect in Major League Baseball. He's been your top prospect for the better part of the last 2 years. He is an important part of your future. And if you misevaluated him and he's not good enough to be a Major League player. Now, I know this is a little bit of a leap here, and I'm probably biting off more than I can chew here. The Diamondbacks might have made a mistake in not trading him a year ago or a year and a half ago. When his value was so high, you would have gotten a ton for him. If you self-scouted yourself and said, hey, we don't think Jordan Lawler is going to be all that, but nobody else knows it, so let's trade him and get a haul for him while we can. That might be your mistake in not recognizing earlier that he wasn't going to amount to very much at the major league level, and you should have acted earlier on that, if that's the road we're going down here.
I don't know that you could have traded him because you believed in him too. But you didn't. If you would have known, I know, but you didn't.
But you have to. You have to self-scout with the idea that, okay, does he project? And does he play a role? And does he fit? Now,
But what are you using to project that? You're using how he does in the minors.
Well, no, you're using your skills as a talent evaluator, right? Which is what baseball teams do. They look at the numbers, they look at the ability, they look at all the things, and they go, yeah, we project him to be a Major League Baseball. But now, again, I'm not saying Mike Hazen and his crew have done this wrong yet. It's just one of those things where if he doesn't pan out and you're stuck with him too long, you're going to be getting pennies on the dollar for what was at the time a top asset in Major League Baseball.
I understand what you're saying. They're not giving up on him by any stretch of the imagination. No. But I think it's, barring this tear in the month of September, there's no certainty that Jordan Lawler has a spot on the roster next year somewhere.
I want to see him have even just a little bit of success because I'm hoping that will be the key that unlocks the door for him. You know what I mean? Like just a night where he goes 2 for 4 with a couple of doubles. He hits the ball hard. He sees himself having success. Does that awaken Jordan Lawler? Because it's been nothing. His entire Major League career up until this point has literally been nothing, right? Like I think he's got 4 hits for his entire career as a Major League ball player spread out over 2 seasons. I hope tonight, just to see him hit the ball hard a couple of times and have some success, maybe that awakens a different part of him that's closer to being one of the top prospects in baseball.
Just get that first hit.
Just get that first hit.
Get
just
out of the slump and then let's just see.
Yeah, and then go from there. Because he's obviously
he's hit a curveball.
He's a good baseball player, but I'm worried about it.
Yeah,
I'm worried about it.
I think it's fair to worry. Because if you're saying again, like I've seen enough of Tyler Locklear now, I can't pencil him in as my everyday first baseman next year.
Nope.
I've seen enough of Jordan Lawler, I can't pencil him in as my everyday third baseman next year. I can't.
Nope.
Maybe he could, but right now, no, I can't. I can't definitely do that.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what is Jonathan Gannon, hoping to see from his run defense and from Kyler Murray on Sunday? If you missed our conversation with the Cardinals coach, you will hear it next here on the Burns and Gambo show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Wow, it's so good to finally be back home.
Is it me, or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp!
The basement?
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp bread!
So we don't have to move?
Eliminate damp, musty smells by trapping excess moisture. Get rid of the damp with Damp Rid.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks play Game 2 of their series against the Rangers tonight. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks announced that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. suffered a torn ACL during last night's loss. He has been placed on the injured list, and his season is over. Pre-game, manager Torey Lovello went on to say that Gurriel potentially faces reconstructive surgery for his knee, implying that it could be beyond just the ACL tear. He is getting a second opinion, however, to confirm the diagnosis. Snakes additionally recalled Taylor Rashi and Connor Kaiser to fill the 2 spots available on the big league roster to clear room. Juan Burgos has been sent down to AAA Reno. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The newest AP poll has dropped for college football, and Arizona State has been knocked down a single peg from 11 to 12. Other Big 12 teams represented include Iowa State at 16, Texas Tech at 24, and Utah at 25. Devils play their first road game this Saturday against Mississippi State in Starkville. And the Phoenix Mercury are back in action. With just 5 games left before the postseason begins, they host the Indiana Fever at PHX Arena. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties kick off this Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort, with special guests, food specials, and more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Week 1 of the NFL season approaches. We'll get you prepped up tomorrow. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back. It is the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Now, normally we're going to do this on Mondays at 3 o'clock. But with the Labor Day weekend and everything, Coach Jonathan Gannon of the Cardinals kind enough to alter his schedule to join us today on a Tuesday instead. And with that appreciation, joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo Show, Coach Gannon of the Arizona Cardinals. Coach, hope you had a good weekend, man. Thanks for coming on with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm fired up to be on the show.
We are fired up for the season.
Huh?
Let's go. This is going to be exciting. I cannot wait for you guys to kick off against the Saints on Sunday. But let me ask you this. 3 years in now, what's different about you? What's different about the way you prepare? What was different about the preseason compared to the beginning? What's changed with you over 3 years?
You know, I not a lot. You know, I think what's changed is we try to, tweak and nip tuck as much as we can for, to gain an advantage for our players. You know what I mean? What's the best thing for the players? And I think that's ever evolving every year, so I'm kind of authentic to who I am and how we do things here. But I think our process, we change it, a lot, and it's not major changes, but hopefully for the betterment of our team. But I'm excited about, some of the changes that we made this year going into OTAs and training camp and preseason and all that. And, just really fired up to get rolling here on a true game week starting tomorrow.
All right, now you got to get ready for the Saints. I think we've kind of knew for a little while it was going to be Spencer Rattler. When did you start putting in a game plan for the Saints? How long has it taken? And, with Rattler having 7 games of experience instead of Shuck, is there any difference there?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you look back at, but they, just like any week one, there's kind of the known unknowns of, they got a new staff, a new play caller. So we go back and look at everything. We turn over every stone just like every pro team does. But you just got to understand that week one there's a lot of unknowns, and that they're unknowns. That's the cool thing about it. So adaptability will be huge, this week and in game. And ultimately it's going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes. So we got to play a good, clean ball and do what we do and worry about us.
You mentioned the unknowns. How does that get magnified with a new head coach and new assistants and everything just kind of having a new coat of paint to it?
Yeah, huge. You know what I mean? Because you look at, Kellen has been awesome his whole career, but you look at this success that he had at Dallas and then with the Chargers and then with Philly, it's like, man, what do we look at? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And all those teams are different. All those players are different. Now you put them into New Orleans with, the quarterback that he's going to play with and the people around that he has around on his team. It's going to be different. You know what I mean? So we just got to do it, like I said, a good job of playing good, clean football, taking care of us first of all, and then having some adaptability in game.
Jonathan Gannon, our guest here for his weekly visit on the Burns and Gambo Show. You talk about adaptability, and I'm curious, one of the changes that you acknowledged you had made over the course of this preseason was playing your rookies more in the preseason games. For you, what does that payoff look like this week, and what does that payoff look like in week one when it comes to that kind of deliberate change that you guys made in your plan of attack?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, the thought behind it was our rookies are a little more game ready walking into Mercedes-Benz Superdome on Sunday. So a lot of those rookies are going to play a lot of snaps for us in different roles. All of them have different roles right now, but we need them to all play well. They got to make sure that they play winning football for us. So I think they're ready to go. They're excited about it. They'll be nervous. I understand that. They'll be nervous. There'll be some mistakes made. But hopefully that they feel pretty good about going through their routine on game day. When that national anthem sings and I always tell them the Jets fly over. Now it's a dome, but the Jets fly over. There's nothing like week one in the NFL. So they'll be anxious. They'll have some nerves. They'll be excited. Their adrenaline will be rushing. Their heart will be pumping. But at the end of the day, relax and play football. So I'm excited for them, though.
We had Kyler on a few weeks ago. I asked him 3 questions. One, elevating the player of the guys around him, trying to be more consistent at the end of the season so you guys could win some of those games. And I asked him about the explosive plays down the field in the passing game. And not that he took exception to it, but he said we had a lot of explosive plays in the running game, but he seemed a little frustrated with not having the big plays in the passing game. I know when Bruce Arians was here, it was no risk it, no biscuit. We're going to take 5 shots down the field no matter what. What's your philosophy on the big plays down the field in the passing game? Will we see more of them this year?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to generate some more. That was an emphasis for us when we look back at even the first 2 years, but last year as well, because, again, we understand explosive plays go into the double positive, which are huge stats when you look at a football game. Who wins? I call it the double positive, which is the blend of the ball and explosive plays. You have a really good shot to win the game. So I always say we're going to have to do whatever we need to do to win the game. But I do think that we need to be explosive in the pass game when we need to be. And I feel really good about where we're at right now. Again, you don't know how they're going to decide to play us, but if we have those opportunities, we got to make them count.
Were there plays left on the field last year when you went back and you looked at all the film where did you miss a lot of big plays down the field?
I wouldn't say missed a lot. I think just when the opportunities arise, I think we got to be efficient with those type of plays. And they can come in all different ways. They can be on schedule. They can be off schedule. They can be in certain down and distances, certain situations. So I feel good where we're at with the game plans going. I know that we've done a good job with it in training camp. So we'll see if we can make it happen.
Has Kyler looked any different to you at all this preseason? Do you want him looking any different at this point in his career, or do you want him to be steady and consistent in terms of what he's showing you guys every week?
Honestly, steady and consistent. I told the whole team that if he plays his game, we're going to be a tough out. I know that. So I think it's just, and that's not putting more pressure on him. It's just go out there and do what you do. And that means run the show, have command, use your arm, use your legs, use your brain to outthink people and outplay people, and we'll be good to go.
You talk about making alterations every single year. Your defensive scheme, Nick Rollis, obviously it's unique. There's been a lot of talk around the league about how unique it is. Do you keep altering that on the fly to keep it unique, or is it unique enough as it is that you can keep it as it is?
I wouldn't say it's unique. I think it might be a little bit different. Yeah, I think we alter it based upon who we're playing. So this week it's going to look a little bit different, because it has to put your guys in position to make a bunch of plays and ultimately play good defense and win a game. So I like where, our staples of how we're doing things, where I think we've really taken a jump is with just our technique from all the positions being a little bit better consistently with our technique. And we'll put the pieces together and use guys and put them in good spots, but that might be a little overblown. How we're not really, it's not like we're reinventing the wheel about anything. Okay. Defense is defense, but I would say I always have my eye on how we play. As far as our mode of play, which do we run the football? Do we out-hit people? Do we knock the line of scrimmage back? Do we tackle? It comes down to do we beat blocks? Do we cover people? Do we get on the right people? It comes down to fundamentals, man.
When you look at the ability to stop the run, there were some games like the first Seattle game, you guys shut them down in there. The second game, Charbonnet had a big game, they ran all over you. Do you feel like you're better suited to stop the run with the personnel you have this year?
Yeah, I think, we got to make sure that we put our guys in the right positions and we play good, sound football, and it goes into what I just said. It's like we got to make sure we have good block destruction. We play with the right leverage. We hit the right gaps. We tackle, and we got to get to the ball. So I think that, we got to do a good job. One of our defensive philosophies is affecting the passer, right? And you're talking about the run game. How does that relate, JG? Well, if you don't stop the run, they're not going to let you affect the passer. So, it's not the old adage of stop the run is the key to victory every week, but we do got to make sure that we can get them in behind the sticks and stop the run game to get it in his known pass as much as we can.
I was looking at a stat today, Pro Football Focus, talking about Kyler's weakness being pressure. And we know with a clean pocket, he's great. He's dynamic. He's top 10 in the NFL. But under pressure, he ranks really near the bottom. What have you guys done this year to shore that up, to give him more protection, cleaner pocket so he can make plays?
Well, I would say technique, one, with our O-line, and then we got to make sure that we're doing a good job. The other guys in the route get into their route quick and understand that the clock's got to speed up a little bit. And that's just from playing with each other and knowing ball and making sure you trust what you're seeing, applying really your rules. So feel good about that. I always talk to the quarterback about that. Some guys are going to want to defend him in a lot of different ways. You can, because of his skill set, there's a lot of different ways that guys, it's not like, hey, this is how you defend him. Because you watch the course of his career, and since we've been here, guys choose different tools to use against him. So we just got to have the wherewithal, know our answers, and be efficient.
Coach, we are very excited about the opener coming up on Sunday. I'm sure you guys are too. We're really looking forward to it. We're really looking forward to our Monday chats with you after every single game. So thanks for coming on.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Have
a great
JG.
week.
You got it. Be good.
We'll see you.
Jonathan Gannon joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And again, every single Monday following a Cardinals game, we're going to have Jonathan Gannon as a guest on the Burns and Gambo Show, as we have for the last couple of years. 3 o'clock every Monday or the day after the Cardinals play is where you can hear Jonathan Gannon exclusively here on Arizona Sports. When we come back, thankfully, hopefully, ASU won't be on broadcast ESPN Plus anytime soon because, boy, that was bad on Saturday. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
His payoff pitch is on the way. And Marte grounds it to short. Backhanded by Duran. His throw to first in time. And a crushing loss for the Diamondbacks as they fall apart late. And the Rangers steal the opener by a final score of 7-5.
D-backs Rangers Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The D-backs take on the Philadelphia Phillies for a 3-game weekend series starting September 19th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations, the Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury made with 5 high-density foam layers. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sale event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Tired of living with that chronic joint pain? Stop what you're doing and call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is now here with new natural biologic treatments that can repair and restore damaged joint tissue. No more steroids, no pain pills, no surgery. Call now to learn how regenerative Innovative solutions can get you real, long-lasting pain relief. Knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, now treated with natural biologics. Get a free consultation. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Wolf. What should we be expecting from Marvin Harrison Jr. in Week 1? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Down as Levitt wants to throw. Pressure coming. Sam tries to get away and does, and runs for a first down and a lot more to the 30, 20. Levitt may go. He's going to take it all the way in for a touchdown. On 3rd and 4, a 52-yard touchdown run by scrambling Sam Levitt.
Good to hear Tim Healy back on the airwaves.
Scrambling City.
ASU beats NAU on Saturday night, a game that cost the program, I believe, about $500,000, I think was the final tab. It's like $500,000 you pay NAU, and then when they meet again in a couple of years, I think it goes up to like $625,000.
So $500,000 to pay NAU.
Yeah, it's you bought that win for $500,000. Basically, is what you do this time of year with a game like that.
I guess the NAU alum are just not donating the way they should be, so they got to go take these games.
I don't need to when ASU is going to write a check and be so complimentary too. Kenny Dillingham was very complimentary about NAU football, their coaching staff.
He surprised them a little bit. He was a little surprised at what they were able to do defensively. It was they just didn't know. They didn't expect that type of chaos from the defense. They just did not expect that. So Kenny said he was outcoached. He thought he was taken aback a little bit by the surprise. Like there were three or four times they had 2-3 guys in the backfield with nobody blocking. I mean, it was they got in the red zone, 2nd down sack, 3rd down sack, had to settle for a field goal. Like it was a little surprising watching that game, that the amount of pressure they were able to get on the quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt. Here's Kenny on after the game talking. He said he got outcoached. Why do you feel like he got outcoached?
Anytime that I don't think we play up to our performance, it's on me. At the end of the day, like everything that happens in this program falls on me. So if I feel like we're not operating at optimum level, that's my fault. And I gotta find ways in order to fix that. So regardless of if it's a special team issue, if it's an effort issue, if it's they got a really good plan versus us, and we don't, quite get it fixed as fast as I would like. Regardless of it, whenever we don't, play as good of a game as I want to play, I put it on myself because that's where I think it should lie. Right? And we play really well, it's because the players play well. If we don't play great, it's because I got to be better. And I firmly believe that, and that's just how I operate. Like, it doesn't matter who you play. Like, if we don't play our best game, like, I look at myself and what could I have done better?
I think safe to say we all would have felt a little bit better if ASU had just blown out NAU like everybody thought they were going to, right? I mean, that's just what you're supposed to do in games like this. And when it doesn't happen, when Sam Levitt has to play deep into the fourth quarter, when Jordan Tyson is playing deep into the fourth quarter, when it requires Jordan Tyson to have, the 6th most catches in a single game by an ASU wide receiver in the history of the program. I mean, that's all. It seems so unnecessary when you're playing NAU.
But like you said, the outcome was never in doubt. ASU was never in trouble in this game.
They were never going to lose the game. They were never in trouble. I'm not even that particularly worried about it. I guess what I'm hoping is that Kenny will be able to take the things they didn't do well in that game, mostly the penalties, 12 penalties that were, drive killers, big play killers, took a couple of big plays away, and use it as a teaching moment for them going forward. Kenny's voice, I'm telling you, between Saturday night and then the cuts we played of him today from this morning's practice, he's lost his voice. I mean, you can hear, which says to me like he's been letting the guys have it about how they played on Saturday. So in the long run, it could be the best thing that happened to them, that they kind of struggled to be perfect in that game Saturday night. Maybe that's a good thing.
Sharpen it up a little bit easier than it, Yeah, listen, he's going to have to get – everybody's going to be up for ASU. Big 12 champs, hanging a banner, playoff team. Everybody's going to get up for you. Mississippi State's going to get up for you. Like, they're home. You beat them last year. You were killing them, and then they came back. They made a game of it. And then I think it was 7 straight Cam Scatterbo runs to kind of close it out so Mississippi State couldn't get the ball back. They had to go 20 unanswered at one point. Like, they're going to be gunning for you. And so now you've got to find a way to motivate your team every week. Now, the first game, you don't have anything on tape. There's no tendencies. You don't know what you don't really have any. He could go back and now look at Mississippi State's first game and see what he can find out about them.
Mm-hmm.
Mississippi State can now look at Arizona State's first game and say, okay, what did they do against that? But the thing is, he didn't show anything outside of a fake punt. It was very vanilla. They didn't do anything with the game plan.
No, they and Kenny.
Or maybe they can't get the film at the game because it's not on ESPN Plus. Maybe Mississippi State can't. Maybe the best thing about it happened is Mississippi State. Hey, we can't get the AASU game either.
I'm telling you, that was so frustrating. I'm watching the first half. Everything's fine. It's a little closer than what it was, like 17-6.
Yeah.
At halftime, I'm like, all right, this is actually more of a game than I thought. In the second half, and all the problems, I'm like, fine. You know what? They'll have the whole game up tomorrow on ESPN Plus. I'll just watch the second half in the morning with my coffee or whatever. And the fact that it was still like that I still couldn't watch the game it drove me nuts. And then to see the
I found a workaround, but go ahead.
Cam Scadaboo was complaining about it online, and Graham Rossini was like, we've heard your complaints. We're doing everything we can. We're not happy about this either. It was not our decision to put it on ESPN Plus. Now, you did find a workaround, but in real time, there was no workaround.
No.
It was the only way to watch the game, and nobody could watch the game on TV.
No, it's true. And it was a disaster, and ASU's pissed, and the Big 12 is pissed. The good news is, and this isn't definite, but I will tell you, like they're on ESPN2 this week, and then they're on, I think, TNT. It's unlikely that they will have another game on the ESPN streaming service. It's unlikely this year they will have another game because they're expected to be good, and I don't think any of those games will end up on the streaming service. But they filed a complaint. They called ESPN. Big 12's on it. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get ESPN to put the freaking game in the archives, a complete full game, so people that want to go watch it, that missed it, can go watch it. There are some fans that want to go see it. Hey, I want to see that great touchdown catch by Jordan Tyson with 2.5 minutes left that won the game for them. Or put the game away. So, there are people that are going to want to go see the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I guess I get, okay, it was an inconvenience in the moment, and, I feel like I'm not able to speak confidently about the game because I really only watched the first half. I wasn't able to watch the second half. You found the workaround that you're talking about. I guess bigger picture, what pisses me off, too, is in addition to, okay, this is ASU's big moment, coming off this historic season that
Why
they
are
had.
they on a streaming service?
Why are they on a streaming service? Why are they on ESPN Plus? Shouldn't they be on better? But even bigger picture than that, look, I get it. I don't have my head in the sand. I understand that these streaming services are the future and it's the way it's going. But if you're going to charge me $11.99 a month for these streaming services, you have to get it right.
You have to.
You have to make it so I can watch the game.
I put out there what ASU's expecting and what the Big 12 is doing on my Twitter page. I put it that what's happening. I had a lot of people under me I'm like, okay, that's good to know that they're not going to be on ESPN Plus again. I'm canceling my subscription.
Sure.
Well, that was a disaster.
Because it's just if I'm going to fork over the money, I expect people to watch it, right? Like if you're going to put it on that platform, and I understand sometimes the cable goes out. Sometimes there's a big monsoon storm and the satellite TV's not working. I understand technology's not perfect. But if streaming services really are the future of televised sports, and if the future is now and we're already there, you can't screw something like that up.
There always seems to be an issue, though, right? We took Netflix, put the fight on, and it was a disaster. I think that was the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight or whatever. One of the fights, it was really bad.
Yeah,
we've had problems with some of the streaming services.
We have. I mean, I use the MLBTV.com. That works perfectly almost
okay, but here's the thing.
Time.
There's a difference, though, because for me, I'm okay. I could log on. I like tunnel vision. I like to log on to one game and watch one game. Right. I don't channel surf.
Right.
I watched the Utah game the other night, and I watched all of it. There were 3 or 4 other games. Oregon State was on. I could care less. I just watched the Utah game. You like to go back and forth. If you're watching a game on Apple TV, I don't think you have to exit out of the program.
Oh, yeah, it's
go
pain.
back into the TV. Then if you want to go back to Apple, then you got to go back to that. It's not easy.
No, but it's also the only way I can watch. So that's how it's going to be, And so then get it right. Get it right and don't black out the entire second half. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you about our podcast, because you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch our show live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. Prove it time for the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, that's fine, but what exactly does that mean? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Still time today to get over to Sanderson Ford and take advantage of this great deal. Head on over to Sanderson Ford right now, and you can take advantage of 65 acres of cars, 2 service departments, a giant parts warehouse, a collision and custom shop, plus the on-site Starliner diner. But now listen to this. The great Labor Day deals, they're expiring very, very soon. So get down there tonight, save over $10,000 on a new Bronco Badlands, or purchase a new Escape for only $23,995. Both of these great deals come with a 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan. And that's why it's no secret that the best place to buy a new Ford is at Sanderson Ford. Proud partners of the Diamondbacks. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or you can go online at sandersonford.com for more information. They always treat you right with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. It's Sanderson Ford.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carolyn Seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks have Game 2 of their series against the Rangers tonight. Prior to the game, we learned that the Diamondbacks outfielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. suffered a torn ACL during last night's loss. He's been placed on the injured list and his season is over. Manager Torey Lovullo told the assembled media before the game that Gurriel potentially faces reconstructive surgery for his knee. He's getting a second opinion on the condition of his injury. The Snakes additionally recalled Taylor Rashi and Connor Kaiser to the big league roster. Juan Burgos has been sent down to AAA Reno. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action. They have just 5 games left before postseason play begins. They host the Indiana Fever at PHX Arena. Tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball is on tonight, Game 2 against the Texas Rangers. We'll preview that one coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Also on tonight, the Indiana Fever are in town, taking on the red-hot Phoenix Mercury. That game starts at 7 o'clock.
Caitlin Clark still out?
Not playing, I believe, in tonight's game. She is still out.
She's still out?
Yeah, she's still out.
Okay, because I saw the billboard. Had Caitlin Clark on there. Mercury taking on the Fever and Caitlin Clark, but she's not playing.
She's not playing. No, I don't think so. I'm 98% sure she's not playing. The Phoenix Mercury currently, right now, the 4th seed, the 4th seed in the WNBA playoffs at 25-14. It is a tight race. They are virtually the same record, percentage points behind the Atlanta Dream and the Las Vegas Aces. So as the season starts to wind itself down, of course, the Mercury have clinched a playoff spot, but now it's about seeding and, who's going to go where and who gets what. But they are one of those 4 teams, the Minnesota Lynx, Vegas Aces, Atlanta Dream, and Phoenix Mercury have all clinched playoff spots so far.
Yeah, great year for Nate Tippett and the Mercury. I mean, they've really changed the roster around. No more Griner, no more Taurasi. Ended up building a hell of a team.
They have. So that game starts at 7 o'clock tonight down at PHX Arena. That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. When we say prove it for the Arizona Cardinals, and there was, it's an article from Teo Mackey. We've referenced this stuff a lot today.
He does a nice job covering this.
Teo does he does a really, really good job.
Yeah.
I enjoy him and I enjoy his work. I think he does great. He had a story that it was originally on AZ Central. It got picked up by MSN about, okay, the Cardinals understand. I'm going to read this quote here from Monty Ossenfort. And both Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon have been a little hesitant to put any kind of expectations or the burden of expectations on this football team this year. But Ossenfort did tell Teo, quote, when we've gone through 3 cycles, 3 drafts, 3 free agents, I do feel that we've got guys that understand what we're looking to do, close quote. And the idea here is that when you're in year 3 of a rebuild, it's time. It's time. You've had time to flush out the things you don't want, to get the things you do, to draft the players you want, to hire the coaches you want.
Yes.
And a lot of people look, and I know I'm one of them, look at year 3 and say, okay, prove it. Prove that everything you've done up until this point has been done in the name of building a team that's good enough to get to the postseason. Because by year 3, if you can't get it done then, there are going to be real questions about whether you can get it done.
Yeah, because then the doubts start to creep in a little bit, and you kind of, you kind of worry, you're on that pace. And I always take a look at, teams that, like, you look at the Bills. Here's the Bills' win record the last 6 years. 10 wins, 13 wins, 11 wins, 13 wins, 11 wins, 13 wins. McDermott's done an amazing job. He took over a program that was 7-9. In his first 2 years, he won 15 games total. 15 games total in his first 2 years. 15 and 17 his first 2 years. To your point, third year. So he goes 15 and 17 the first 2 years. Third year, he goes 10 and 6. They get to the wild card. Then they're in the conference finals, the division, the conference finals. So the first year, the first 2 years were like, okay, let's get. But the third year, you turn this thing around.
Yeah.
You start to get to the point where, okay, I got it. I figured it out.
Teo's got that's a good comp. He's got a couple of other good comps here that show just like this crossroads moment the Cardinals are in right now.
Okay.
And so he points out in 2021, so 4 short years ago, the Lions and the Falcons started from scratch. They hired a new GM. They hired a new head coach. And over the next 2 years, so in the 21 season, the 22 season, the Lions won 12 games total. The Falcons won 14 games total, okay, in the first 2 years. Entering the third year, the Lions were projected for 9.5 wins. The Falcons were projected for 8.5. Now, in year 3, under Dan Campbell, we know what happened. They won 12 games. They went to the NFC title game, and now they're that consistent contender that you're talking about. The Falcons went the other direction. They finished 7-10 in year 3 of their rebuild. They fired their head coach. Their GM was retained, but he's hanging on by a thread right now to prove that he knows what he's doing. So, not every team gets to year 3 of that rebuild and it's not given to you. It's nothing that you're not handed it and say, hey, it's year 3 of a rebuild. Congratulations, you're going to be good. The Detroit Lions got it right. The Atlanta Falcons got it wrong. And now we find out if the Cardinals, which one are they? Are they more like the Lions who got it right? Or are they more like the Falcons and they still made a bunch of missteps? That's kind of where we're at with this prove it moment when it comes to the Cardinals.
I think that they've done almost everything right. Everything's perfect, right? There are still question marks, like I've said, about the cornerback room. It's very young. There's a lot of talent there, but it's very young and it's very inexperienced. I think there's question on the number 2, number 3, and number 4 wide receivers. Some people may say there's question about the number 1 receiver. There's no question about the running back. There's no question about the tight end, but there's question marks about the quarterback, and there always has been, and some of the other weapons. The division is very balanced.
Yes.
I mean, all throughout the board. I mean, Seattle, San Francisco, the Rams, and the Cardinals. I mean, it's a very, it's a lot of, nobody has a big disparity in the first place team and the last place team in this division. It might be 2 to 3 games separate the first place team from the last place team. Like your first place team might win 11 games and your last place team might win 8. Like, there's not a big difference.
And there aren't going to be a lot of divisions who are going to be able to say the same thing.
That's what people expect. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe somebody wins 13 and somebody only wins. But the expectations are somewhere 8, 9, 10, 11 wins everybody's going to have in this division because the division's very balanced.
Yeah.
But to your point, I agree. I mean, there should be pressure. Like, you should want that pressure if you're Monty and Gannon. I've had 3 years to put together a roster. Now let's do it. You revamped everything. You changed a lot of the rosters, a lot of new players, only a few players left from the Keim regime. There's not many players left from the Keim regime.
Nope.
So, you've been able to bring your players in. Now, do those players have enough experience? Have they got enough games under their belt? That's a fair question to say. A lot of the guys you drafted don't have a lot of experience. The guys you drafted, they don't have a lot of experience. Can you really count on them to lead this team to the playoffs? It's an interesting question.
And, of course, the elephant in the room is Kyler. And he will always be the elephant in the room until he proves he's not. And that will be, the ultimate kind of excuse. I can't think of another word. Like, if you get to the end of the year and it's not everything you thought it was going to be, we'll immediately start talking about, well, do they have their quarterback? And do they have the quarterback they want? Do they need to go get, and that in and of itself can buy them a little time. But Teo also points this out. And this was a little, I did not know this tidbit, which I think is really interesting. The Cardinals, according to Teo, are one of just 4 organizations to have had the same GM, head coach, offensive coordinator, and defensive coordinator since 2023.
Right, no coordinators left. They didn't lose Petzing. They didn't lose Rallis. Yep.
The other 3 are Kansas City, Tampa Bay, and Denver. Playoff team, playoff team, playoff team.
Oh, yeah. I like the continuity,
So he's saying, okay, the continuity, it's cool. It's cool that you've got this continuity, but the only other teams that have it have all gotten to the playoffs. That are all winning.
Yeah.
And you've got to join them if you're going to have that continuity. Now, I don't think Monty's on a hot seat if they don't do it this year, or I don't think Gannon's on the hot seat if they don't do it this year.
No, because if Kyler doesn't get it done, you've got
it buys you some time.
We just need a quarterback.
But next
we have
year,
everything set. We just need a quarterback.
Changes the whole equation next year. It really does. Go at this time a year from now, if they haven't succeeded, I don't know who their quarterback's going to be, but I think we're having a very different conversation about Gannon and Monty if they haven't had that kind of success going into year 4 now of what would be the regime.
It's fair. In the past, in the old days, coaches got 5 years. But now with the amount of money being spent, the expectation, and the ability with free agency to turn over the roster and win, people expect you to be able to do it in 3 or 4 years.
But I also don't have my head in the sand about the quarterback, and if they need to make a change there, that might buy them some time. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight, game 2 of their 3-game series against the Texas Rangers. But the big news of the day, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. out for the rest of the season with a torn ACL. What does it mean? We'll talk about it next. D-backs on deck is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I think this thing is lined up like bowling pins for the Cardinals to take advantage of their first 2 opponents of 2025. All of this is going to be in the mix Sunday in New Orleans, and it's a very, very, very important day for everybody. You go take care of business, it's going to go a long, long way in this market to make people think, okay, this football team, they've got it together now. And now it's time to go collect victories.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for one lucky sports fan. My friends at Waltz TV and Appliance are giving away a 75-inch 4K television along with a state-of-the-art soundbar, a combination guaranteed to take your fandom to the next level. All you have to do is text Waltz to 620-620 between now and September 22nd. The winner will be announced on September 23rd. And once again, very simple. Just text Waltz to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options to cover your small business needs and more. Visit Progressive.com today.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher of Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Game 2 of the series against the Rangers coming up in just a few minutes. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight. You'll hear it here exclusively on Arizona Sports, the local sports leaders. We welcome you back into D-backs on deck, our preview of tonight's game. Your pitching matchup for tonight is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Diamondbacks, right-hander Nabil Crismatt gets the start tonight. He's been a pleasant surprise so far for Torrey and the crew. The righty is 2-0 with a 1.84 ERA. He is opposed by 29-year-old left-hander Jacob Latz, 1-0 with a 3.13 ERA.
Yeah, Latz is a 29-year-old lefty, 5th start of the season, 28th appearance, but his 5th start. 6th career start. He has faced Arizona once before, and that was in a relief role. He's got some pretty good stuff. They've won 3 of his 4 outings that he has started. Good ERA of 3.38. He doesn't have any wins or losses, a lot of no decisions in those 4 previous starts. So just, not getting the run support. But this will be his first start against the Diamondbacks. He did pitch against them in relief in 2024.
For the Diamondbacks, the opener of this homestand last night was a very disappointing, very typical. It was a very typical Diamondbacks game.
It defines the season.
They were 1 strike away from winning that game. They had a 3-0 lead. They had a 5-3 lead going into the ninth. Kyle Backus couldn't close it out. Jake Woodford gave up the tying run, the game tying run.
Yeah, Backus gave up the one, and yep.
And then Woodford came in at the Cody Freeman RBI single, 2 strikes. He was down to his last strike, and he came up with it. This is how typical that is. I got this off of Arizona Diamondback stats and info.
Okay.
The Arizona Diamondbacks in their last 30 games since the trade deadline are 17-13, okay? Of the 13 losses, games they either led, were tied in the 8th inning or later, and lost 9 of the 13. So 9 of their 13 losses since the trade deadline, they either led or were tied in the 8th inning or later, and they still lost those games.
You know what I would absolutely love to know? And I'm not going to do the research on this because it's probably too hard. I would love to know how many times the Arizona Diamondbacks got to extra innings and, like last night, failed to score a run with a runner on second. It's happened a lot. A lot. They don't get the run in.
Yeah.
They just don't get the Texas is up, they score 2. You don't score any. To me, every time the Diamondbacks get to extra innings, I mean, it's so many of the more games than not, they haven't been able to get the run in from second.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe I will do the research on it. I would really like to know how many times they failed to get that runner in.
Give yourself something to do tonight. Why not? The injury report today is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s season is done. He tore his ACL last night. I think it's kind of what we were all suspecting when we saw him go down the way he did. I certainly think it's what he was suspecting when he was getting carted off that field. Non-contact injury. He didn't make any contact with Blaze Alexander. He kind of planted his leg trying to jump out of the way of Blaze, who was diving for that catch, and either on the plant or the land, he tore his ACL. Here's Troy Lavello pregame.
The initial news is not great. It looks like he's going to get some second opinions. We're going to keep our fingers crossed through the entire process until we know exactly what's going to happen. But it looks like there's a little bit of a reconstruction that's going to be needed. I had a few-minute conversation with him today when I got here, and he's I'm trying to understand why it happened and what the next several days and months and weeks and months and potentially a year will look like. And we talked about it, and I hurt for him. I could tell he was hurting, and I told him that we're going to be okay, because what we do here is we pick one another up, and don't worry about what we're doing. We got you.
Gambo, it's possible he's played his last game as a member of the Diamondbacks.
He's got an option for next year.
Got a player option for next year, even if he picks it up.
Right.
If he misses most of next year, then the team has a club option for the year after that. Presumably, they would not
pick that up.
So it's. I mean, depending on how long the recovery time is for this. If it's 9 months, then maybe. If it's 12 months, then probably not. He
AJ
might have.
Puck.
Yeah.
Just like Jordan Montgomery picked up the option. This year, he wasn't hurt when he picked it up, but he picked it up because nobody wanted to sign him. Then he got hurt. He didn't pitch for the Diamondbacks. So they paid Jordan Montgomery almost all year to not pitch. They're going to pay Corbin Burns next year to not pitch. A.J. Puck to not pitch. Lourdes Gurriel to not play. It was almost like the baseball guard said, hey, you know what? We haven't injured a Diamondback player in about 2 weeks here. Lourdes Gurriel. We're going to make you trip over nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing there. You just got to...
Is that what the baseball gods sound like?
It's 2 weeks since we injured a Diamondback player. What's going on here? We thought we had a rule. We were going to injure a D-back player every single week this year. You guys forgot about a week. We got to get him back.
I needed a good laugh. Thank you for telling me what the baseball gods sounded like. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Starting the day, the Arizona Diamondbacks 68-71, 6.5 games out of the last wild card spot in the National League. Gambo, in addition to making funny noises, has a key to the game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G protein bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
Rangers are hot. 9-1 in their last 10 games. That matches their best 10-game stretch in 2025. One of the reasons why, Homer happy. The Rangers have hit 2 home runs in a franchise record tying